Copyright 2016 by Bob Avarkian. All rights reserved. Bob Avarkian image, artwork courtesy of RCP Publications. First edition. Publisher's note. This book consists of the major opening day presentation given by Bob Avarkian to a conference held in the summer of 2015 which was attended by members and supporters of the Revolutionary Communist Party. This talk provided the basis for several days of lively and substantial discussion, informed by framework and guidelines for study and discussion, which is included as an appendix to this work. This book is a masterwork and a master class. It is a living laboratory of the new synthesis of communism developed by Bob Avarkian. It is also striking in its ability to combine high-level revolutionary communist theory and modeling of revolutionary leadership with a visceral, colloquial, and passionate style that will resonate with and be accessible to a wide variety of readers. This thought-provoking book is sure to challenge stereotypes and conventional thinking. Introduction and orientation. This gathering is taking place at a very important time, when masses of the oppressed in this country, and in particular those most bitterly oppressed, have been rising up refusing to take the brutality and murder to which they are continually subjected, particularly by the police, acting as the enforcers of this system of oppression, and these uprisings have been joined by people from other sections of society. Rebellion and resistance on this level around such a crucial contradiction and fault line of the system, the depth and determination of this rebellion and resistance, and the way in which it has continued, and continues to flare up with new outrages, this is something that has not been seen in a long time. And, with the aim of propelling this resistance to a qualitatively higher level and concentrating it in a qualitatively more powerful way, impacting all of society, and the larger world, and, from our standpoint, working to make this serve the strategic goal of an actual revolution that will put an end to this, and other outrages that concentrate major social contradictions of the system, as embodied in the 5 stops. 1. A massive mobilization of people, demanding that the outrage of police brutality and murder, as well as mass incarceration, must be stopped, has been called for this fall. Rise Up October 2 focused in New York City on the days of October 22nd to 24th, putting forward the challenge to all of society around this: which side are you on? All this poses great potential, great necessity, and great challenges for those working for an actual revolution that would put an end to this, and to all oppression. At the same time, in the larger context in which this is taking place, the contradictions within this system are sharpening, internationally as well as within particular countries, and in some places, many places, in fact these contradictions are boiling over. And there is the fundamental reality that communist revolution, and nothing less, is necessary to deal with the egregious outrages and injustices, and the profound contradictions, that mark the current world and the system of capitalism imperialism that still dominates the world, at the cost of so much suffering for the masses of humanity. In this context, in reading reports on work in various areas over the recent period, and looking at our website, revcom.us, in particular, I think of the comment by people in Baltimore, when people went out to them with revolution, and it's a comment you hear quite frequently when you go out to masses of people, taking the revolution to them. They sharply posed the question, will you be here? We've seen people come here, we've seen groups come and go and talk a lot of talk. But is this serious? Will you be here? This is a very important question and poses a very direct challenge for us. We have to meet this with the answer yes in the immediate sense, but also in the most profound and all-around sense. We have to be here now, and we have to be here for the whole thing. Whether any particular individual is there at a given time, that's not the question that's really at stake. It's whether or not the movement for revolution and, above all, the party, the leadership that people need to get out of this nightmare, is going to be there, in an overall and fundamental sense, because when you get down to it, ultimately the people really do have nothing if they don't have a party based on the science that can lead them to emancipate themselves and emancipate all of humanity. This is true whether, at any given time, the people know it or not. and I was thinking about something even heavier when reading about the work being done in Baltimore, the comment of a woman, one of the basic masses in Baltimore, who said, "I am getting worried when people were bringing the revolution to her. I'm getting worried." Now, you might say, why was she getting worried? She explained, because I am beginning to hope. Now, think about what that means for the masses of people, that they are afraid to hope. Afraid to hope that maybe the world doesn't have to be this way, that maybe there is a way out of this. Afraid to hope, because their hopes have been dashed so many times. Now, we know there's a ruling class out there. We know how, along with the vicious repression they carry out, they maneuver and manipulate whenever the people rise up. We have seen it already again in Baltimore, for example. All of a sudden there's a crime wave, they say, and they insist that they have to come down even heavier with the police and that they need the federal authorities to come in and help out the police, because the masses are running wild, and the police can't go out and kill them with impunity, right now. So, all this is why people say, I'm getting worried. They are afraid to hope. And if we don't intend to meet the responsibilities that we have, if we don't intend to follow through when we go to people and say there is a way out of this, we should get up and leave right now. Because the masses of people do not need anyone else who comes along, fly by night, and leaves them to the miserable conditions they will be subjected to, and the even worse horrors of the system coming down on them. We have to mean it when we say we're serious about revolution. This brings us to the question of for whom and for what are we doing what we're doing. This is not about any individuals, including ourselves. This is one of the first things you have to come to grips with, that this is not about any individual, but is about something much bigger. Look, many people do come to revolution out of their own direct experiences, what this system has done to them, even though they don't understand it's a system, or even if they have heard this word system, they don't really know what that system is. But a lot of people do come to this out of their own direct individual experience. They don't immediately understand that it's part of a larger picture of what's happening to literally millions and even billions of people around the world. This is the understanding we have to bring to them. But, first of all, we have to understand, for whom and for what. This is for the emancipation of humanity. This is for the masses of oppressed humanity who desperately need this revolution. It's not about anything else, and it's certainly not about ourselves, it's not about our egos, it's not about whether we look good or don't look good, or any of these kinds of questions that should be completely out of the picture. I've talked about this before, but think about it in these terms: people are going to go out here to make a revolution, and the people who are acting as the leadership, as the vanguard, are going to sacrifice. There are going to be big sacrifices. You don't make a revolution without tremendous sacrifice, and if we don't understand that, once again, we should just fold up and go away. There's going to be suffering. There's going to be dying. There's going to be terrible repression. There's going to be torture. I'm not saying this to make some kind of religious sounding appeal, let's gather up our courage like monks whipping themselves or something like that. But this is the reality of what you have to go through to get to a better world. And here is what makes it even harder, ideologically, in terms of how you think about this, how you feel about this. People are going to sacrifice in all kinds of ways. And let's say you have a revolution, and you've lost comrades, you've lost friends and loved ones, you're part of the vanguard of this revolution, or you're part of the masses who are the backbone of this revolution, and you've lost many friends and many comrades. You've seen people torn away, tortured, subjected to all kinds of horrors. Meanwhile, a lot of people sat there with their arms folded, or even sniped at you from the sidelines and tried to undermine everything you were doing. And then you get to the new society and you have a new constitution. Think about the constitution for the new socialist republic in North America 3. You have a new constitution, and all of a sudden, all these people who didn't do a damn thing to help the revolution, and maybe even tried to undermine it, come out of the woodwork, and every time you're trying to do something with the economy, or you're trying to build new political institutions and bring into being new social relations, or you're Sacrificing for the world revolution, they come along and they go blee, 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 with all their little petty complaints about how they don't have this and that they had in the old society. You feel like saying to them, shut the fuck up. You didn't do a damn thing when people were out here sacrificing and dying in all kinds of terrible ways, and now you want to come around with your little petty complaints. But you can't do that. And that's what makes it so hard. You can't do that. You can struggle with them, you have to struggle with them. You can say, you don't know what the hell is going on. You don't understand any of the contradictions we're up against, and you should try to actually come to grips with what we're doing here and what we're up against. You can struggle like crazy with people. You have to. But you can't take revenge on them. You can't even say, who the hell are you to raise any criticisms of what we're doing, because you didn't do anything to help. In fact, you tried to undermine things when people were out here fighting and dying. Why can't you do that? For whom and for what? This is not about us. If we aren't prepared to sacrifice, then we're not serious. This is about getting to a different world where all these horrors for the masses of people don't go on any longer. And that's the way we have to approach this. This is our role. This is our responsibility to the masses of people of the world who are suffering so terribly and, what makes it all the worse, suffering so unnecessarily. So this has to be our orientation in everything we do, in the way we struggle with each other, in the way we struggle with masses of people. There's a need for a tremendous amount of struggle. But for whom and for what? This is what we have to keep uppermost in our mind. Now, I want to turn to the question of why are you here, in particular. Many of the people here come from among the basic masses of people, or have ties with basic masses. And, in any case, people here generally can play a very important role as levers, if you want to put it that way, in bringing forward to the revolution growing numbers of people, from among basic masses, as well as students and others. So, with that in mind, let me turn to the purpose and aim and the approach in what we are doing here, what it is, and what it is not. To begin, as I think you've been advised, this presentation will cover a lot of ground, speaking to fundamentals of the communist revolution, and what should guide us in working to bring about an actual revolution. Then we will grapple together with key points that have been raised. So everybody should buckle in your seat belts, and get ready for the ride. There will be a great deal to take in, but that's because, as Mao once put it, so many deeds cry out to be done to rise to the challenges and responsibilities we face, to do all we can to work actively for the revolution that is so urgently needed by the masses of humanity, and to continually bring forward more people to join the ranks of this revolution and the party as its leading core. Here, I want to emphasize this important point of orientation. No matter whether we have been involved for a long, or a relatively short, period of time, we all have to keep on learning, and everyone here is fully capable of taking part in the process of what we are doing here and contributing to it while learning from it. We should all have the approach of wrestling together and struggling, in a good way, with each other, based on a sense of the importance of the questions we'll be digging into. Everybody should fully plunge into the discussion following this presentation and do so with a conquering spirit, based on an understanding of the need, and the basis, for everyone to apply a scientific method and approach to the biggest problem facing humanity, how to put an end to the system that is the fundamental source of so much misery and torment in the world, and bring something radically different and much better into being. It's with this orientation and this goal in mind that we should grapple deeply with what will be discussed here, learning and contributing as much as we can. This is an unusual opportunity to, in a sense, step back and dig into these big questions. And it is very important, even with everything going on in the world, and all the responsibilities we have in relation to this, that we have carved out the time to get into the big questions we will be taking up here. But it needs to be understood that this is not just some kind of study group or discussion group in some aimless sense, where interesting ideas are batted around just for our own intellectual stimulation or enjoyment or as some kind of diversion from what we are normally concerned with. We will be dealing here with theory, and going deeply into some things on a high level of theoretical abstraction. Oh, right away that may sound scary. And it's gonna be challenging. But this is a challenge we should all welcome, because whether or not there is going to be a scientific approach to revolution and a group of people, a growing group of people, organized to apply that science to really transforming the world toward an actual revolution that makes all the difference for the masses of people. What we will be doing here is, in one sense, far removed from what, spontaneously, masses of people are concerned with and thinking about on a daily basis, but it has everything to do with whether the masses are going to be brought forward and led to emancipate themselves and contribute to the emancipation of humanity from the systems and relations of oppression and exploitation that weigh down on masses of people all over the world, and all the horrors that flow from this. For it is a very real and profound truth that without revolutionary theory based on a consistently scientific method and approach, and in particular the scientific method and approach of dialectical materialism, and without this theory being taken up and applied by growing numbers of people, there can be no emancipating revolution, and the horrendous outrages and abuses to which the masses of humanity are continually subjected will go on and on. It is also profoundly true that anyone who applies themselves to this, and does the work, can take up this scientific method and approach, can continually deepen their grasp of this theory and the ability to apply it and popularize it, learning and doing in a dialectical, a mutually reinforcing relation between theory and practice. With this understanding, the basic orientation and goal here is to make leaps, real leaps, in grasping this theory in order, then, to return it to practice, and not just any old kind of practice, but practice, guided by this theory, which is in fact aimed at revolution, an actual revolution, and nothing less. To return for a minute to what the approach is not, it is not, and must not be, an approach where things are taken up here in a certain heavy and lofty way, and then this is forgotten, or put aside, in returning to the normal, everyday situation and political work that all too often is marked by the implementation of some other orientation, method, and approach. Nor can people's approach here be, let me see if there are some things here that are useful for the work I am doing, for then that work will not be the kind of work it needs to be, it will be something else than really working for an actual revolution. And, to emphasize it again, because it can't be emphasized too many times, our grappling here with crucial points of theory and of strategy should not be approached as some kind of educational experience, in the bad sense as a kind of scholastic exercise, which will then find its mirror image in practice divorced from communist theory and from actively working for an actual revolution. At the same time, the point here is not to create expectations of being able to master, all at once, everything that is gone into here, and, in terms of this opening presentation, the way to approach it is not to try to fully digest, right away, every one of the points that is spoken to, or to become frustrated if that proves not to be possible. A lot of points will be returned to, things will be woven together, and by the end hopefully things will become clear which perhaps weren't clear right at first, and then we'll go into the discussion where things will be drawn out more fully. So the point is to take in this presentation overall and keep in mind the process here, in which this presentation will serve as the introduction to and the foundation and framework for several days of vigorous discussion and struggle. To be clear also, the point is not to leave here with the expectation of taking everything that has been learned here and force-feeding it, all at once, to people we are working with and going out to, hey, let me tell you, I've just learned a whole bunch of heavy stuff. The purpose, what we are aiming for here, is to get a much stronger grounding in what we will be engaging here and, above all, method and approach with the orientation of correctly linking theory and practice, and, as we go forward from here, continuing to grapple with and grasp communist theory, more fully and deeply, in dialectical relation with carrying out this, and no other, line this, and no other, method and approach, taking the basics of this to people, and working with them to get into this more deeply as we join with them in fighting the power, while at the same time we are consistently fighting, in the appropriate ways and with the right spirit, for this line, and no other. To in fact be the line that is in command in giving impetus and direction to building a movement for an actual revolution, with the party as its leading core. Foolish victims of deceit, and self-deceit. Now, let's move right into the substance of this presentation. Let's begin with a statement by Lenin which not only has great importance in an overall sense but is also highly relevant in today's world. Lenin said, "People always were and always will be the foolish victims of deceit and self-deceit in politics until they learn to discover the interests of some class or other behind all moral, religious, political, and social phrases, declarations and promises. The supporters of reforms and improvements will always be fooled by the defenders of the old order until they realize that every old institution, however barbarous and rotten it may appear to be, is maintained by the forces of some ruling classes." Point 4. This is a very important statement by Lenin, so let's dig into it. Let's begin with the first sentence, people always were and always will be the foolish. Notice what he says, victims of deceit and self-deceit in politics. In other words, people get fooled, and they fool themselves, until they learn to discover the interests of some class or other behind all moral, religious, political, and social phrases, declarations and promises. Now, you can see this right around you in the electoral process, the whole circus around the bourgeois elections that is being promoted now. You can't even turn on the news without having someone like Donald Trump stuck in your face. And then here comes Hillary Clinton. Will Joe Biden run or not? And what about Bernie Sanders? You can't get away from it. You'd think the election were next week and it's more than a year away. But they want you to focus on this, and they want you to think that this is about you, that somehow these people represent you, when in fact they represent what? A ruling class that's ruling over you and ruling over the masses of people. Beyond just the relentless hype, even the serious contention that goes on through this bourgeois electoral process is contention among candidates for the position of presiding over a literally, and massively, murderous system of exploitation and oppression, on a world scale. To the degree that people do not recognize this, it is not because it is not true, but because, to invoke again Lenin's critical insight, they have not learned to recognize the interests of the ruling class behind all this, and they remain the foolish victims of deceit and self-deceit. There is this old saying that George W. Bush couldn't get right. The actual saying is, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. But this goes even further, because not only do they fool people over and over again with this electoral process, but they often fool you while they're telling you they're fooling you. I was watching this commentator, this guy named Jonathan Alter, who was on MSNBC the other day talking about the elections, and he said Bernie Sanders, everybody knows he's not really gonna be the candidate, but he can generate a lot of enthusiasm and momentum, and then that'll be very helpful to Hillary Clinton when she runs. They're telling you what they're doing, how they're manipulating you. They're manipulating you right now and telling you, hey, by the way, we're manipulating you. So shame on you, if you don't get it. But then there's the self-deceit, where people don't want to get it to a certain degree. I made the statement one time about liberals, that liberals have an Oedipal complex. Now, Oedipus was this character in Greek mythology who ended up, unknowingly, sleeping with his mother, and then, when he found out that that's what he'd done, he stabbed his own eyes out. So I said, liberals have an Oedipal complex. It's not that they want to sleep with their mother, it's that they deliberately blind themselves to the reality of what's going on in the world. This is a real problem with liberals. And there's the phenomenon I call Fisher-Price ruling class. Now maybe you all are familiar with Fisher-Price. They make toys for kids, right? They have a little tea set, and kids can come out and pretend there's no tea in there, but they can pretend they're having a tea party. Or they make little trucks and kids can pretend they're driving on a highway, while they're puttering around in their little trucks. Well, now you've got what I call Fisher-Price ruling class, where you turn on something like Bill Maher on TV, and here's Alec Baldwin, the actor, talking about, this is what we ought to do in Iraq. What do you mean we, white man? You're not running the fucking country. But they've got these people, you know, Hollywood people, meathead Rob Reiner and the rest, trying to act like they're gonna shape what the politicians do, ignoring or being ignorant of the fact that the system is gonna dictate what the politicians do. People like that are just playing around with little Fisher-Price toys, pretending like they have some role in the running of the government. And then there's the role of the media, and in particular the news media. These are not vehicles for providing people information about important things in society and the world, and they are certainly not objective, if that means presenting reality as it actually is, nor are they a free press, in the sense of not being beholden to and controlled by powerful interests. They are in fact the propaganda machinery of the capitalist imperialist ruling class. This is not rhetoric, but something which can be, and has been, clearly demonstrated on the basis of scientific analysis of these media, who owns and controls them, how they manage and distort what information they provide, and don't provide, to people, and what this has to do with the basic relations in society. But people will not see this and see through the ways these media operate to shape and manipulate their understanding of things until, again, they learn to recognize the interests of this ruling class behind these media, as well as all other major institutions in society. You can see this same kind of phenomenon with things like the environment. You'll see people do really good exposure, deep and all-around exposure, of the desperate situation with the environment, where things really are on the precipice of going over to where it will be very hard, if not impossible, to reverse the damage to the environment. These people go through all that, graphically bringing this alive, and then they get to the end and they act as if everything they just said had no meaning. They start talking about, if you recycle this, or you get a hybrid car, that is gonna solve the problem, a problem they just described as so enormous that it would be impossible to solve it in that way. But they're deceiving themselves because they can't see beyond the confines of the existing system, or they resist seeing beyond the confines of the existing system. So, as Lenin so sharply characterized it, they remain supporters of reforms and improvements who are always the foolish victims of deceit, and self-deceit. As long as they stay within this framework, they're always fooled by the defenders of the old order, because they haven't yet realized that every old institution, however barbarous and rotten it may appear to be, is maintained by the forces of some ruling classes. Or think of what some people say about police murder: put cameras on the police. Well, I think we know that there was a video of what happened to Eric Garner. They have had cameras taking pictures of many other people murdered by the police, but the idea is that, somehow, if you record it, that's gonna change things. Or if you have sensitivity training for the pigs, you know, let's get the pigs to be more sensitive, so now, instead of oinking when they murder someone, they first say, "Excuse me sir, may I shoot you?" Bam. All these illusions, because people don't understand that every old institution, however barbarous and rotten it may appear to be, is maintained by the forces of some ruling class. The police are part of the forces of the ruling class and its state apparatus of repression. They're part of the machinery that enforces, on behalf of the ruling class, and with all the violence they deem necessary, the existing system of exploitation and oppression. And you cannot reform that away. Now, it isn't enough to just say that. If you can't make the case, then you might as well not bother to say it, because you're not going to convince anybody. So, we need to get into that more deeply, to the scientific basis for understanding why this is so. But we have the problem, which I pointed to in Ruminations and Wranglings 5, that every class wants to remake the world in its image. In other words, you've got people in the middle class who are always promoting reforms and things like that, because they don't want things to get out of control. They don't want the conflicts in society to become really sharp, because then they'll be caught where? Right in the middle. They have a sort of privileged position, even as many of them don't like a lot of abuses that are perpetrated under the system. This is something spoken to very powerfully in the interview with Ardea Skybreak that you have all read, Science and Revolution, on the importance of science and the application of science to society, the new synthesis of communism and the leadership of Bob Avarkian. Point 6. So, people like this are strongly inclined toward the sentiment, let's not have things get extreme. As if it's not extreme what's happening with the environment. As if it's not extreme what's happening to women all over the world. As if it's not extreme what's happening to people in the inner cities, with the police and with their conditions overall. As if it's not extreme what's happening with immigrants, being driven thousands of miles from one part of the world to another because of wars and overall desperate conditions. As if it's not extreme with people being blown apart by bombs in all these different countries where wars are going on. Oh no, let's not have things become too extreme, say people in the middle class, because, even though they can't do it, in their minds they're constantly trying to remake the world into one where all these conflicts can somehow be resolved without a lot of chaos, upheaval, and destruction. Here is something important to understand: the way people look at things is a reflection not in a mechanical one-to-one sense, but in a fundamental sense it is a reflection of the position and inclinations of some social group or some class of people in society. Now, why am I emphasizing that we shouldn't approach this in a mechanical way? Because people can and do take up the viewpoint of a social group or class other than the one that they themselves are part of. For example, basic masses, who are not in the middle classes, can take up the outlook that's common among the middle class. They can get influenced by that. Or they can get influenced by ideas that come directly from the ruling class. Well, you can't do anything about this or that problem because it's all human nature. Who hasn't heard that? Or, nothing can be done about that because it says right in the Bible that nothing's gonna happen until the book of Revelation is fulfilled. These are ideas that are pumped at people by the ruling and dominant institutions, and, in a fundamental sense, these ideas represent the viewpoint of a class of people that wants people to believe that you can't do anything about the problems of society and the suffering of people, or that the most you can hope for is a few petty reforms because this class, this ruling class, wants to keep the existing system going the way it is. In a basic sense, we can say that every class either wants to keep the world as it is, or to remake it in line with what it would like it to be, whether there's actually a basis for that in reality or not. But we have to go further. It is true, a very important truth pointed to by Lenin, that all these outmoded institutions are maintained by the forces of some ruling class, and it is also an important truth, understood correctly and not mechanically, that every way of looking at the world reflects the viewpoint, or the approach, of one class or another. But if you stop there, you could still be trapped within the confines of going for reforms. This ruling class is dominating things too much, so, like Bernie Sanders says, let's take away some of the power and some of the wealth from those people, and spread it out more in society. You could still look at the existing framework and just try to rearrange things so they wouldn't be so dominated by one class, or so that things wouldn't be so prejudiced toward the middle classes, or however you look at it. We have to dig deeper. We have to ask the questions: what are classes rooted in? And can you change the system of class relations, the system where some classes dominate others, within the existing system, or does it require a complete break with that system in order to change this? This gets us to a question which I'll be touching on a number of times: through which mode of production are problems addressed? I'll come back to that and we'll dig into it, so if it isn't clear right now what that's getting at, that's okay. But here we need to focus on the question: what are classes? In the scientific sense, what are they rooted in? The middle class, the bourgeois ruling class, the proletarian class, the people on the bottom of society, what are these classes rooted in? They're rooted in a system of production. So let's dig into that further. This takes us to a famous statement by Marx that I'll also keep coming back to, for reasons that should become increasingly clear. This statement by Marx has come to be known as the Four Alls. Marx said that the goal, the final aim, of the communist revolution is the abolition of all class distinctions among people, the abolition of all the production relations, the economic relations, on which those class distinctions rest, the abolition of all the social relations such as the relations between men and women, or between different peoples and nations, or between intellectuals and people who do manual labor that go along with and correspond to those production relations, and the revolutionization of all the ideas that go along with those social relations. In this very concentrated formulation, what Marx was making clear is that, in order to really change the world to get rid of all exploitation and oppression, you have to get to a communist world where you no longer have some classes dominating and exploiting others and no divisions among people by class, the way the world is now so sharply marked. You have to get rid of and transform the economic relations that give rise to those class differences among people. You have to transform the social relations that go along with those economic relations, and you have to transform the ideas that arise from and reinforce relations of exploitation and oppression. Now, again, I'll come back to this and we will be going into it more fully, but the fact is that the actual character and goal of the communist revolution is constantly distorted by people who are in fact defenders of the existing order. For example, someone like Hannah Arendt wrote a book, The Origins of Totalitarianism 7, and the way she presented the communist goal of getting beyond classes was, to only very slightly vulgarize what she said, that the communists go out and shoot all the people who are in classes other than the proletariat. That, again with only slight exaggeration, is how people like Arendt present it. Communists want to eliminate classes, so they'll just kill all of the bourgeoisie, then they'll kill all the people in the middle classes, the petite bourgeoisie, and so on, until finally there will just be one class, the proletariat, and somehow everybody left in society will be proletarians and communists. This reminds me of a TV program I saw on PBS a little while ago. It was a mystery set in the period shortly after World War II, when the Soviet Union and the US, with Britain on the side of the US, were locked in the Cold War. Well, as it turned out, the mystery was about espionage being carried out by somebody in the British military who was a secret agent of the Soviets, a dastardly agent. And, finally, he's exposed, and then he gives his final lament. He says, "All my life I've been dedicated to the goal of communism, one world, one mind, everybody equal." This is how the bourgeoisie likes to present the goal of communism, one world, with everybody thinking exactly alike, one mind, and everybody equal, and you could imagine what kind of equality that would be. In opposition to this kind of ridiculous distortion, the point is that to eliminate classes you don't go about killing all the people in the different classes, except for the proletariat. No, you transform the underlying conditions that give rise to these differences among people. You transform the social relations between people, like between men and women, or oppressor and oppressed nations, or races, as they're sometimes referred to, or between people who work mainly with their minds, carrying out mental labor, and other people who work mainly with their hands, so to speak, carrying out manual labor. You have to overcome, through a radical transformation of society and ultimately the world as a whole, all these things while you're also revolutionizing the ideas, the ways of thinking, of people, in order to get beyond these oppressive divisions among people. Today, clearly, we have class divisions in the world, very profound ones, very exploitative ones, very oppressive ones, and, in order to get beyond them, you have to get beyond all the things that are the soil out of which those class differences arise, and by which they are maintained. Now, to go even deeper with this, and we do have to go even deeper, what are the basic relations in society that give rise to an economic system and economic relations? This is something around which some people have done a lot of work for us, and there's a rich treasure house of things that we can learn from. Marx did a lot of work for us. Engels along with him. Lenin. Stalin sometimes, sometimes not. Mao did a lot of work for us. Well, going back to the beginning of communism, Marx made the discovery, by doing a lot of work, spending years and years in a library, studying and sifting through a lot of things to bring to light what was basic but was not obvious, which is the fact that the fundamental relations in any society are the relations between the forces of production and the relations of production. Now, what do we mean by that? The forces of production are all the things that go into producing something: land, raw materials, minerals, oil, things like that, factory buildings, technology of various kinds, and people with their knowledge and abilities. All those things are the forces that you can rely on to produce things and to innovate and to keep developing production. What are the relations of production? The relations of production are the economic relations that people enter into not by just choosing what kind of relations they want to have, but the relations they enter into to carry out production in accordance with what the character of the productive forces is. Let me illustrate this from the history of this country. Let's look at the period after slavery was, mainly, ended through the Civil War, back in the 1860s. I say mainly ended, because they still found new ways, even after the Civil War, to maintain slavery in the South among black people. For example, they would pass vagrancy laws where, if you were in an area and you couldn't show that you had a job, you were declared to be a vagrant, and you'd be arrested and put in prison, and then you could be legally forced to do slave labor. So this is a way that, even after, in the main, slavery was abolished in this country, they still maintained some ways in which they enslaved black people, particularly in the South. But in the main, they did away with slavery through the Civil War. And then after about a decade or so of a lot of turmoil, things were enforced in such a way that, rather than being literal slaves on the plantations in the South, black people in their masses, and some poor white people, were forced to be tenant farmers and sharecroppers, still working for big landowners, often in plantation-like agriculture. How did this operate? Well, each of these tenant farmers or sharecroppers would have a little plot of land that they would work, usually with a plow pulled by a mule or a horse. That's why if you go back and listen to blues music from that period, you'll hear things about the mules, how stubborn they are, won't do what they're told to do, and so on and so forth, and the trouble people have getting them to do what they're supposed to do. So the mules would pull a plow, and the sharecroppers would plow a small plot of land, and then they would harvest the crops, but they were in a system economically, and with all the laws on top of that, which forced them to turn over a large share of the crop to the big landowner who had loaned them money to buy the tools and so on, in many cases. And then by tradition, custom, and laws, and Ku Klux Klan terror, the sharecroppers were forced to buy almost everything they needed themselves from a store that was owned by the company, or by the big landowner. So, lo and behold, they'd work all year long, get a harvest, turn in their harvest, and when they got ready to get their share of money for the part of the crop that they didn't have to turn over to the landlord, it turned out they didn't get anything. They were actually in debt to the store, often owned by the same landowners. So they could never get off the land and go somewhere else, because they were always in debt, and if they tried to leave, here came the police and the Ku Klux Klan. You're in debt, boy, and they'd bring you back if they didn't kill you. This went on after the Civil War until World War II in the 1940s. Now, one of the things that happens, this has been true in an overall sense in the history of human society, but it's particularly so under this system, is that a lot of new technology gets developed when the ruling classes go to war. They have a need to develop technology in order to improve their war making. Then, out of that, they turn it to civilian uses a lot of times, coming out of the war. And this happened through World War II. As a result of World War II, there was a lot more impetus, a lot more push, given to the development of new technology. And, in the South, you had production of a lot of tractors, and a lot of automatic picking machines. So instead of a mule, or a horse, pulling a plow, you had a tractor that would plow the ground. Obviously, this was much more efficient. It could cover a lot more ground in a shorter period of time with less physical labor by the person working it. And the picking machines were a lot faster than individuals dragging a bag of cotton behind them, picking the cotton by hand. To step back further for a minute, when you go back to slavery, cotton became the big product of slavery and was actually one of the main things that was sold on the world market to propel the US economy to rise as a major economy over a century or so, from the 1800s into the 1900s, and it was the development of a certain technology that enabled cotton to play that role in the US economy and in the whole world market. What was it? It was a little thing called the cotton gin. It was invented in the early 1800s, and what it did was to make it much easier and quicker to separate out the cotton fiber from all the seeds and all the other parts of the cotton that were no good for making textiles, out of which clothes would be made. So, because of that little technical innovation, you had the horrors of slave-produced cotton on a massive scale going on for generations and generations in the 1800s in the US. Now, if you read something like the book that I mentioned in the dialogue with Cornel West 8, the book by Edward Baptist, The Half Has Never Been Told 9, you will get a real picture of the horrors of this. I was watching, oh man, sometimes it's really hard to not just completely go wild. I was watching TV the other night and there was this skeptic, a secular guy, anti-religious guy named Michael Shermer, and he was exposing how the Bible is an outmoded way of thinking, making the point, who wants to live in a society where you have to kill children if they're disobedient to their parents, you have to kill all the gay people, and so on and so forth. But then the moderator who was interviewing him asked him, this was on C-SPAN, I think, well, has America been mainly a moral force for good in the world? And Shermer says, oh, yes. Of course, we've had our setbacks, like slavery. And he went on like that. And he talked about how free markets and a political system of democracy is the best way to have a good system, and the best basis for changing things when there are problems. A setback. Slavery was just, you know, a little setback. But you read that Edward Baptist book, and you'll see that he calls the slave system, and in particular the raising of cotton by the slaves, it's a very apt, very correct way to describe it. He calls it the whipping machine. Because that is the way the cotton-growing slave system operated. This was true of the slave system in general, but cotton was a concentrated example of this, and you saw it in the movie 12 Years a Slave. On a cotton plantation, every slave had a quota for how much they had to pick for the day. If you didn't meet the quota, you were whipped, mercilessly. If you did meet the quota, they would raise your quota. So then, you'd be whipped again until you met that new quota. And on and on. This was what was driving the system of cotton plantation slavery. A little setback. And, when you read on in that book by Baptist, you find that thousands of women, African women, were bought by slave owners in order to be raped, systematically raped, constantly raped. That is the system that provided a great part of the basis for the United States to build itself into a major world economic, and military, power. It was not a little setback. But when World War II came along, now we're coming back closer to the present time, tractors, picking machines, and so on, were introduced in a big way. Well, a tractor is not efficient on a small plot of land. Imagine, you're driving a tractor and you're trying to drive it around a space just as big as this place where we're meeting. It's very hard to maneuver it, you can't do much. To be really efficient, you have to have a big area over which to use the tractor. So that meant getting rid of all these little small plots of land that all these sharecroppers worked on, and, again, the reason they were called sharecroppers is because they had to share the crop, they grew the crop, they harvested the crop, but then they had to share a big part of it with the landowner, the plantation owner. So, when they brought in the tractors, they got rid of these kinds of small plots, over time, but not over that much time, really only a couple of decades, and then they didn't need as many people working on the land by hand, because machines were replacing people. So what happened? All of a sudden, millions of people who had wanted desperately to get away from this land, and from everything that it captured them up in, but who had been forced to stay on this land, were now forced off the land in large numbers, instead of being violently and forcibly maintained on the land under the old sharecropping system. Then you got this massive migration, where millions of black people went to the north and to the west, leaving the south, to get away from the horror there, hoping they'd find a better life elsewhere. But what drove that? What were the underlying factors driving that? What drove that were changes in the forces of production, in the machinery in particular, that was given a push off of World War II. Now, here's what's important to understand. It wasn't just that somebody wanted to get a more efficient way of raising cotton. It was also that these landowners in the southern US were driven by competition, in places far away, as well as other places in the US itself. If you go back and read analysis by the RU, the Revolutionary Union, the forerunner of the party, if, for example, you read Red Paper 610, you'll see some of this discussed there. As far away as Pakistan, way over on the other side of the world, you had cotton growing that was developing further, and in Arizona you had cotton growing that was being developed through more modern means of irrigation. So the cotton growers in the South were not just looking around for a better way to have cotton produced, in some general and abstract sense, they were forced, out of competitive compulsion, to introduce this new technology. Here you see the nature of the capitalist system. It's not just one big association of capitalists, with all the capitalists working together to exploit people. It's all these different capitalists, in far-flung parts of the world, and that's all the more so today. In far-flung parts of the world, it's all these capitalists in competition with each other, forcing each other to find ways to more efficiently produce, and more effectively exploit people, even if that means throwing a bunch of people out of work, or off the land, or whatever. So, you see, the relations of production, the relations people enter into in producing things, changed with these changes in the forces of production. When they brought in the tractors and the other machinery, then people no longer were organized into small landowners, or people renting small plots of land and renting machinery and working as individuals on small plots of land. Instead, they were thrown off the land in large numbers, they were drawn toward the cities, where they started working in bigger groupings of people, in factories and places like that, where you have maybe thousands of people all working together. That is a different relation that people then had to the process of producing things than they had when they were small farmers. So these changes in the forces of production, and in particular the machinery that came in, propelled changes in the relations of production. And this also gave rise to big changes socially, or, a better way to put that is that it provided a new platform on which social changes could be fought for. So then what did you get coming out of these big changes? You got the civil rights movement. Not automatically as a result of the changes in technology and the changes in the relations that people were entering into to produce, but on that foundation. People found themselves not tied to a particular piece of land. They found themselves freed from that, although not freed from oppression. They went into the cities, in large numbers. And people also came back from World War II, a lot of black soldiers, where they were segregated in the US Armed Forces. I mean, it was not good to be fighting for these imperialists anyway, but on top of that, black people, as well as Mexicans and some others, were not even allowed to fight in the same units with white soldiers. So they go into this war, they go over to all parts of the world, they are fighting for democracy, for freedom, they're told, and then they come back and they're still second-class citizens, niggers, spics, this and that, and they can't go here and they can't go there. They're a grown man, but they have to step off the sidewalk when some 15-year-old white boy comes their way. But many said, no, we don't have to do that anymore, we're in a different position now. So then you've got a tremendous struggle. But it wasn't predetermined what would result from all this, there was no guarantee that it would result in some positive change. All the forces of the old order didn't say, oh yeah, okay, you're in a different economic position now, so, of course, you should have certain rights. No, they didn't say that. There was a tremendous fight that went on, and the forces of the old order used the police and the Ku Klux Klan, once again, to terrorize people and try to defeat their struggle. But then there were larger forces of the US ruling class, who were looking at the picture of the country as a whole, and looking beyond that to the whole world, where they were in this Cold War with the Soviet Union, and they wanted to present America, as they always do, as the land of freedom and democracy. You know how they always talk about the President of the United States, the leader of the free world. So, they wanted to present America as the land of freedom. Well, How does it look if you're presenting America as the land and the beacon of freedom, of democracy, and you're segregating and terrorizing and murdering all these people inside your own country? It doesn't look so good. So the representatives of the ruling class in a larger sense, the Kennedys, and people like that, said, we've gotta allow some changes because things are changing in the society, but also because we're in this contest throughout the world and we're gonna lose out if we don't make some changes. The Soviet Union is over there saying, look at America. It talks about how it's a land of freedom, but look what it's doing to all these black people, lynching them and shooting them down. Look what it's doing to all these Mexicans in the Southwest. That's no land of freedom and democracy. Well, it was pretty hard to argue against that. So they had to make certain concessions finally. All these things, all these changes, were fought out, but they were fought out on a certain platform, or a certain foundation, of what was going on in the basic economic system, and the changes that were taking place there. Of course, in a larger sense, all this was taking place within the overall framework of the capitalist system, and that is why, although there were major changes and specifically major changes in the situation of black people, this did not bring about the end of oppression, even as it did bring about significant changes in the forms of that oppression. Now, I've talked about the relations of production. So let's get into that a little more. Again, Lenin did some valuable work for us which we should utilize. Lenin analyzed that there are three basic parts to the relations of production. One is ownership, whether or not you own what's called the means of production, land, raw materials, factories, machinery, and technology of various kinds. That's the first and most fundamental thing in terms of relations of production. Do you own or do you not own means of production? Now you know what it means if you don't own them, you got to go to work for somebody who does. Everybody knows about that. You don't own a factory, you don't own a hospital, and so on. Well, you got to try to find a job from somebody who does, that's the deal. So ownership, or non-ownership, of technology, land, other means of production, that's the most basic thing about the economic relations, the relations of production. The next thing is what's your role in the overall division of labor in society. This refers to the fact that there's a whole process through which society is functioning, through which it's producing the basic things people need to live and to reproduce. What role do you play in that? If you're an owner of means of production, then you command all the people who work for you. If you're somewhat lower down, say, you're somebody in management, then you kind of occupy a middle position. You work for people who have ownership of means of production, but you also order a bunch of other people around below you. Or, if you're working as an intellectual, in academia, or someone in a similar position, then you're also sort of in a middle position in the overall division of labor of society. Or you may be on the bottom of society, either you have no job and you're scuffling the way you can, or you get a job and somebody exploits you. And to get that job, you have to go and sell yourself. That's what you do. You go in for a job interview and they say, well, now, let's go into your history, and all that. Sometimes they want you to piss in a bottle, and sometimes they want to know everything about your personal history. They want to know if you have ever been arrested, or do you have a felony conviction. And you can't say, what the fuck, just give me the job, god damn it, I'm hungry. You're out the door. You can't even more politely say, excuse me, but that's kind of a personal question, don't you think? No, because the person interviewing you is in that middle position working for the people who own the means of production, and you don't own any, so you're in a powerless position, because if you don't satisfy them, they don't hire you. And you can't go in there and turn things around and say, well, okay, since we're having question and answer, let me ask you a question. Does the company you work for own anything in Bangladesh? Are you responsible for any of those fires over there in Bangladesh where all those women died in the fires in those factories? Your ass is out the door. You don't get to ask questions like that. That's because, in the division of labor, you're on the bottom. You own no means of production and you don't have a lot of intellectual skills. You've been prevented from developing the kind of intellectual skills that might enable you to work in a more privileged position. You don't have a college degree or a postgraduate degree that enables you to go into medicine and be a doctor, or go into management, or be working for one of the internet companies developing new technology, and so on. You are on the bottom. And then we get to the third part of the relations of production. What is your share in the distribution of the overall income of society? Think about it. If you're on the top, owning means of production, you may own billions of dollars, or hundreds of millions of dollars, worth of factories and machinery, and so on, not just in one country, but in many parts of the world, so you're going to get a big share of the wealth. Even if you reinvest a lot of it to keep the process going and compete with others, you're going to get a big share of the wealth. If you're in the middle, with a certain amount of intellectual skills or owning a small amount of means of production, maybe you're a small store owner or something, you own a little means of production or distribution but you don't own much, then you're going to get a lesser share. And if you're on the bottom, owning nothing except your ability to work, and you don't have a lot of highly developed skills, intellectual training, degrees, and so on, you're going to get a small share. So if you put those three things together, whether you own a lot of means of production, or you own a little bit, or you own none, what your role is in the overall division of labor of the society, and consequently what share you have in the distribution of society's wealth, then you can identify pretty much the class structure of a society. In very basic terms, you have the people at the top, the bourgeoisie, which is a French word that basically means capitalists, the capitalist class. Then you have the petite bourgeoisie. Petite is a French word that means small, so you have the small bourgeoisie, the in-between class, made up of owners of a small amount of means of production, and people who've developed intellectual skills, have degrees, and so on, people in management or in medicine, and so on. And then you have the people at the bottom, the proletariat, which is a word that means people who don't own anything except their ability to work. This is why you have different classes in society. It's all related to what the economic system is and what people's role is in that overall economic system. So when we think about getting beyond class distinctions, we have to think about changing all that, as well as changing the kinds of social relations where men oppress women, where one race, or nationality, oppresses others, where some people have advantages over others in terms of having a high degree of intellectual training, degrees, and so on, where they can work with their minds mainly, while other people, who of course also have minds and think, are forced to carry out manual labor. You have to get beyond all those things if you want to get rid of exploitation and oppression. This enables us to understand more deeply Lenin's statement about how people are the foolish victims of deceit and self-deceit until they learn to recognize the class interests involved in things going on in society and the world as a whole. You have to look to the classes in society and see what economic and social relations, and what system of political power that enforces those relations, do different ideas serve. What class interests do those ideas actually express? Those corresponding to the outlook and interests of the big bourgeoisie? Or of the petite bourgeoisie? Or of the lower masses of people, the proletariat, and the poor people? But beyond that, if you just do that and you don't dig deeper for the roots of all this, then it's like the difference between a cow and a sheep. A cow comes along and eats the vegetation, but it leaves the roots. A sheep pulls everything up by the roots. That's why in the Old West, they used to have all these range wars between the sheep owners and the cow owners. The cow owners got pissed off at the sheep owners because the sheep came along and pulled up all the plants, so then the cows couldn't graze, whereas the cows just grazed along the surface so the plants would still grow back. Anyway, without getting too far afield with this awkward metaphor, the point is this: if you just look at classes, and that's all, you're not going to get to the roots. And if you want to really change something, you have to get to the roots. So, with that as a basic introduction and orientation, there are four main parts to the rest of this presentation. To get into this, let's start with some basic and essential questions. 1. Is the world actually a horror for the masses of humanity? 2. Is revolution, and the final goal of a communist world, the necessary means for radically changing all this, to eliminate oppression and exploitation, and the plundering of the environment? 3. Can such a revolution actually succeed? Can a radically different and liberating society and world really be brought into being? Those are three big questions. Now, I imagine that we can all recite the correct answers to these questions: yes, yes, and yes. And the substance of these answers, the compelling reasons why those are the answers. In fact, all this is brought to life in talks and writings of mine and, in an ongoing way, through the website revcom.us and Revolution newspaper. But here we need to focus on this question: how, with what method, do we arrive at these answers? By religiosity and just repeating dogma, or by some other means? And what approach do we take to understanding things in general? This has everything to do with epistemology, with the theory of knowledge, how people acquire knowledge and how they know whether something is true, whether it has to do with reality or not. In other words, questions such as, what is truth? Is there objective reality? Believe it or not, that's a question that is hotly debated in society. Is there objective reality, and can we come to know it, and how do we go about knowing the truth about reality? We are never going to get where we need to go without a correct, scientific method and approach for knowing the world as it really is, and as it is moving and changing. And we are never going to get where we need to go without challenging not only what people think but, even more fundamentally, how they think and how they approach the world. The science of communism. Communism as a science, this is another thing that's thrown around a lot. But this question, communism as a science, whether in fact communism is a science, whether it meets and applies the standards and methods of science, and whether it can, and needs to be, applied to society and to transforming society, all this is sharply contended not only in this society, and the world, overall and in general, but also specifically among many who claim to be seeking some kind of progressive or radical change, and even among many who proclaim themselves to be communists, Maoists, and so on. All this is spoken to in very important ways in the interview with Ardea Skybreak, Science and Revolution, on the importance of science and the application of science to society, the new synthesis of communism and the leadership of Bob Avarkian, as well as in the article, The Polemic, in Demarcations No. 4, a portrait of the residue of the past 11, and those works definitely deserve to be returned to and dug into repeatedly. Now, again, I would expect that, at least at this point, people here would answer yes to the question of whether communism is a science that must be applied to changing reality, and in particular the reality of human society, although it does need to be asked, and we should ask ourselves, whether people have actually thought this to be true before now, and have acted consistently in accordance with that. But, rather than directly pursuing that question, right now, let's instead get into some of the basic elements of communism as a science. To begin with a basic question, what is science? This, too, is spoken to in a very straightforward, substantial, and compelling way in the interview with Ardea Skybreak, emphasizing that science is an evidence-based process. In that interview, she says many times, you can't just tell me this and tell me that, show me the evidence, I want to see the evidence. Science is an evidence-based process which seeks to understand reality, not just the surface phenomena and what is immediately apparent, but the broader patterns and deeper relations of things in the real world of material reality, things as they actually are, and as they are changing. Rather than going into that further here, because we don't have infinite time, I will refer people to that part of the interview with Ardea Skybreak and to the interview as a whole, which is, once again, definitely something that should be repeatedly returned to and dug into. But here let's explore this question. We communists often say that dialectical materialism is a thoroughly scientific method and approach, in fact, the most thoroughly and consistently scientific method and approach. But why is this so? Materialism vs. idealism. Here we get to materialism versus idealism. First of all, there is the question, what is materialism? Materialism has everything to do with and flows from the scientific method and approach. Materialism means that you approach, and seek to understand, the world as it, in fact, objectively exists. It means that you understand that there is a material reality and that all of reality, all of existence, is made up of material reality and nothing else. Engels, who along with Marx, was the founder of the communist movement, made the point, a very important point, that there are, in basic terms, two fundamental and two fundamentally opposed schools of philosophy, one is idealism and the other is materialism. Now, we have to understand these terms not as they're often used by people in everyday language, but in a scientific way. A lot of times people use idealism in a positive way, so-and-so is very idealistic, they have high ideals, meaning they have a lot of principles and they're not narrow-minded or selfish or whatever. But in the philosophical sense, idealism, the school of idealism, means that you think that reality is an extension of ideas. That's why it's called idealism. You think reality is an extension of ideas in the mind of individuals. For example, maybe this doesn't exist for you, but it exists for me. We hear this kind of thing all the time, this relativism. Well, that may be your truth, but my truth says something different. God may not exist for you, but God definitely exists for me. No. If God exists at all, then God exists for everybody. See, that's the thing we have to recognize. Either there's a God or there's not. God is not the kind of thing that can just exist in one person's mind unless it's your own personal God that you just made up, and then that's easy to deal with. But the idealist school of thought in philosophy says that the reality that we perceive is an extension of ideas, either different individuals' ideas or the ideas of one great mind, which is another way of saying what? God. So, naturally, you can't test those ideas against reality, because their basis exists within the mind of either some supposed God or of individual human beings. And this is completely out of line with reality. The idea that there are multiple realities depending on each individual's, or some supposed gods, thinking or feelings or ideas or whatever, it's completely out of keeping with the actual reality. Oh, there's that scary concept again, objective reality, actual reality. We're on the verge of totalitarianism now. Engels also made the point that one of the ways we know this, that material reality actually exists, is that we can interact with it, not only learn about it, but change it. And when we change it, it changes the same way for everybody. Different people may respond to how it changes in different ways, or have different feelings or thoughts about it, but it changes objectively. So that's the philosophical school of materialism, as Engels pointed out. The school of materialism, as opposed to idealism, says that the material world objectively exists independently of any individual, or any supposed God, and their ideas and thinking. And that, in fact, individuals and their thinking is a process of material reality itself, people's brains, nervous systems, and so on. This is what goes into thought. Now, it's true, we don't understand everything about how this works, although more is constantly being learned, and at the same time there is struggle over how to interpret what's being learned in many cases. But we do know that the human nervous system and brain are actual material reality that undergoes actual material processes, and that's what thoughts are constituted of. And those thoughts in turn are ultimately, and in a fundamental sense, a reflection of objective reality, a reflection in the mind of the thinking person. These ideas may be a correct or an incorrect, an accurate or an inaccurate reflection of reality, but that's what they ultimately are, some reflection of reality. So that's a fundamental dividing line between materialism and idealism. Now it's true that, for example, in art, in culture, often things will be presented which are different than actual material reality. And that's a good thing. You wouldn't want to see art that only, always, and simply, reflected reality back to you just exactly the way it is. You want it presented in different ways, including many ways that are not in keeping with how reality actually is, which can inspire and challenge and provoke you to think, including about actual reality. So there is that role in art. But that art, that culture, is still a reflection of material reality in the final analysis. That's the raw material. The actual reality out there is the raw material out of which art is built, even if it deliberately distorts and skews it in order to present things in a different way. So we're back again to this fundamental dividing line between a materialist understanding and an idealist misunderstanding of how things actually are. What we mean by materialism, as one of the two opposing schools in philosophy, is different once again than the way this is often used in everyday life. For example, how preachers sometimes use this term, or how it is often used in popular language, meaning something like consumerism, that person's very materialist, meaning they want to go out and grab a bunch of consumer goods, they're continually consumed with shopping, buying more video games, or shoes, or whatever. Or, sometimes materialism is used by religious people and others to refer to people who are very narrow and grubby, they're Philistine, they don't think about big things, they're very materialistic in the sense of wanting to just deal with the narrowest scope of things, and don't have much use for big philosophical questions, or questions of spirituality, and so on. But, in the scientific sense, in terms of the two basic schools of philosophy, materialism means that you recognize that material reality objectively exists, that everything that actually exists is made up of material reality, in many different forms, and that this includes the minds of people and their thoughts. Now, once again, people sometimes say things like, well, maybe the world objectively exists, but we can't actually know it as it objectively exists, we can only know it as we perceive it, or as we construct it in our minds, out of our perceptions. Engels pointed out the prominent philosopher Immanuel Kant was an example of that. But without going into all that right now, the point is, as Engels made clear, that even people who argue in that way are still in the philosophical camp of idealism, because if you say we can't really know anything about reality outside of how we perceive it, or how we construct it in our minds, then in effect you're saying that the only material reality there is, or the only material reality you can be certain of, is the material reality you perceive and how you perceive it, or construct it. All that falls into the philosophical school of idealism that says that reality exists in the minds of people, or in the mind of one great God, and then everything else is an extension of that. So, once again, this is a fundamental dividing line in how you approach understanding the world and therefore your ability to change it. It may sound like we're talking about obscure theoretical abstractions, but everybody here, I'm sure, in talking to people, runs into this kind of thinking, the idealist way of thinking, in all different kinds of forms. You get it in very sophisticated theses sometimes, or sometimes not very sophisticated feces from some of these academics. And you get it in very down on the ground everyday terms from regular people. Again, that may be true for you, but it's not true for me. Or, how can we really say what's true? Or, God may not exist for you, but I know God exists for me. Without God I couldn't have done this, I couldn't have done that, I couldn't have gotten off drugs, so God exists for me, anyway. I've even had people tell me, well, you may not believe in God, but I believe God sent you here to do this. We hear this kind of thing in all different kinds of forms all the time. And it's very important that we approach things correctly in how we deal with this and how we struggle over this with people. I mean, you're not going to go to the masses of people and say, now, listen, you have to understand there are two basic schools of philosophy. Engels pointed out, what the fuck are you talking about? No, you have to break this down for people. It's not that you should water it down, but you have to break it down, you have to make this accessible to people. At the same time, you have to remain firmly grounded in the basics here. Otherwise, you're going to lose your bearings, you're not going to be able to struggle in a good way with people, because people will set all kinds of terms on which they want to discuss and struggle with you about things, and you have to recast the terms back to what they actually are, or else you get lost and run around in a circle. I think everybody has experienced this at one time or another. So that's materialism as opposed to idealism, two basic schools of philosophy, one in accord, in correspondence, with how things actually are, and one completely out of line, upside down, if you will, in terms of how things actually are. Dialectical materialism. We don't just talk about materialism, however, and this is an important point. The science, the scientific method and approach, is dialectical materialism. Why? Because reality is not static. As we've seen, and as I've been referring to, reality is constantly in the process of change. Reality is made up of contradiction, and we'll get into that. Dialectics is a word of Greek origin that means dealing with conflict, or opposing things, or contradiction. It means recognizing and dealing with contradiction and the struggle between things in contradiction. Reality is made up of things that, as an expression of contradiction, are constantly moving and changing in one form or another. Sometimes it's a relatively minor change, and then sometimes there's a big leap in how things change from one thing to another. There are all kinds of simple as well as more complex ways in which this happens. An example of a simple way is that you boil water and it heats up and eventually becomes steam. But, this is an important point too, it's not just water, 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 and then, whoomp, all of a sudden, it's steam. It's undergoing relatively minor changes and then it makes a leap to become something else. This goes on in all kinds of ways in reality. So, if you just have a materialist approach, you're going to end up being very determinist, that is, you're going to bow down to material reality as it is and not see the possibility for change, or at least not major change, because you've only done half the work, so to speak. You've seen and recognized that the actual material reality out there is what exists, and all that exists is material reality, and what is true is what corresponds to that material reality. But you haven't recognized the contradiction, the motion, and the change, so all you can see at any given time is what is. You see the possibilities of what can be as determined and confined by what already is, and then you're a slave to that, you bow down to that, you limit yourself to that, because you don't see the contradictions, not only those contradictions which are more apparent but the deeper contradictions that are really driving things and driving changes, and that hold the potential for change, even as they also pose obstacles to that. That's the struggle we have to wage to grasp the basis for change, and to bring about change on the basis of the contradictions within material reality, and in particular the deeper, fundamental, and driving contradictions. So we have to be dialectical materialists. We have to look for, and work to understand, things as they actually are, and as they are moving and changing. And it takes work. I'm going to give some examples of that as we go along. It takes work. You have to work. If you want to make a revolution, you have to work, okay. If it were easy, if we could just fall into it, then that would have happened a long time ago, because there are plenty of horrors in the world, there is plenty of reason for people to want a different world. But there are also all kinds of things pulling on them in other ways, all kinds of contradictions that they're caught up in. So you have to work, you have to dig for the deeper contradictions. Yes, you should recognize the ones that are right on the surface, but you have to dig for the deeper ones, the underlying ones, the driving ones. And this is in accord with reality. It's not that it's better not to be determinist, let's be dialectical because that way we won't be slavish to objective conditions, it's much better that way and we'll feel better. No. This is the way reality actually is. It actually objectively exists, and truth does, in fact, mean that your ideas, if they are true, are in correspondence with objective reality, as it is, but also as it's full of contradiction and is moving and changing. And only if you get these two elements and you correctly synthesize them, and you're actually understanding particular aspects of reality but also understanding this in its relation to the larger context, only if you do that can you have a consistently and thoroughly correct approach to reality. Of course, that doesn't mean you understand everything at any given time, or that you understand what you do understand perfectly, necessarily. But this is the only method and approach for actually getting at reality as it actually is and as, in fact, it is moving and changing. It's for these reasons that we need to be dialectical materialists, and not because it's some religion of ours. It's because this corresponds to reality. And by the way, dialectics that lacks materialism, there's a lot of that in the world too. People talk about contradiction all the time, but it's floating around in the air, with no basis in material reality. Whether they call it contradiction or not, people talk about contradictions all the time, things in conflict. But is that actually rooted in material reality, or is it ideas in their head that are out of keeping with material reality, because the way they see the world has been influenced by the dominant way of thinking that's promoted in this society, which, to greatly understate it, is not scientific. So it's not because we like this better, or that we're communists and therefore we are supposed to be dialectical materialists. No. We're dialectical materialists because that actually is the method and approach that corresponds to the way the world really is, and it gives you the basis for understanding and, yes, changing the world, in accordance with how it actually objectively is and how it's moving and changing through contradiction and struggle. Through which mode of production? Another point of materialism, dialectical materialism, that I want to return to and go into further here, is something that's in the compendium Break All the Chains. Bob Avarkian on the Emancipation of Women and the Communist Revolution. Point 12. Now, I have to laugh, because nobody's touched something in that compendium, at least as far as I know. There's an article in that compendium, which was previously unpublished but has now been published as a separate article, as well as being included in that compendium. Can this system do away with, or do without, the oppression of women? A fundamental question, a scientific approach to the answer. 13. And when I say nobody has touched this, what I mean is that there are a series of questions that are posed in that article. If you're going to say that the oppression of women can be done away with, without a communist revolution can be done away with under the present system, then you've got to answer some very basic questions of the kinds that are indicated in that article. And I didn't put that in there just because I thought it would be fun to include those questions. It's actually posing a challenge. Let's see if people can come up with a way that you can do away with the oppression of women under the current system. And again, at least as far as I am aware, no one has yet taken up that challenge. But, anyway, the point is that what we're about is not a religion. We have to be materialists, dialectical materialists. If somebody could show us that you can do away with the oppression of women under the system, well then there are still plenty of reasons to get rid of the system, but that wouldn't be insignificant, if you could do away with the oppression of women under the system. Now, to be clear, I'm not being agnostic here. Oh, we don't know. No, I'm firmly convinced, on a scientific basis, that the answer to this question is that you can't do away with the oppression of women under the system. But the point of posing those questions in that article was to try to provoke and inspire people to take up a certain method, to actually investigate and probe reality as materialists, dialectical materialists, rather than just going on faith like a religion, or just because somebody who seems to know what they're talking about said that, so it must be true, which gets us into all kinds of trouble all the time. If you're going to go out and win over masses of people, you better have something underneath what you're talking about. You go out and say, we've gotta fight against the oppression of women and we gotta make revolution because, for one thing, we can't get rid of the oppression of women under the system. But what if somebody says, why not? Oh. You see, this is what I'm talking about, this problem of religiosity. We have to keep working. People come up with plenty of theories about how you can do that, how you can get rid of all kinds of oppression under the system, when in fact you can't really do that. But we have to be able to answer these things for the masses of people. If you want to win people to what they need to understand about the world, and to act in accordance with that, then you better have something underneath it that you're working with. And notice that this particular article begins with an important point. It begins by saying, through which mode of production will any social problem be addressed? That is the most fundamental question. Well, here again, that sounds like some sort of heavy thing, or a good communist nostrum. But why is it true? Or is it true? These are questions people should be grappling with continually. Now, what do we mean by mode of production? People have heard the word mode maybe most often when you have pie, you know, pie a la mode, pie with ice cream. Well, mode doesn't actually mean ice cream, it means a way, or, in this case, a style, of doing something. It's from the French, à la mode, and it means, in a certain way, in a certain style, just as it came to be a certain style to have pie with ice cream on it. So that's why it's called à la mode, pie à la mode, pie with ice cream. Mode means a way of doing things. A mode of production is a way that production and the exchange of what's produced is carried out, a system through which production, and exchange, is organized and carried out. That's what we mean by a mode of production. To really dig into these things, to understand the importance of the mode of production, we actually have to be scientists and be scientific, and here's the thing, not be afraid of the real world. You know what? If the real world showed that all these horrors we talk about all the time can be done away with, without a revolution, then we could all go on vacation. Okay. But that's not the reality. As scientists, we have, and we should have, nothing to fear from reality, no reason to run away from it because, it might prove that our dogma isn't really real, doesn't really have any basis to it. If that's the way we're proceeding, then we are not going to get anywhere. That is a very flimsy and very brittle way of approaching things, which will be punctured very easily. So we have to do the work. Why is it said in that article, that through which mode of production will any social problem, such as the oppression of women, be addressed is the most fundamental question. Does that mean that the oppression of women is simply an economic matter that is reducible to just whatever the mode of production is, whether it's a capitalist or a feudal mode of production, and so on? Does it mean that it's just reducible to that? No. The oppression of women existed before capitalism, it existed before feudalism. Here, too, Engels did a lot of work, and others have done work. R.D. Skybreak wrote a book about this, of Primeval Steps and Future Leaps 14, speaking to the origins of human beings and the origins, and the deeper causes, of the oppression of women, and the road to emancipation out of that. And more work, ongoing work, needs to be done to deepen our understanding of this, as of things in general. But there is a basic grounding of understanding of where the oppression of women arose from and how, in fact, it can be finally eliminated. But the reason that this article says, through which mode of production will any social problem be addressed, is the most fundamental thing is because, in a fundamental sense, anything you're doing in society is shaped and ultimately limited by whatever the economic system is, which, again, is another way of saying the mode of production. Now, in today's world, especially living in a parasitic society like the US, most people have no idea about this, especially if you get away from people who are actually producing material things, you get into the middle strata, and so on. People generally have no idea, or no real understanding, about the basic reality that, if there's not a way of producing and distributing the material requirements of life, human beings can't live and can't reproduce, they'll die out. You know, most people, especially if you get into more privileged strata in society, they just think things are there. You go to the grocery store, of course the shelves are full of things. Or you go to a video game store, of course there are video games there. You go to the mall, of course there are all kinds of stores with all kinds of stuff. But where does all this come from? How many people really think about where this comes from and how all this takes place? People just assume these things are going to be there, because somebody else, somewhere else, is doing all the work to produce all those things. And the question, what is the way in which that gets done, what is the mode of production through which all this takes place, people don't think about that or have no real understanding about that. But it's fundamental, if you think about it. There was a movie made a while ago, I didn't see it, unfortunately, although people said it maybe wasn't that great artistically, but it was making an important point. The title of the movie was A Day Without a Mexican. It was making the point, what if all the Mexicans, who are always slandered, and now there are people like Donald Trump aggressively putting out this slander, what if all those Mexicans stopped working for a day? What would happen? Well, you can expand that and say, what if all the people, all over the world, who produce and distribute all these things that people use every day, stopped working for a day or a week or a month? All of a sudden, people would say, hey, what the hell's going on, the shelves are empty. So this is something that is basic to society, not only that things get produced but how they get produced. What relations do people enter into in carrying out the production of things? In other words, we're back to the relations of production, what relations people enter into in producing and distributing and transporting these things. Another way to say that, once again, is what's the mode of production through which all this is done? That sets the basic terms for everything that happens in society. It isn't everything that happens in society, but it's the foundation and sets the basic terms for everything that happens in society. If you think about it, that's pretty obvious, for the same reason that this movie was made. If people stopped producing those things, everything would grind to a standstill. And if you try to do something in society that's basically out of line with the mode of production of the existing system, then either you're going to fail or you're going to have to make a revolution. So, more thinking should go on, more work should go on. Why is this true? That through which mode of production is the most important, the most fundamental question, not the only, but the most important and the most fundamental question to be posed? When you're taking up any kind of question in society, any form of oppression, anything that you feel needs to be changed, the most fundamental question is, what is the mode of production that's setting the basis and the ultimate terms and the ultimate limits for what can be changed and how? As I have said, we've got to do the work, and, by the way, I'm not gonna do all the work here. A good part of what I'm doing here is posing questions which we'll dig into, because we all have to do this work, and it's no good if we have an attitude that somebody else, somewhere else, will do the work and we'll just follow along. Everybody has to dig in and work on these things. If we are going to be serious, we all have to do this work. Yes, some of us have been at it longer, have more experience and have developed in certain ways to be able to do this, but we all are capable of doing this and we all have to throw in fully and do it. So, an important part of what I'm going to be doing here is posing questions. And this is a big question: is it true that through which mode of production will any social question, including the oppression of women, be addressed, is the most fundamental question? And why is that true? I said a little bit about that, but I want to throw it out as a question for people to grapple with. And, look, you run into this all the time. What goes on in this society and the world is that, constantly, people just say any old thing they feel like saying, or they repeat what they heard from their friend, their professor, and so on. I was reading a report where someone we encountered said, I went to my gender studies class. I think you might guess what's coming. Maybe you're familiar with this kind of thing. I went to my gender studies class and the professor said the Communist Manifesto 15 doesn't talk about women, so we need something else. Well, you might read the fucking thing, to start with. I mean, the Communist Manifesto is not a manifesto about the oppression of women, but it's very radical. It actually calls for the abolition of the family, for one thing. It talks about the oppression of women. Okay. And then, as I referred to, Engels wrote a whole book called The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State 16, which deals extensively with this question of the oppression of women and the means for putting an end to that oppression. Have you read it? Do you know anything about what's in there? Quit talking nonsense. I mean, really, there's just a lot of nonsense that people get away with. Now, you can't ultimately blame the people themselves, but we do have to struggle with people. That's not an acceptable method, just to be repeating what is said by your gender studies professor, because your gender studies professor very likely has got a thing going where they want to do something other than have a real revolution, so they're going to tell you the Communist Manifesto is no good, stay away from that. You can't just accept that. People gotta be critical thinkers. We need critical thinkers, and we need to struggle with people that they need to be critical thinkers. Whether they agree with us right away or not, the first thing people can do is be critical thinkers. And especially when anything is coming from the dominant institutions of society, immediately be a critical thinker, because there is a proven record that these people are world-class liars. And you know what else, they don't even understand their own system, or the world as a whole. Think about it. There are not only the deceptions that the ruling class puts down on the people, keeping them from understanding things, there is also the way in which the representatives of this ruling class deceive themselves. For example, they actually believe that everybody in the world wants to have a system just like theirs, with a hierarchy with them sitting on the top. So they decide, we'll go into Iraq, we'll invade Iraq and they'll all welcome us. Except for a few people we'll have to shoot down and bomb to oblivion, everybody else will welcome us. Like Dick Cheney said, they'll give us flowers, they'll put flowers on the soldiers' weapons. They'll welcome us, and they'll all want to have a society just like America with the kind of free markets and democracy we have, of course, under our domination. Well, it didn't turn out that way. Because the people in countries like Iraq have a whole history, they also have a culture of their own that goes back thousands of years. Plus, the imperialist system that these people like Cheney are presiding over has been creating all kinds of havoc in these countries even before they invaded, and this is producing all kinds of forces who want to go someplace other than have a society that's a mirror image of America. But people like Cheney, and other ruling class representatives and operatives, don't even really understand their own system. I remember when the Egyptian uprising was in full swing, the Arab Spring, which reached a high point in Egypt a few years ago. I was watching CNN and there was that guy Eliot Spitzer on there. Remember him? He used to be governor of New York until they discovered he was going to prostitutes, so he was kicked out of the governorship, but then CNN gave him a job for a little while. He was an anchor of a show on CNN, and while the Arab Spring was going on and things were reaching a high point in Egypt, he had on this Islamic fundamentalist who was in Britain but was connected to the Islamic fundamentalists, the Muslim Brotherhood, in Egypt. And Eliot Spitzer, you could almost see this physically, but you could hear it in his voice. He was swaggering around, telling this Islamic fundamentalist, see, everybody in Egypt, everybody everywhere, wants to live like we live in America. Everybody wants to have democracy like we have in America. And people like you, history's running right by you. You're irrelevant. History is going by you. Well, the Islamic fundamentalist answered, very simply, just wait and see. Now, this Islamic fundamentalist wasn't scientific. That's definitional, okay. You're an Islamic fundamentalist, you're not scientific. That's basic. But he had a certain sense of some of the deeper things going on in Egyptian society, that the havoc that imperialism had created, economically, socially, politically, had produced the soil for many people to gravitate, at least in the short term, toward the Islamic fundamentalist program. And you saw that when they finally let them have a democratic election in Egypt, they voted in the Muslim Brotherhood, they voted in the Islamic fundamentalists. So these capitalists, these imperialists, they don't even understand their own system, because their view of it is distorted through the relations and the ideas that correspond to a system of exploitation and oppression, and that view is out of line with reality. Well, what we have to do is dig deeper into that system and the actual relations and dynamics that do characterize and define it. The basic contradictions and dynamics of capitalism. Raymond Lotta, in The Polemic, in Demarcations number 3, 17 on why anarchy is the principal form of motion, and the driving force of capitalism and its fundamental contradiction, makes the following statement: the basic change wrought by bourgeois society is the socialization of production. Let's dig into this. First of all, Let's contrast this with other prevailing, but incorrect notions of what is most important about this bourgeois society we live in. The people who rule this society don't say, the main thing we did was socialize production. They say, the great thing about this society is the sanctity of the individual and individual rights. Now, of course, we have had certain minor flaws, like slavery, but it's the sanctity of the individual and individual rights which is the most important change brought about by this society. When people lived under monarchies, when people lived in a feudal system with lords of the manor and all that kind of stuff, and the serfs were doing all the work, people didn't have that, individual rights, and their sanctity as individuals was not upheld, but in this society that's the great thing, we recognize and celebrate and institutionalize the sanctity of the individual and individual rights. Well, they should hope that you don't look too closely at their system, because, if you do, you'll see that for millions, and ultimately billions, of people around the planet who are crushed and pulverized by the daily workings of this system, whether people in garment factories in some place like Bangladesh, or people in Honduras or El Salvador, or people in Pakistan, you will see that their individual rights, and their individuality, is hardly sanctified. It counts for nothing under the grinding dynamics of this system, which literally pulverizes them into the earth. But, these bourgeois rulers will still insist, it's the sanctity of the individual and individual rights that is what characterizes, and is so great about, this system. Now, besides exposing what hypocrisy and what a towering lie that is, and how it's profoundly contradicted by the reality of how this system actually operates, here and throughout the world, how this system grinds down people, and when people rise up against it, they shoot them down, they assassinate them day after day after day, or pulverize them with weapons of mass destruction of various kinds. Besides all that, let's look at what is actually most fundamental and essential about this system. Let's look at Raymond Lotta's statement that the socialization of production is the most important change brought about with the development of capitalist society, and see how this relates to the nature of the system as a whole. What do we mean by socialization of production? We mean people not working each on their own little plot of land, or in their own little workshop with their own tools. You do have some hipsters who raise chickens in their backyards these days, but mainly people don't work on their own small plots of land or with their own tools in their own little workshop, making the things they consume. Overwhelmingly, things are made by thousands, ultimately millions, and even billions of people, working in an internationalized process, so that the things people consume are overwhelmingly made by other people, not individuals working all by themselves, but people gathered together under one roof, or in different sites of production, working as part of a collective process, carrying out work that can only be done collectively, and can't be done by individuals working on their own. Now, of course, it's not true that there was no socialization of production before capitalism. If you go back to the process of building the pyramids in Egypt, for example, they had procession lines, or whatever, people passing the stones, one to the other, to make the pyramids. So, in a sense, that was socialized labor. That was a bunch of people, in that case being forced. Some of them were outright slaves, some of them were more like artisans, but they were being forced to work together to build these pyramids. But that, first of all, was very primitive compared to the socialization that today is carried out on this very modern machinery. And it did not characterize how things were produced and distributed in the society and the world as a whole in those previous eras, in the way it does in this era of capitalism. There was still, up until the capitalist system fully developed, a lot of production carried out by individuals on their own plots of land, or in their own small workshops, with their own tools, sometimes exchanging what they produced, but often consuming what they produced themselves. So, even while there was socialized production in previous eras, capitalism represents a qualitative change in the role of socialized production. It's also been pointed out that, in this age of highly globalized capitalist imperialism, not only is production highly socialized, with a lot of people working together to make things. For example, on an assembly line nobody makes a whole product, Each person just works on a part of what will become the finished product, but these days this process is also much more internationalized. So, for example, a car is not made, from beginning to end, in an auto plant in Detroit, and this is why a lot of people in Detroit aren't working now. It's made in far-flung parts of the world. Part of it is made in one country, then that's shipped to another country where another part is made, then to another country where another part is made, and then finally the finished product might be put together in Mexico, for example, all because it's cheaper to do it that way, where you can pay people low wages in all these different countries, than it would be to do it in this country. So that's why you used to have, in Detroit, mammoth auto plants like the River Rouge complex, where tens of thousands of people were employed, but those jobs are almost entirely, if not entirely, gone, and the production has gone to all these different places, because it's cheaper, actually, to make a part in one country and transport it to another country, then make another part and do the same thing again, than it would be to do it all in the United States, with the wages you'd have to pay to keep stability in this country. So this is the way production is carried out under capitalism. It's more and more socialized and, these days especially, more and more globalized, internationalized. This is fundamental to how the capitalist mode of production operates. What is also a very important and defining feature of capitalism is that, along with this highly developed socialization and the increasing internationalization of production, things are produced and exchanged as commodities. Now, what is a commodity? You hear this all the time, commodity, you hear the word all the time. A commodity is something which is produced to be exchanged. I used this example back in 2003 in the talk, Revolution, why it's necessary, why it's possible, what it's all about. 18 Let's say you're making chocolate chip cookies in your own house. You get all the different ingredients. I think I said, in that talk, that you use milk, but you don't always use milk, but let's leave that aside. You get the flour and the sugar and the butter and the chocolate chips, and so on, you make up the dough, and you bake the cookies. And then you call in all the kids and the neighbors to share them, or you eat them all yourself, and that's it. There's no money exchanged, there's nothing exchanged for them, nobody gives you anything, you just make them and eat them, or share them with others. But then somebody comes along and says, boy, your chocolate chip cookies are real good, you should go into a startup business with these chocolate chip cookies. So you start producing these cookies to be exchanged, to sell them. But then you find that you can't produce them all by yourself, not enough to be able to sell them on the scale you need to, so you make your kids start working for you. And then, of course, you've got problems. But anyway, you expand further, you set up an assembly line making the cookies, but the kids start eating the cookies, and you slap their hands away and say, no, you can't eat those cookies, we've gotta sell them now. Oh, you're into it now. But anyway, you're producing these cookies now, not to eat them yourself, you're producing them to sell them. They've become a commodity, something that's produced, not to be immediately used, but to be exchanged. But here's the trick, a commodity is something which has to have exchange value. In other words, it can bring a price, you can get something to be exchanged for it, money or something else. But, at the same time, in order to have exchange value, it also has to have use value. Somebody has to find it useful. In other words, if everybody were to decide that they don't like chocolate chip cookies, then you would have put all this money into buying all the ingredients, and the other costs of producing the cookies, but you would go out of business because nobody's buying them. Or if most people don't find your particular brand of chocolate chip cookies useful, that is to their taste, then somebody else will beat you out. So a commodity has got this contradiction built into it, that it has a potential exchange value. In other words, it is produced to be exchanged, to get money or some other thing back in exchange. But in order to get that exchange value realized, in order to get money, or some other commodity, exchanged for it, it has to be useful in some way, and it has to be more useful than all the different variations of more or less the same product that other people are making and putting out into the market. This has to do with the anarchy of capitalism, which we'll talk about in a little while. But a major phenomenon that characterizes capitalism, that goes along with the socialization of production, is that, overwhelmingly, things are produced and exchanged as commodities. That's the generalized way in which things are done under capitalism. If you think about your own life experience, you know that everything that you need, or that in any case you consume, is something you have to exchange another commodity for, in general, money. Production and exchange of commodities becomes generalized under capitalism. But that is not all. A particular commodity plays a crucial role under capitalism. That commodity is labor power. Now, what is labor power? Labor power is the ability to work, in general. Not a specific kind of work you do, but the ability to work in general. If you think back to what I was saying earlier, when you go looking for a job, what are you doing? You're telling somebody, I can work. Unless you're highly skilled and you can bargain a bit on that basis, you generally don't go in and say, I will do this job for you, but not that job. You go in and say, I can work, do you have a job? And then they tell you how they're going to use you. They tell you how your ability to work, your labor power in general, will be used. So, if you don't own means of production, if you're just a poor person or a regular person, this is the commodity that you have that may enable you to live on the basis of selling that commodity. You're not an outright slave, you don't literally sell yourself to the owner of the factory, or the hospital, or whatever it might be, and whoever might employ you doesn't own you for the rest of your life. You go and sell your ability to work. You don't sell yourself. They don't buy you like a slave, they buy your ability to work for as long as it's profitable for them, and if it becomes not profitable, or not profitable enough, you're out the door. This is different than outright slavery. If you're a slave owner, and you buy a slave, you've spent a certain amount of money on that slave, and you have to keep that slave, and work that slave, at least until you make back what you paid for that slave, and then hopefully, from your point of view as a slave owner, you keep them longer to make more money, or else you're just spinning your wheels. But under capitalism, if you're a capitalist, you don't buy people, you buy their ability to work. And that commodity, the ability to work, in general, labor power, is at the heart of capitalism. Why? Because, when people are put to work, they spend part of the day creating value, in the products they work on, that is equal to the value of their labor power. What is the value of labor power? I'll get more fully into why this is so in a little while, in discussing the law of value, but the fact is that the value of labor power is determined in the same basic way as the value of all other commodities, and the value of your labor power is what is required to maintain you alive and able to keep on working, and to bring forward new generations of people who can do the same. So they pay you a certain wage, let's say $15 an hour, whatever it might be. That's based on how much skill you've developed, and how much value, how much socially necessary labor time is embodied in the development of that skill. And you have to go and exchange what you get as a wage, or salary, for all these different commodities that you need to live: food, clothing, shelter, electricity, healthcare if you can get it, and so on and so forth. So, when you're working on this job, part of the day is made up of the time that it takes to earn the amount of money that's equal to your wage. And the rest of the day belongs solely to the capitalist. Let's say that, working on these products, you can produce value equal to what your wage is in 3 hours. But you don't get to go home then. You don't get to say, okay, I made the amount of value equal to my wage, so I'm going home now. They say, no, we own your labor power, you're gonna keep on working for another 5 hours or more, producing wealth for us, producing surplus value beyond the value that's equal to what you need to live. All that surplus value goes to the capitalist. And the more that they can reduce the time that it takes for you to produce the value that's equal to what you need to live, equal to your wage, the more extra value, surplus value, they get out of the labor that you are carrying out, along with everybody else working for them. So this is why you see that the capitalists are constantly seeking to find ways to reduce the cost of production, and to have more produced in the same amount of time, in order to be able to compete with other capitalists, all of whom are trying to do the same in order to be able to sell more profitably, than the other capitalists. Now, think about it this way. Let's say you're working on shoes, and you can make 10 pairs of shoes in an hour, working on the machinery with everybody else. Not just you personally, but this process you're part of produces 10 pairs of shoes in an hour. Then they bring in some new technology that makes it possible to produce 20 pairs of shoes in the same hour. Alright, now the capitalist has doubled the amount of shoes produced in that unit of time, an hour. The cost of production of each pair of shoes is actually going to go down, because it took less time to make each. So then, this capitalist can charge a little bit less than the other capitalists who are working with the old way of producing things. He can charge a little bit less but still make more profit and outcompete the other capitalists and get more and more for himself, and buy out or push out many of his competitors. These are the dynamics of capitalism, and this need to outcompete other capitalists is what's driving each capitalist, or each group of capitalists, to push their workers harder, to make them work faster, and to go all around the world and find people they can make work for lower wages, and to bring in new means of cheapening the cost of producing things, in a given amount of time, in order to be able to lower the costs of production and the selling price of their products, to outcompete their rivals and accumulate more profit. Now that's a somewhat simplified explanation. But it does get to the basic dynamics of how capitalism works and why they're constantly moving their operations from one part of the world to another, shutting down factories here, going to Indonesia. A company like Nike goes to Indonesia, makes shoes, then whoops, they go over to Vietnam, and, if you think about it, what a terrible tragedy that is, that the Vietnamese people heroically fought to keep the US imperialists from dictating to them and forcing them to live under their domination. Several million Vietnamese people gave their lives, and now they're being exploited by US corporations as miserable, desperate wage slaves. But this is the way capitalism operates. They go to Indonesia. They go to Vietnam. They go to Guatemala. They go to Colombia. They go wherever they can go, Pakistan, whatever it might be, Egypt. They go wherever they can get the cheapest production costs in order to be in a position to outcompete the other capitalists, all of whom are trying to do the same. And this is why you don't get just one single association of capitalists sitting on top of the system, just working together to keep everybody else down and exploited. Even as they're exploiting people, they're also in fierce competition with each other. This gets us to the basic point of why anarchy is the principal form of motion, and the driving force of capitalism, and its fundamental contradiction. Now, what do we mean by anarchy? There are a lot of different ways that anarchy or anarchism is expressed. Some people proclaim themselves anarchists, and we'll talk about them. But anarchy, basically, means something, a thing or a process which is not consciously regulated. It might be regulated in some way, but it's not consciously regulated in the society overall. So let's talk about anarchy and how it fits into this capitalist system, why anarchy of production is the main driving force of capitalism, and why this driving force of anarchy forces the capitalists to constantly intensify the exploitation of the people who are working as their wage slaves, the proletarians, the people without means of production who have to sell their labor power, and why the capitalists are constantly going from one part of the world to another to find people they can exploit even more ruthlessly. What needs to be understood, and right now is very little understood, is that it's not just that they're greedy, but that there are driving compulsions that the capitalists themselves are under, which force them to constantly do these things, including to more intensely and viciously exploit the people who are working under their command. Now, in the polemic by Raymond Lotta in Demarcations No. 3, on the driving force of anarchy and the dynamics of change, an important statement of mine is cited, which gets to the heart of this, so I'm going to get into some of this and break it down a bit. it begins. It is the anarchy of capitalist production which is, in fact, the driving or motive force of this process of capitalist production, even though the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and proletariat is an integral part of the contradiction between socialized production and private appropriation. That's the first sentence of this statement, and let's stop there for a minute, because there's a lot packed into that. What does it mean, the contradiction between socialized production and private appropriation? Well, we talked about what socialized production is, a lot of people working on a production process, not a bunch of individuals each producing things with their own means of production, their own little plot of land, or their own tools, or whatever. So that's the socialization of production. But while production under capitalism is carried out in this kind of socialized way, the people who control it and appropriate the products of it, and make the profit from it, are individuals, or corporations, groupings of capitalists. So, thousands and ultimately millions of people work in this process socially, but a small number of people in different aggregates, different groupings of corporations and other forms of capitalism, takes the products as their private property and sells them, accumulating for themselves the profit that comes from doing that. The people who do the work in a socialized way don't get the product that they work on. That goes to a capitalist, or group of capitalists, that pays them a wage, and then, as previously discussed, they have to go out and buy other things, other commodities. So you don't work in an auto plant and, at the end of the day, you can say, well, I've worked here 3 weeks, I think I've produced the value of a car, so I'm gonna drive it home. How many years in prison would you get for that? So, it's private appropriation on the basis of socialized production. That's the fundamental contradiction at the heart of capitalism. But what I quoted, just a minute ago, says that it's the anarchy of capitalist production which is the driving force of this process. And then that statement goes on to elaborate, while the exploitation of labor power is the form by and through which surplus value is created and appropriated, it is the anarchic relations between capitalist producers, and not the mere existence of propertyless proletarians or the class contradiction as such, that drives these producers to exploit the working class on an historically more intensive and extensive scale. And, this motive force of anarchy is an expression of the fact that the capitalist mode of production represents the full development of commodity production and the law of value. What does this mean? Well, I have talked about what commodities are, and how, under capitalism, in general things are produced not to be used directly by the people who produce them, but as things to be exchanged in society, and the world, as a whole, through a whole network of relations that are held together by money, or things which act as a stand-in for money. This is what it means to say that the capitalist mode of production represents the full development of commodity production. Okay, so far maybe so good. But what about this law of value? The law of value says this: the value of any product, that is, any commodity, anything produced and exchanged, is equal to the amount of socially necessary labor time to produce that particular commodity. And the reason that anarchy is at the heart of this, is that all these capitalists are engaging in commodity exchanges with each other, as well as commodity exchanges with consumers, and it's all tied together by this law of value. That's what regulates it in the ultimate sense, even as it's a bunch of different capitalists accumulating privately, in competition with each other, in the same field of production or in different fields of production, or in the realm of finance, and so on. But, once again, underneath all this is the socialized process of production. Now, if it were the case that you just had one big group of capitalists exploiting people, and you didn't have this whole commodity system, then this one big group of capitalists could regulate things and keep all this madness from happening, where people are thrown out of work, plants are closed down, corporations go from one part of the world to another, with all the consequences of that for people. I mean, look at Detroit. I made this point, in Revolution Nothing Less, 19, that, after the rebellion in Detroit in 1967, all of a sudden the ruling class said, "Oh, we got a big problem here in Detroit, we've got all these black people without jobs, they're being discriminated against, and brutalized by the police, we better go out and hire a bunch of them, give them a well-paying job in the auto plants, and they went out and hired thousands of black people right after the rebellion. Now all those jobs are gone. Detroit is a basket case where large parts of the people in the city can't even consistently get clean water. Why? Because of the dynamics of capitalism, the unregulated character, the anarchic character of capitalism, where these different aggregates of capitalists, privately appropriating socially produced wealth unto themselves, in different segments, are in competition not only with each other in a particular country but are in competition with capitalists all over the world, and therefore they are constantly having to change the way they produce things, constantly having to shift the arena, or the part of the world in which they're operating, in order to try to outcompete each other, with the threat of going under if they aren't more efficient than the others. If they don't more efficiently exploit people, they will go under, or be reduced to second-class capitalist status, on the verge of going under, even if they're billion-dollar corporations. When I was a kid, for example, Sears was a big department store. When I was really young, they even had the Sears Roebuck catalog. You didn't order things with your smartphone, you got a catalog and ordered things through the mail from the catalog. Well, now, Sears is still around, but it's not big like Walmart or something, because Walmart came in, found cheaper ways to do things, paying people low wages in the South, then expanding into many parts of the world, particularly the Third World. It's got operations in places like Bangladesh. The factory that collapsed on the women and killed them in scores, and the fires in the factories there that killed hundreds, were making products for Walmart, and that's why Walmart could sell them more cheaply than Penny's or Sears or whatever, and so Penny's and Sears are in danger of going under, and forget about Kmart, it's just kind of limping along. Or there is the situation with the major supermarket chain A&P, which we now hear is going under. And where is Radio Shack now? Or, to go further back, where is the Kaiser automobile? There is Kaiser Healthcare, but where is the car that Kaiser used to make? These are just a few examples, many others could be cited. This is an expression of the anarchy of capitalism. It's not all regulated from one center, it's all these different capitalists in fierce competition with each other, even sometimes huge groupings of capitalists controlling billions of dollars, but always under the threat of going under if they can't do things more profitably than others who are in the same field, or in some other field, who then buy them up or drive them out of business altogether. This is the nature of capitalism. Things are constantly changing. I once made this comment to people, you know, things are going along in the economy and then some twit invents an app, and then all of a sudden everything changes. One of these guys coming out of Stanford, or wherever, invents some new device, some new technology, that both makes it possible, and at the same time makes it more and more necessary, to do something through the internet, more productively and efficiently, and then some of the previous ways of doing things get undermined. Think about Uber and taxis. Uber is undercutting the taxi business, and you had this big thing in France where all the taxi drivers were trying to burn down Uber, because it's putting all the taxi drivers out of work. Well, this is just an example, again, of the anarchy of capitalism. Somebody comes up with a new innovation for how to organize the production or the distribution of things more efficiently, with greater profit, with less costs of production, and boom, the people who had their money in the more traditional way of doing things, even if they'd been doing well for a while, may go under. These are the basic dynamics of capitalism. For the reasons I've been speaking to, there is the continual competition, with even big fish getting eaten up by more efficient sharks. And, at the same time, all these capitalists are linked, and ultimately regulated, by the law of value. They're all tied together by the reality, expressed as the law of value, that the value of things produced is equal to the amount of socially necessary labor time that goes into their production. And this contradiction, capitalists, or groups of capitalists, that exist and operate as separate units of capital, while at the same time they are bound together by, and forced ultimately to proceed on the basis of the law of value. This is what leads to the anarchy of capitalism, what leads to anarchy being the driving force of capitalism and the key expression of capitalism's fundamental contradiction between socialized production and private appropriation. That anarchy is what drives the capitalists to exploit and oppress people in all the ways that we're all too familiar with, including giving not a damn if you worked for them for 30 years and your children are dependent completely on the wages or salary that you earn. If it's more profitable to shove you out the door and go somewhere else, that's just the rules of the game, baby. Too bad for you, because it's do that or die on the part of the capitalists, because they're in competition with a whole bunch of other capitalists. As a sharp illustration of this, there was a very good article 20 on the revcom.us site about this capitalist who had investments in Bangladesh but who wanted to be a socially conscious capitalist. This article ran down all the ways in which he tried to do things differently, do them in a way that would not so viciously exploit the women working in the plants that he owned, not have them in such horrific conditions, give them more social benefits, and how he was forced to give that up by this very driving force of anarchy, by the competition from other capitalists doing things in more efficient, more ruthless ways. So even though he was a good-hearted capitalist, and that may sound like an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms, but he was actually a good-hearted capitalist still, he couldn't keep up his kind capitalism because of the basic dynamics of what drives capitalism. This is very important to understand, because it shows why you can't reform this system. You can't, for example, get capitalists to act more responsibly toward the environment. Look at Obama. He's the green president. Yet he's opened up all this oil drilling in all these new areas, which is going to heighten the environmental disaster that's already developing, because the U.S., that is, the ruling class, the capitalist imperialists that Obama represents, they are in competition with other capitalists all around the world for sources of oil, and to be able to produce oil more cheaply. And oil is a strategic resource that has everything to do with military power. Militaries run on oil, and the US military is one of the world's largest, if not the largest, consumer of oil. So, even if Obama wanted to be an environmental president, in a real sense, the dynamics of this capitalist system wouldn't allow him to do that. This is what so many people don't understand. They constantly are deceived, and deceive themselves, because they don't understand the fundamental dynamics and rules of the system they live under, and how that sets the terms for what is, and is not, possible in terms of changing things. Even if something seems to make a lot of sense and to be rational from the point of view of the needs and interests of humanity as a whole, if it doesn't fit into those dynamics of capitalism, if it can't be made to work through the relations and dynamics of capitalism, it won't happen under the system. And that's why the situation with the environment is getting worse and worse. Yet, here you have someone like Jared Diamond, who wrote this overall very good book, Guns, Germs, and Steel 21, talking about why the world's the way it is, and why it came to be that in some parts of the world people have a lot more technology and power, while in other parts of the world people have much less and are oppressed by the people who have more, and so on. He has a certain amount of materialism, even some dialectics thrown in there, but then when he looks at the environment 22, he sees the desperate situation with the environment, the tremendous havoc that's being wreaked on the environment, and the fact that it's almost reaching a tipping point where it won't be possible to undo this. And what does he come up with? The idea that we have to go convince the heads of these corporations that it's in their interests, it's in accordance with their bottom line, to be more rational about the environment. That's what he comes up with. He just completely throws out the kind of basic understanding that went into Guns, Germs, and Steel, even with certain limitations in that book. He just deceived himself because, even though he had a certain understanding to a certain level, he didn't really deeply grasp the basic dynamics of how this system works and how you can't change it into something else just by talking to people about what would be better for the earth and for the people of the earth, in the abstract. This, once again, gets to the fundamental question of why the system cannot be reformed and why you have to have a completely different system in order to address these social problems of such great magnitude, like the environment, or the oppression of women, or the oppression of different nations and peoples. Now, it's not that the contradictions of the economic system, the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, between socialized production and private appropriation, and within that the driving force of anarchy, it's not that this is the only significant part of reality, the only significant contradiction in this society or in the world as a whole. There are other very important contradictions which have a certain life and a certain dynamic of their own. For example, the oppression of women, as I have pointed out, this arose way before capitalism. And so did the oppression of one group of people by others, in a number of different forms. But at this point, with the system of capitalism, with its tentacles reaching out and ensnaring the whole world within its overall dynamics, all these different contradictions now take place within the fundamental framework of the capitalist system. So while these different social contradictions have to be addressed in their own right, and they have their own dynamics, and you can't simply say, if we want to get rid of the oppression of women, we just have to change the economic system. You have to do a lot more than that still, in regard to such things as the oppression of women, and even as you're addressing this in its own right, ultimately what you're able to do will be determined by what the character of the economic system is. Because it's fundamentally the functioning of the economic system that sets the basic terms, and the basic limits, of what can take place. So even if a problem didn't arise with the capitalist mode of production, it is now taking place within a world where the dynamics of that economic system fundamentally and ultimately set the stage and the terms within which you are operating. To summarize this crucial point, we could put it this way: ultimately, the mode of production sets the foundation and the limits of change, in terms of how you address any social problem, such as the oppression of women, or the oppression of black people or Latinos, or the contradiction between mental work and manual work, or the situation with the environment, or the situation of immigrants, and so on. While all those things have reality and dynamics in their own right, and aren't reducible to the economic system, they all take place within the framework and within the fundamental dynamics of that economic system, and that economic system, that mode of production, sets the foundation and the ultimate limits of change in regard to all those social questions. So, if you want to get rid of all these different forms of oppression, you have to address them in their own right, but you also have to fundamentally change the economic system to give you the ability to be able to carry through those changes in fundamental terms. To put it another way, you have to have an economic system that doesn't prevent you from making those changes, and instead not only allows but provides a favorable foundation for making those changes. We'll come back to some of these themes. I know they're complicated, and political economy is something that's particularly difficult. I'll talk more about that later, including some of my own experience with taking up political economy and having to struggle through it, but also why it is necessary to do this to get a basic understanding of this and, over time, continue to deepen that understanding. Otherwise, we'll be skimming along the surface, talking about how we need revolution, not reform, but not really having a grounding in why that's so, and therefore not really being able to convince people when they raise those questions that we sometimes wish they wouldn't raise, but which actually do need to be raised because we really do need to deal with the real world and not just keep to a narrow little sphere where we feel comfortable saying all the things that we've learned to say. But, at this point, let's move on to other very important questions. The new synthesis of communism. Earlier this year, 2015, I wrote The New Synthesis of Communism, Fundamental Orientation, Method and Approach, and Core Elements in Outline 23, which was posted, and featured prominently, on revcom.us and in Revolution newspaper, and in publishing and featuring it, it was emphasized that this outline is important itself and also an important companion to the interview with Ardea Skybreak, which people should continue to study and to use and popularize broadly. This outline on the new synthesis of communism provides a basic sense of the scope, and of the essential scientific method and approach and strategic orientation, that marks the new synthesis as a further, qualitative development of communism, and it should provide important guidelines for further engagement with and immersion in the new synthesis. Here, rather than going through the whole outline, which is available for people to read and dig into, and people should go back to it repeatedly. I want to discuss the importance of, and further stimulate, serious study of not only the outline itself but the content of the new synthesis it is summarizing, in a concentrated way. In the first part of this outline, the introductory point of orientation, it says the new synthesis is still a work in progress, even while it represents a qualitative development of the science of communism. Now, I have to say that I'm constantly astounded by the ways in which people can distort things in order to take the heart out of them and reduce communism to revisionism. What do we mean by revisionism? Revising the revolutionary heart out of communism and turning it into a feeble approach to tinkering around the edges of things, striving only for some reforms, and, even in the name of communism, keeping things within the confines of the capitalist system, its relations, its ways of thinking. So I'm constantly astounded by how people can take things having to do with communism, even things talking about the further development of communism, and refashion them into paltry revisionism. Now the reason I say that is I heard a report recently indicating that when this outline came out, and in the outline it was said that the new synthesis is, in a real sense, a work in progress, since I am still actively applying myself to leading and learning from many different sources, but it is correct to say that this new synthesis represents a qualitative development of communism. Someone who should know better said, well, the important thing here is that it's still a work in progress. No, clearly what was being emphasized as the main thing, and what is objectively the case, is that this new synthesis is a qualitative development of communism, even as it's still being worked on. If you reverse this, and emphasize as the main thing that it's still a work in progress, then you don't really have to take it all that seriously. It's just a work in progress, it's not really all that, it's just something somebody is working on, and maybe someday it will develop into something really important. In fact, the reality and the important point is that in terms of the fundamental and most essential element of the new synthesis, which is its scientific method and approach, the further development of communism as a science and all that flows out of, and is informed by, that, in all these different areas, including the strategy for revolution, the nature of the society we're going for, the internationalist orientation of our whole struggle, communism as a science has been further developed. In a qualitative way. But let's stop for a minute and speak to this. Who cares if communism has been further developed? At this point, a lot of people will say, I'm not a communist, so I don't care if communism has been further developed. Well, first of all, if you're not a communist, you should be. The fact is that, as spoken to earlier, communism represents the most consistent and systematic way of understanding and transforming the world, not just in some general and abstract sense, but toward a certain goal which the science of communism, not a religion, but the science of communism reveals to be possible as well as desirable. You see, it's not like, oh, we'd like to have a communist world without exploitation and oppression, so let's find a science that will get us there. No. The fact that there can be, not that there's any guarantee of this, but through struggle there is a possibility to have an entirely and radically different world, a communist world without exploitation and oppression. That fact itself is scientifically determined by examining the actual dynamics of human society throughout history, how it has changed, what that has led to, and what possibilities that now has opened up. So even the goal of communism, in the first place, is a scientifically determined goal, not something we just wish could be true. And then, in order to get to that goal, the means for achieving that goal also have to flow out of a scientific method and approach, because if you're not being scientific, if you're not actually examining the world the way it actually is, and as it is moving and changing through contradiction and the struggle between opposing forces, then you will not be able to achieve the kind of change that needs to be achieved, and you will constantly fall into being deceived and into self-deception. So that's why it's important that the science of communism has been developed further, in a qualitative way, by building on what has gone before, in the main, but also casting off certain secondary aspects of the previous understanding of communism, which actually ran counter to, were in opposition to its essentially scientific character. Since the time of Marx up through Mao, communism has been mainly scientific in its method and approach. But there have been elements in it that have run counter to that scientific method and approach, and the new synthesis is taking what is positive, is building on the essential parts that were positive, but is also rejecting, casting off or recasting in a more correct light some of the things from the earlier times in the development of communism that were not thoroughly scientific. Now, that doesn't mean that everything about it is perfect. It doesn't mean that 100 years from now some other people won't come along and say, well, this thing here is not quite right. That has to do with the nature of science, as opposed to religion. It's something that's constantly developing. I spoke to people one time about Mao's statement, where he said that 10,000 years from now, we will all look rather foolish. This is undoubtedly true, and maybe it will be in even less time than that. What Mao meant was that for us communists, as well as people more generally, our understanding will be shown to be very undeveloped, relative to what people will learn in future generations, assuming people are still here in the world. But the main aspect of communism is not that it's foolish. It's that it's scientific, and, at the same time, one of the essential qualities of a science is that it's constantly developing, it's constantly subjecting itself to criticism, as well as listening to and learning from the criticism of others. It's constantly interrogating itself, to use that phrase, as well as investigating and interrogating reality, and constantly developing. But, like all science, it doesn't go back to zero every time something new is learned. It builds on what has been shown to be true before, even while it's open to the understanding that at least parts of what were known to be true, or thought to be true before, could be wrong. That's the nature of science. Whether in biology or physics or chemistry or astronomy or any other field of science, that's the way you proceed. You proceed on the basis of a certain core understanding that's been shown, through the scientific method of investigating and synthesizing reality, to be true, and you go out and apply that to new problems, to new experience, always being open to the possibility that even parts of what you knew to be true at a given time may not be true, but not just going back to the drawing board and starting all over as if you don't know anything every time you go out to investigate reality. You have to have a core of knowledge that's been shown to be true through the scientific method, with which you go out to learn more, even as you're open to considering that what you know at a given time may not be correct in certain aspects, or even a part of it may be entirely wrong and you have to throw that out, but you don't throw out the whole core of accumulated knowledge. So the significance of the new synthesis of communism is not that communism as a science, and its application in many different spheres, has been invented anew, but it has been further developed in many of these key areas, and this provides a qualitatively new basis for people, not just here, but throughout the world, to carry on the struggle to get beyond a world full of all the horrors that we're now living under. In an earlier talk 24 I made the comparison between Marx and Darwin. Darwin, as people know, developed or systematized the theory of evolution, showing not only that things had evolved, which a number of other people had an idea might be true, but also what was the essential means and mechanism through which that took place, that it was descent with modification that held the possibility of new species developing. Without going into all that now, it was a major revolution in human thought, what Darwin brought forward, the theory of evolution. Marx, who was alive at the time, was very impressed by what Darwin had brought forward. Marx recognized the importance of this in terms of its being a qualitative breakthrough in the scientific approach to reality, and when Marx wrote his major work, Capital 25, he actually wanted to dedicate it to Darwin because of his recognition of the importance of what Darwin had done, but Darwin was uneasy about that. He was already catching enough hell for going up against religious forces, and everything else, so Marx didn't do it. But that reflected Marx's recognition of the importance of what Darwin had brought forward with the theory of evolution. And I made the point in an earlier talk that what Marx did in the realm of human society, scientifically approaching, analyzing, and synthesizing human society and its historical development and the driving contradictions and forces in that, was equally a revolution in human thought, on the level of what Darwin had contributed to natural science. It is really true that you cannot do natural science today if you don't proceed on the basic foundation of what Darwin brought forward, even though a few things that Darwin thought were not actually quite correct, and important things have been learned since Darwin's time. Darwin, for example, didn't know anything about genetics. That particular branch of science had not been developed yet in Darwin's time. But genetics has come along and confirmed, very strongly, Darwin's basic understanding of the theory of evolution. What Marx did in the realm of human society and its transformation was on the level of what Darwin did in the realm of the natural sciences, in the realm of biology in particular. And yet you hear all kinds of fools, who present themselves as learned scholars and so on, talking about human society and democracy this, and the elections that, and power structures this, and how supposedly society is shaped by power relations being imposed, rather than understanding the basic dynamics that underlie the development of human society. All these people pontificating and holding forth, ignoring, discounting or distorting everything that Marx has brought forward to enable us to understand the basic dynamics of human society, its historical development and its transformation. It really is like people babbling about human society. You hear it all the time. You can go on any college campus and hear it forever babbling about human society without mentioning, or ignoring, or distorting, Marx. They're in the same sort of category as people who would try to explain the natural world and the development and further transformation of species on the earth without basing themselves on, or even by opposing, Darwin. This is how important what Marx brought forward actually is. It's like human beings were groping in the darkness, trying to understand why they were in the situation that they were in, and someone came in and shined a powerful searchlight onto the whole picture and revealed all the things that were going on, not just around them, but down at the base that was setting the terms for everything they were experiencing. And, since that time, communism has been further developed. It's a living science. It went through qualitative development when Lenin systematized some new understanding about imperialism, how capitalism had developed further into a worldwide system and other dimensions of communism. And Mao brought forward a further leap in the development of communism, showing, for example, that in socialist society there remains the struggle between different classes, that socialism is not a society where everybody is for socialism and there are no essential conflicts or contradictions, in the economic system, or in the social relations, or in the political system, or in people's thinking, that in fact socialist society is a dynamic society, in transition, that has to go forward to the complete achievement of communism, together with people throughout the world, or it will be dragged backward to capitalism. And Mao analyzed not only that there continued to be classes and class struggle in socialist society, and most decisively the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and between the socialist road and the capitalist road, but that this assumed a concentrated expression within the Communist Party itself, the leading force within socialist society. This was not something understood before Mao, or not systematically understood. So communism has gone through these different leaps in its development. And, back in the day, when people like myself came forward and became communists, we recognized this fundamental dividing line in the communist movement at that time between those people who recognized the importance of what Mao had done building on Marx and building on Lenin, but taking another leap versus those people who refused to recognize that or rejected it, even if they called themselves communists, people who looked to places like the Soviet Union or Cuba or Vietnam as a model of what communism should be like, when in fact they were nothing of the kind. I remember, for example, someone wrote an article in opposition to the idea that Mao represented a further leap in communism, and they argued, why is everybody putting so much attention on Mao? What about Fidel Castro in Cuba, or what about Le Duan, who was the head of the party in Vietnam after Ho Chi Minh died? Why aren't their ideas just as important as Mao's? Well, one basic reason. They weren't correct, they weren't communist. They weren't a further development of the science of communism, they were a departure from it that took things away from understanding the world scientifically and being able to transform it in the direction of communism. So we had no trouble with this, no hesitation. We took on all comers. If you're a communist in the world today, you're with Mao, you're a Maoist. If you're not with Mao, if you're not a Maoist, you can call yourself a communist from the time you get up till when you brush your teeth at night, but you are not a communist. We went to battle with this. You want to call yourself a communist and talk about Cuba, let's talk about what's going on in Cuba. That's not on the road to communism. You don't want to get with Mao, let's talk about why you need to. So we were out there, with a basic scientific certitude. You're a communist, you're with Mao. That's it, baby. And every week from China they would send a magazine, the Peking Review. It wasn't called Beijing then, it was called Peking. If you can imagine, our standards weren't so great in those days. In some ways I actually got this magazine mailed to my home address. That's not the way we should do things, but that's the way we did some things back in the day. The Peking Review came right to my house addressed to me. I don't know what the mailman thought of it, but I'd get it every week, and it had articles about China and the world, what revolutionary struggles were going on in the world, how they were building a socialist economy in China, how they were dealing with social questions like the oppression of women, what the struggles were inside the Chinese Communist Party, between people who were with Mao and fighting to go forward on the socialist road, going toward communism, and people, even people in high positions, who were revising communism to rationalize going into a capitalist way of doing things. People called revisionists, people in authority taking the capitalist road. There would be this struggle. What are the people in authority taking the capitalist road saying, and why is it wrong, and what are the people with Mao saying, and why do we have to get with that? Every week there would be these articles, and when I knew it was coming, I'd wait anxiously for the mailman to arrive. I'd get my Peking Review, I'd rip open the envelope it came in and start reading the Peking Review. Every week we looked to the Peking Review to give us guidance on how to understand what was happening in the world, what the big questions were, what revolutionary struggles were going on, and what the Maoists in the world were doing about all this. So we had no trouble with saying, if you want to really be a communist, you gotta be a Maoist. But things keep on developing. That was a long time ago. Many things have happened since then, including the restoration of capitalism in China. Shortly after Mao died in 1976, the revisionists, the people on the capitalist road, though still using the name communism, restored capitalism in China. They seized power and restored capitalism, and viciously put down the revolutionaries who opposed that. Well, work has had to be done to understand that and to keep on grappling with the contradictions we are up against in the world, not with the goal of bringing forward a new stage of communism in some abstract sense, but so we can address the real profound problems and the great needs of actually making the revolution we need to make, in order for people to get on the road of being able to emancipate themselves and get beyond this madness that the masses of people in the world are chained down in. And the fact is that the result of this is that there has been a qualitative leap, a new synthesis, in the development of communism. To put this in a concentrated way, what is embodied in this new synthesis is a further revolution in human thought, a further revolution which proceeds from the fundamental scientific basis of communism, since its founding by Marx, together with Engels, and is, in an overall sense, within the same fundamental framework, but at the same time involves a qualitative leap in the development of communism. Of course, as I have stressed many times, there will remain the ongoing need, as there is with all sciences, to continue to learn more and further develop communism, through the dialectical back and forth between work in the theoretical realm and further developments in the world, including the development of a revolutionary struggle whose ultimate aim is a communist world. But what is crucial to grasp at this point is the reality that the new synthesis represents and embodies a qualitative resolution of a critical contradiction that has existed within communism in its development up to this point, between its fundamentally scientific method and approach, and aspects of communism which have run counter to this. This new synthesis has, most decisively, established communism on a firmer and more consistent scientific basis. So today, two things are true. First, humanity, the masses of oppressed humanity, and ultimately humanity as a whole, really does need revolution and communism. Only through the revolution leading to communism, and the ultimate achievement of a communist world without exploitation and oppression, can all these horrors that people are subjected to in their billions around the globe actually be brought to an end, and can there be the basis for the environment to be dealt with in a way that doesn't further destroy the potential for human life. So that's fundamental. This is a fundamental truth. Only if there are people who actually are communists and are struggling to lead people on the road of making communist revolution, only to the degree that that is happening is there a way out of this madness, and is there a means for finally ending the long night to which humanity has been subjected for millennia and millennia. That's one thing that's true. The other thing that's true is this: the new synthesis of communism, in terms of method and approach to understanding and transforming human society, and the application of this method and approach to crucial contradictions and problems of revolution, represents a decisive qualitative leap in the development of the science of communism. In 1975, it was objectively true that if you were not with Mao and not taking up what Mao had brought forward, you were not a communist. In 2015, it is objectively true that if you are not with the new synthesis and the leadership that has brought this forward, you can call yourself whatever you want, but you are not a communist. You are not taking up and applying the scientific understanding the masses of people in the world need to get free and to emancipate humanity. All this speaks to the importance of this new synthesis of communism, and why people should care. And, from this, the importance of a revolutionary communist vanguard really basing itself on, consistently applying, and contributing to the further development of, this new synthesis should clearly stand out. There is an urgent need for this new synthesis to be taken up, broadly, in this society and in the world as a whole. Everywhere people are questioning why things are the way they are, and whether a different world is possible. Everywhere people are talking about revolution but have no real understanding of what revolution means, no scientific approach to analyzing and dealing with what they are up against and what needs to be done. Everywhere people are rising up in rebellion but are hemmed in, let down and left to the mercy of murderous oppressors, or misled onto paths which only reinforce, often with barbaric brutality, the enslaving chains of tradition. Everywhere people need a way out of their desperate conditions, but do not see the source of their suffering and the path forward out of the darkness. At the same time, in order to have a real sense of the content and the significance of the new synthesis, it is important to have a basic understanding of what it is building on, what it is a further synthesis of. In the course of this presentation, much of that will be, and, to some degree, already has been, gone into, but all this, both the new synthesis itself and essentials of communist theory that it is proceeding from, and further synthesizing all this, is something that is very important to continue to get a deeper grounding in. And here, again, the outline on the new synthesis provides an important foundation and guideline for doing that. The basis for revolution. Here is another statement that concentrates a great deal: the basis for revolution resides in the defining contradictions of the system, which cannot be resolved under the system. We don't, or we shouldn't, proceed from the way the world is, in a static sense, lacking, once again, an understanding of contradiction and motion, for that will only lead to remaining trapped within the world as it is. We need to proceed on the basis of grasping the underlying and driving contradictions in any system or process, the change this gives rise to, and the potential this holds for profound radical change if, in fact, it does. This is something which has been repeatedly hammered at, from many different angles, in my talks and writings. This is also something that is spoken to, again in a very compelling way, in the interview with Ardea Skybreak. But it is something which has all too much, and all too often been forgotten, lost sight of, or turned away from, including by many in the movement for revolution, even within the ranks of the party, which has the responsibility to be the leading core of the revolution that is so desperately needed. This is something that needs to change now, and it is something we need to grapple with seriously. For now, I'll just leave that as something for people to reflect on, and we will definitely come back to this, why we have to be grounded in a scientific understanding of where the basis for revolution lies, and the fact that it doesn't lie in what people are thinking or doing at any given time, or what your gender studies professor told you, or what you heard from somebody on the street corner last week, but resides in the actual contradictions that define the system and which cannot be resolved under the system. Epistemology and morality, objective truth, and relativist nonsense. Now, let's return to the question of epistemology, and more specifically, epistemology and morality. I have made the point, and this is also in Basics 26, that there is a place where epistemology and morality meet. Point 27. What does that mean? It means that, if you come to understand certain things, then the question poses itself, what do you do about what you've come to understand? Do you follow it, or do you turn away from it, or adulterate it, water it down and change it into something else? These are the places where epistemology and morality meet. And this doesn't happen just once, it happens repeatedly in life and in an ongoing way, for everyone. The challenges repeatedly pose themselves. As you're learning about life and the world, what do you do with what you're learning? This brings us back to a scientific approach to the truth, especially as this is posed, once again, against wrong ways of approaching the world, and, in particular, let's talk some more about relativism. This is out there in a big way, and it's openly promoted, especially in academia. Maybe I've got a Jones about this, but not without good reason. You get this nonsense that, not only is there no objective reality, but that the mere claim that there is objective reality, and that you can come to know it, is a totalitarian concept. If you haven't heard this yet, well, you won't have to wait very long before you do. This is all over the place, in one form or another, but this is particularly so in academia, especially in this form. To talk about the truth, that's a totalizing concept. It's not leaving room for other people's ideas, it's totalitarianism. It's frightening. That's what led to all the bad problems of the 20th century, people talking and acting in that way, as if there's objective reality and there's truth that corresponds to objective reality. But, to go back to what was said earlier, there is in fact objective reality, and truth is in fact a correct reflection of, or in correspondence with, actual objective reality. That's what truth is. And, yes, it's true, nobody can ever know all of the truth about everything, and we should always be open to the idea that what we understand to be true about any particular thing may not be fully correct, or may even turn out to be essentially wrong. But we are not, and we should not be, agnostics. Oh, who knows what's true? You can't really tell anything about the real world. No. We proceed from the real world, we interact with the real world, we test our ideas against the real world, and we draw scientific conclusions from that, based on evidence and based on synthesizing, drawing from the patterns in reality that emerge and can be identified from the accumulation of evidence. This is very important for us to insist upon. Actually, when you think about it, everybody who's a relativist is a relativist until it really matters to them. I don't believe that anybody can really tell what objective truth is. But, you know, for the last few weeks I haven't been feeling well, so I went to the doctor. And the doctor tells me, I'm gonna run some tests. And then they call me back later and say, we ran some tests and it turns out you've got a problem with your kidney. Well, who are you to say I've got a problem with my kidney? That's not the way people, even the most die-hard relativists, proceed when it really matters to them. Then they all of a sudden discover that there's actually a real world and actually people who understand it and have something to say about what you might do to change it. This relativism is not a correct way to approach reality or to understand reality, and it does great harm when people insist on it. It is not totalitarian to say that there is objective reality, that we can engage it and we can transform it. We can learn about it, and, yes, keep on learning, and keep on refining what we've learned, and maybe even discard some things. but there is an accumulation of knowledge by proceeding in this kind of way, with this kind of method and approach. And you don't, and won't, get anywhere you need to go by denying and opposing this approach to reality and truth. Here's another example of how people are relativists until it really matters to them. The most relativist person becomes a parent. They have a little kid. The little kid wants to walk across the street, right in the middle of traffic. Well, that's your reality, little Johnny or little Susie. If you don't think those cars exist, I don't want to force you to believe that they do. No. Stay here on the sidewalk, you can't walk out in front of those cars are real. That's true. Mommy/daddy, you're totalitarian. We have to understand, this is not a way that people can or should actually go through the real world. And we really have to go after this relativism, because it's doing a great deal of harm. It's keeping people from not only engaging and learning about the world, but from acting on all the horrible outrages that are going on. It's paralyzing them, telling them that they can't be certain about anything, or it's not their place, because of this relativist identity politics. It's somebody else's place to do something about that, and how dare you care about and act about something which is my property, my oppression that belongs to me. I heard about how somebody went on campus with one of the posters showing all the people who've been killed by the police, and someone came up and said, "I don't like that poster, you're making me feel unsafe." Oh, boo-hoo. What about the masses of people in the world who aren't safe? What about the women who can't go through the world and be safe? What about the masses of people in the inner cities being shot down by the police, being tormented and tortured by just the daily workings of the system every day? What about what's happening with the environment? What about the little children that their parents send from Central America to cross the border by themselves into this country because of the havoc that imperialism is wreaking on their countries, and they find this horrific treatment they get upon coming here? What about all that, while you're trying to carve out a little safe haven for yourself, a little privileged place where you can be safe? How about we get into the real world and talk about what's really going on and what needs to be done? Cut out all this boohoo shit, and let's talk about what really needs to happen to have a kind of world where the masses of people can feel safe and can breathe. Now, out of all of academia, perhaps the university that should be given the prize as being the center of relativist identity politics bullshit is the University of California, Santa Cruz. It specializes in identity politics, relativist bullshit. And it's interesting that it's chosen as its mascot the banana slug, the Santa Cruz banana slugs. As somebody pointed out, that's a perfect icon, a perfect mascot, a perfect representative of the identity politics of UC Santa Cruz, because a banana slug has almost no substance and no backbone. In Basics 4:1028 it's pointed out that if you proceed in this kind of way, with this kind of relativist identity politics, ultimately you're going to be trapped within a world where might makes right, and the people with more power are going to force their version of the world on everybody else, which is what's happening now. Think about it. The police have their narratives. I was watching, believe it or not, Fox News the other day. And they had this retired pig on there, complaining about how Obama sent somebody from the Justice Department to go to the funeral of a thug, referring to Mike Brown. This is the narrative of the police, and they right now have a lot more guns and a lot more means for enforcing their narrative over your narrative. And what about the ruling class, with all of its nuclear weapons and everything? Their narrative is that they have the best possible system in the world, and anybody who opposes them is going to bring horrors in the world, and therefore needs to be crushed, unless they give it up. So, if it's a matter of whose narrative is up against who else's narrative, well, then, in the real world, the narrative that's going to prevail is the narrative of the people who have the most power to enforce their narrative. We have to get beyond that. And in order to get beyond that, you have to have an epistemology and an approach to morality that proceeds on the basis of what is actually true, that there is objective reality and that we can come to know it never perfectly, all at once, but we can accumulate more and more knowledge and apply it to change the world and learn more, even discarding some things we thought were true as we continue to accumulate and strengthen that core knowledge. If we don't proceed in that way, we are going to remain trapped within this horrific world the way it is, and in the immediate, people are going to be paralyzed from rising up to fight back against the abuses and injustices. If you can't really know anything to be true, how can you act with any firmness and determination about anything? So, in the society at large, but in a particular and concentrated way in relation to the campuses and students, we have to set out to do nothing less than transform the whole atmosphere and culture on campuses and among students as part of building resistance to crimes of this system and, most fundamentally, a revolution to do away with this system and its crimes. Self and a consumerist approach to ideas. Also akin to this is what I call a consumerist approach to ideas. It's not an approach of saying, do ideas actually correspond to reality? But, rather, do I like them? It's like you're shopping for shoes or going to a movie. Do I like this, or do I not like this? I read a report where a copy of the film of the dialogue with Cornel West was sent to someone who's an intellectual, and they wrote back and said, well, you know, there's a little too much passion in this for my taste. I mean, we could spend the rest of our time here, and a long time beyond, talking about what's wrong with that. First of all, it was pointed out to this person, this is not really a matter of taste. People are talking about what's happening to real people in the real world. And it was also pointed out, your taste, by the way, can change. It can change based on what you understand. This is something we really have to struggle with people about, because you run into this all the time. Here again is epistemology and morality. People find a way to dismiss things that make them uncomfortable, by acting like a consumer. And we have to challenge not only the particularity of what's wrong with the way they respond to a specific thing, but the whole methodology and the whole approach. We have to tell them, look, I'm sorry, but that's not an acceptable way to go through the world, that's not an acceptable way to approach life, to decide whether something's to your taste or not. And, frankly, it's rather parasitic, too. You have the privilege to sit there and decide on a basis like that. People who are being shot down in the street, or people whose kids are starving, don't have the luxury of deciding on that basis. They may have all kinds of wrong ideas, but they don't have the luxury of deciding whether basic things about reality are to their taste or not. Now it's not that we should jack people up, you petit bourgeois asshole, or whatever, but we should be struggling with people. This is not an acceptable way to approach life and to approach ideas. Is it true, or not true? If it's true, it should be to your taste, or, if it's not to your taste, you should change it. If there's something about reality that you find distasteful, then you should go about changing that reality, and we'll argue with you, too, about whether you should find it distasteful or not, if we don't agree. But that's the question, is it true or not, and then what do you do about it? We have to struggle with people, straight up, that this is the way you have to approach the world. Who are you to say that this is the way we have to approach the world? Well, we can struggle about that, too. It's like what's said in Birds and Crocodiles. Birds cannot give birth to crocodiles, but humanity can soar beyond the horizon. 29, who are you to say, is the wrong question here. It's not who are we. The question is, what is the reality? What is the way to understand and engage with reality and change reality? That's the question, not who are you or who are we. All of this touches a great deal on the question of self, this solipsism that exists in a very pronounced way in this society. Solipsism is the philosophical notion that the only existence that you can be certain of is your own existence. That's what's called philosophical solipsism. And you see this a lot. Now, to be clear, people, at least most people, don't go around saying, I'm an advocate of philosophical solipsism. But they act very much like only their own existence is all that matters, and whatever is important to them is what's important. Maybe something else is important to somebody else, if they exist. But what's important to me is what matters. And, As I pointed out in the dialogue with Cornell, the selfie is kind of a perfect icon for the culture that's being promoted these days. Not that every selfie picture is bad. I'm talking about the whole cultural icon and the elevation of the self above everything and everyone else. And we have to understand as dialectical materialists, not in a crude way, but as dialectical materialists, how this relates to a society based on commodity production, where everything is a commodity, or if it isn't already a commodity, it's rapidly on its way to being transformed into a commodity. If you've watched sports, for example, over the decades, it used to just be, okay, now we're gonna have a timeout. But you can't just have a simple timeout anymore, it has to have a commercial tag. Now we're having the Pepsi timeout. Everything is becoming more and more commodified. I mean, it's a commodity system to begin with, but everything is being commodified. And then, of course, the biggest quintessential commodification is the brand. I want to develop my brand. Developing your brand is the most important thing you could do. This was in an article 30 on the revcom.us website, when people were reaching out to some people with some prominence and influence and asking them to come out in support of the April 14th demonstrations against police brutality and murder and mass incarceration. One person who's referred to, anonymously, in the article said, "Well, I don't want to tarnish my brand by being associated with this." The article very correctly said, "Fuck your brand, my friend, look what's going on with the masses of people." But think about that mentality, I don't want to tarnish my brand by being associated with this. This is a commodity society where everything is turned into a commodity, everything is the cash nexus. It even affects the masses of people. I don't know if, or to what degree, this is still a significant phenomenon, but among some women, among the basic masses, facing the reality of what life is like, and a lot of the, I don't want to use the word predatory, because of how that's used to dehumanize the basic masses in particular, but confronted with a lot of ways men have related very badly to women, a lot of the women became very cynical and came up with the phrase, no romance without finance. This is the influence of commodity relations and of the system overall. To be clear, it's not a matter of blaming these women. It's the fact that people are living in a horrible society where people are just using and abusing each other in all kinds of ways. That's what this system is working to reduce people to all the time, and that's the outlook that gets generated, out of the spontaneity of the system, as well as being constantly pumped at people, even in seemingly more benign or harmless ways. Follow your dreams, but your dreams are always about yourself. It's never, I have a dream of a different world without exploitation or oppression. Instead, it's I'm gonna do my startup business, or I'm gonna become a highly developed academic, or I'm gonna become a politician, or this or that. Everything gets reduced to these kinds of terms. Sometimes it's very crude, and sometimes it may seem a little more lofty, but it's all encased in these commodity relations and driven by these commodity relations. Here another comment by Lenin shines a really important and brilliant light on things. Lenin talked about how capitalism forces everyone to calculate with the stinginess of a miser. Now think about it, forces everyone. You're in competition for a job. You're in competition for a promotion. You're in competition to get admitted to a college. You're in competition for a scholarship. You're in competition with people everywhere you go in this society. Your very livelihood might depend on beating somebody else out for something. So this is the way the system works. Even if people have better inclinations, it constantly forces them to calculate with the stinginess of a miser, what am I getting that is keeping somebody else from getting it? This is how you're forced to think and act under the system, even if you don't want to. And another thing Lenin said was that capitalism puts into the hands of individuals what has been produced by all of society, or really, all of the world, which Lenin also understood. In other words, we talked about the socialization of production, and how you don't consume what you produce, but all the stuff that's produced through this whole international network of organizing production ends up in individual commodity exchanges, where everyone, as an individual, has to find a way to get what money they can to buy necessities, or other things they might want. So, along with the private capitalist appropriation of socialized production, you've got all these atomized individuals in competition with each other. This is something that will be returned to later, but here what is important to emphasize is the way that relativism and solipsism are very much bound up with all this. And, again, this is bound up with the parasitism of this society, especially for the people in the middle strata who have more privileged positions. They have the luxury, as I was saying earlier, to approach things in this way, to approach ideas like a consumer. Is that something I like? Do I want to consume that idea, or is that something that makes me uncomfortable, or doesn't interest me? Never mind if it has to do with really big things going on in the world. If it doesn't interest me, or it isn't to my liking or my taste, I'll just leave it alone. All this is a reflection of a commodity society, and one which is also highly parasitic. What do we mean by parasitic? Sucking the lifeblood out of other people, like a vampire. Plundering the rest of the world. Preying on the masses of people, yes, tens of millions in this country, but literally billions of people around the world whose exploitation and suffering is the foundation on which the wealth of this society is based, and part of which is parceled out to some of the more privileged people, especially, in this society. It's not hyperbole to talk about parasitism in this way, vampire-like living off the exploitation of people around the world. This is not something we have made up because it makes the system look bad, it's the reality of how the system functions. There is plenty of substance to that, which is there for people to dig into. What is your life going to be about? Raising people's sights. All this goes on while, as pointed out in the polemic against Alain Badiou 32 in Demarcations No. 1, the system of capitalism imperialism hums in the background, destroying lives and crushing spirits. And people are conditioned by family, by friends, by society in the larger sense that the way you should approach life is not to question why things are the way they are, and not to question whether they could be different, but just to find your place within the world as it is, and do the best for yourself and maybe a small circle of people around you, your family and your really close friends, having no sense of the larger forces at work that are shaping things. Let's face it, that is how most people spontaneously approach things, how they are shaped and conditioned, living under the system, to approach things. The very basic question of what your life is going to be about gets shaped, once again, by the system, its basic relations and dynamics, and the culture that arises on the basis of that. It's pursue your dreams, it's how are you going to make your way in this world as it is. As opposed to stepping back and questioning whether the world has to be this way and, from that perspective, what should your life be about? Toward the end of my memoir 33 this question is spoken to: what are you going to do with your life? Are you gonna put your snout in the trough and try to scarf up as much as you can? Are you just gonna try to do the cutthroat thing and beat everybody else out? Or could you give your life to making a really different, and much better, world? And people do get drawn toward that, but then once again the system has well-worn channels and ruts to funnel them into, including charities, and so on. These things may do, or may have the orientation of trying to do, some good things, and the people who get drawn to them may have good intentions, but, ultimately and fundamentally, it ends up reinforcing the world as it is. Yet, spontaneously, most people just go along with all this. As I said, people are conditioned by the society at large, and also by their immediate family and friends, that this is the only realistic way to approach the world. I'm going to talk about this more, a little bit later, what we might call the George Carlin point. I don't know if you are familiar with this routine by the comedian George Carlin, where he starts off talking about how certain kinds of parents just let their kids do all kinds of messed up things, and he goes on talking about this for a while, and then he shifts and says, he's not gonna say something bad about little kids, is he? And he immediately follows this up with, yes, he is. Well, to give you a preview, he's not gonna say that youth should rebel against their parents, is he? Yes, he is. But the basic point is this: we need to fully recognize, and act on, the importance of lifting people's sights, and lofting their dreams, bringing to them an awareness and basic understanding of those larger forces at work, encouraging and enabling them to experience how important and uplifting it is to approach the world with the restless curiosity and critical thinking of the scientific method, to question, to concern oneself with, and, yes, agonize over the state of the world and the conditions of the masses of humanity, searching for answers to all this, on a scientific basis, and seriously engaging whether revolution and communism is the solution. To be clear, I'm not saying you just go to people and say, you know, it's very uplifting to do this, and they respond, oh, I wish somebody had told me that earlier, let me get into it right now. This is going to be a matter of a tremendous amount of struggle. But struggle that's both down on the ground and very lofty at the same time, that's the point. Because we do need to make all this a powerful force and pole of attraction for growing numbers of people. Jolts in society, social upheaval, and mass resistance, will provide more favorable ground for doing this, and we should seize on every opening this provides. But here again we cannot tail spontaneity and hope for objective developments to do our work for us. We have to wage struggle, in a compelling way, and bring forward an inspiring world outlook and method, morality and meaning to life, embodied in the communist revolution and its goal of emancipating humanity, to wrench people out of the rut, and the pit, into which the workings of the system casts and grinds down people. Without this, masses of people will never come to see the need, or the possibility, for a radical change in society, and the world will never be won to revolution and communism. The four alls. This takes us back to the four alls that I spoke about earlier. This is based on what Marx wrote in the Class Struggles in France 1848, 1850-34, where he said that the dictatorship of the proletariat, which we'll talk about more, is a transition to what the Chinese communists during the Cultural Revolution in China characterized, in a concentrated way, in the formulation the four alls. To review, Marx said specifically the dictatorship of the proletariat is the transition to the abolition of all class distinctions, of all the production relations on which those class distinctions rest, of all the social relations that correspond to those production relations, and the revolutionization of all the ideas that correspond to those social relations. Now, right away, it should be pretty apparent that not only is there a great deal concentrated in that formulation, but there's a lot of complexity bound up in it. This is something you're gonna hear over and over again: complex and complexity. Before I'm done you'll say, can't we get him to stop saying complexity all the time? But reality is complex, and there's a lot of complexity concentrated in this formulation of the four alls. Yes, it's a nice formulation, but it's also a very complex formulation because there are all kinds of contradictions involved. There are contradictions within each of these four alls, and contradictions between all of them. For example, getting rid of class distinctions. The world is full of classes and class struggle. Moving beyond that is a process full of contradiction. You have the struggle of different classes, even as you're trying to move beyond classes. So you have to correctly handle that contradiction. There's struggle between different classes and different social forces in society, and broadly speaking, without being narrow and mechanical, there are the different roles that different classes and social forces play in society. And that changes as well. For example, I've made the point that in socialist society the proletariat is not the same as in capitalist society. The proletariat is the main exploited class in capitalist society, but it is not essentially an exploited class in socialist society. And that has some conservatizing influences. People's situation changes, their lot improves, and maybe they're a little more comfortable now. So there are lots of contradictions, even just bound up with that, abolishing class distinctions. Now, here's another contradiction. This is Marx's point, and something that relates to what was touched on earlier: you can't abolish class contradictions if you don't abolish the economic relations which are the basis for and give rise to those class distinctions. You have a system that is based on commodity production and, more than that, a system in which the essential commodity is labor power, the ability to work. That's the defining commodity of capitalist society, much as they try to hide it. They talk as if capitalism is just somebody doing a startup. That's capitalism. No, capitalism is exploiting other people. Capital is the control over and the use of the labor power, the ability to work, of other people. That's what capital is. Now, think about it, today they're so crude they even talk about human capital. What does that mean? People and their ideas, as well as their ability to work, that can be harnessed to the machinery of capitalist exploitation. That's what they mean when they talk about human capital. They talk about human beings as human capital. That gives you an inkling, a little insight, into the nature of the system and its culture. Marx pointed this out: capital is not just a thing, it's a social relation in which one group of people owns the means of production, while many others do not, and that second group of people, who do not, have to work for the first group in order to live. They have to create more wealth, more capital, for the capitalists, and, if they don't, they can't work, even if their kids can't eat as a result. So capital is a social relation, it's not just a thing, not just money, it's not just machinery. You're going to have all kinds of technology and machinery in communist society, but it won't be capital. This is an important thing to understand. So, if you don't get rid of the relations in which labor power is a commodity, you can't get rid of class distinctions. And if you don't get beyond all commodity relations, if you don't get beyond even the use of money, then you can't get rid of class distinctions, because as long as you have money, money can be turned into a means to exploit other people. Engels, in talking about this, used a Latin phrase. He said about money, non olet, meaning it doesn't smell. In other words, money doesn't come with something printed on it that says, I am now going to be used, as capital, to exploit other people. It's just money. But as long as you have money, you can hire other people, you can turn it into capital. So in order to eliminate class distinctions, you have to get beyond all that, you have to get beyond the thing that defines commodity production, which is the law of value. The law of value was spoken to earlier, in talking about the driving force of anarchy under capitalism, where it was pointed out that the law of value says that the value of any commodity is equal to the amount of socially necessary labor time that goes into producing it. This understanding, and its full implications, was systematized by Marx. Notice that Marx used the phrase socially necessary, because people work at different rates and you can't just take an individual how an individual works and make the value equal to that. But, on a societal level, the norm of what it takes, the necessary labor, to produce something corresponds to what its value will be. That's why in part 1 of Making Revolution and Emancipating Humanity 35 in the polemic against Karl Popper, I answered his claim that the value of things is determined by supply and demand, which is a common thing you hear. I pointed out, yes, supply and demand influences the price of something, but it doesn't determine the basic value. That's why it would be very, very unusual for a candy bar to cost as much as an airplane. The reason is that the amount of labor, the socially necessary labor that has to go into making an airplane, is many, many, many times what it takes to make a candy bar. So the law of value says that the value of things is determined by the social standard of what's the necessary amount of labor time that has to go into producing something. And this is important. If production is still being determined by the law of value, then you can't get beyond classes, because you're still in a society where things are based on commodity relations, and there's always the potential in that situation for labor power itself to be turned into a commodity and for people to be exploited. And here is something else that is hidden in capitalist society which everyday people don't see, and even a lot of communists don't understand deeply enough. When you exchange commodities, what is actually happening? We do it every day, right? You go to a store and these days you usually don't pull out money, you pull out a credit card, or maybe sometimes you do pay cash. But whatever you do, you pay a certain amount for something. That something is a commodity, which has been produced by people somewhere, probably in various stages. Let's say it's a car, raw materials have to be gathered, it has to go through a bunch of machinery, all that machinery and the raw materials have to be transported, and so does the finished product. There's all the labor that goes into every part of that process, until you have a car waiting for you to buy it. And that's true for commodities in general. I'm just using cars as an example. So what is really happening here? What is most fundamentally happening here? You take this commodity, money, that you have gotten by doing some work. I mean, maybe you did some crime, and that's one way to get money, but, in that case, here's a point Marx made, even if people get their wealth by plundering other people, there still has to be production underneath it. Somebody had to do the work to make whatever it is that people are plundering. You see? But, if you didn't do crime, then you did some kind of work. That also involves commodity relations, the work you did, you're selling your labor power to some capitalist, and you get back another commodity, money, in exchange for that. Then you take that commodity money and you buy food and clothes, you pay for housing, you get a car if you can do that, or you go on the subway or some kind of rapid transit, and so on. What is actually happening here, at the base of all this, is that different amounts of labor are being exchanged. You are actually engaging in an exchange relation with somebody, in Mexico, or in Bangladesh, or in Honduras, or some other place, who's making the things that you are buying. You're actually engaging in an exchange of labor with them, maybe an unequal one or whatever, but that's what you're doing, you're exchanging labor. At the root of all this, when you tear away all the external layers, what's going on is an exchange of labor. Whatever labor you put in, to get that money, and whatever labor they put in, to make that thing, is being exchanged. But it doesn't get directly exchanged. It's not like you're doing barter with somebody in Honduras or Bangladesh or Pakistan. Things get exchanged through a very complex process that goes through a lot of stages, and, at each important stage of this, there are the capitalists who are appropriating, taking for themselves, as profit, part of what has gotten produced, part of the value that has gotten produced. And in order to get to communism, you have to get all that stuff out of the way, get beyond all that stuff, so that, once again, what you're doing is just exchanging things between people, without all the relations of exploitation which are there at every stage of the process under a system of exploitation. Now, there's still a lot to be understood and in the future to be worked out concretely about how you would do exchange under communism without money. Are you going to have certificates that entitle you to certain things? Well, then, how do you prevent even those certificates from being turned into capital and the basis to exploit people? You know, in prison you don't have money, but all kinds of things, cigarettes or other things, can become commodities that are used to get an advantage over other people. So a lot of work is going to have to go on to figure out how you do exchange without recreating the basis for exploitation. But the point is, if you don't get beyond this system of commodity exchanges, and the law of value which regulates them, then you can never implement the slogan of communism, in any full sense. What is that slogan? From each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. This means that you're not calculating through money anymore. Communist society, you won't have it until people have gotten beyond the idea that they need more than somebody else, just to have more than somebody else. And that has to do with the fourth of the four alls, right, the revolutionization of all the ideas that go along with social relations of oppression and exploitation. But at the base of all this is the system of production relations, the economic system, the mode of production, and you can see how complex this is. Now, the point is not to say, damn, this is so complex we'll never deal with it, so why don't we adjourn and go do something else? No, that's not the point. The point is, you have to understand the fundamentals of what's going on here and, yes, what the complexity is. If we're going to lead this, we have to be grounding ourselves continually in understanding all the contradictions that are involved. Not all at once. You don't understand everything all at once. If you haven't read any political economy, or never had people talk to you about political economy, how the economy actually works and how that relates to the society overall, then you're not going to understand it. But you can learn. I've told this story before. At a certain point, way back in the early 1970s, I decided, well, I see now that we can't really do this communism thing if we don't understand any political economy, so I guess I'm gonna have to go read Marx's Capital. I wasn't particularly intimidated to begin with. I've been fortunate to have a certain level of education. I know how to read even fairly complicated things. I'm more privileged than a lot of people in that way. So I opened the book, the first volume of Capital, and I started reading about commodities and everything, and 3 or 4 times I just took the book and threw it across the room. Goddamn, why can't this motherfucker just write more simply? But, you go back to it and you wrestle with it, and then, after a while, oh, I see, okay. And I talked to other people who'd read more, who knew more about this than I did. Some of them weren't even that good, but they understood some of this stuff, so I was willing to learn. You have to be willing to learn, even from people who aren't necessarily very good, if they have something to teach you. And you work your way through it. Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying everybody has to go read Capital. There are several volumes, and they're long and, yes, complex. But we have to keep working on understanding the world. If you want to transform it, if you want to get beyond all this nightmare madness, you have to put in the work. So this for alls is not just a clever formulation that they came up with during the Cultural Revolution in China. It concentrates a great deal, including the need to uproot and move beyond these different social relations that aren't directly related to the economy. They're related to the economy, but they aren't a direct extension of the economy. The oppression of different nationalities and peoples, the oppression of women, what we refer to as the mental/manual contradiction, and so on. All these things are bound up with the mode of production, the economic system, even as they also have a life of their own. They have a reality of their own, which you also have to deal with, in dialectical relation with transforming the economy and transforming people's thinking and moving beyond class distinctions. So, the point here is that this for alls formulation captures something very important. It's what we're going for, the ultimate goal, the world we're aiming for, where you can actually implement the slogan, and it really can be real, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. And until we get to the achievement of what's represented by those for alls, we cannot get to a world that's completely gone beyond exploitation and oppression and the ravaging of the environment. So that is the ultimate goal, what we're aiming for. I'll come back to that later, but what I'm stressing here is that we have to look beneath the surface. When you hear various formulations, the for alls, team of scientists, and so on, yes, these formulations are important, they capture something. It's not like they're bad or insignificant, they're important, they concentrate important things. But we have to dig into them and keep learning about what they concentrate, or else we can't do what we need to do. And everybody has to do this, on whatever level you're able to do it at a given time. Everybody can pitch in, everybody can learn. The reason everybody can learn is because this has to do with real life in the real world. It's not just some up-in-the-air metaphysical blah blah that's spinning fairy tales that have nothing to do with the real world. But here it comes again, the real world is complex. The complexity shouldn't scare us, it shouldn't intimidate us, we should recognize it and engage it fully. As I've said before, and this is also a point made in the interview with Ardea Skybreak, in any phenomenon there's both complexity and simplicity. There's the core of it, what's basic about it, and then there are all the contradictions bound up with it, and you have to grasp the core of it, the sort of simple basic component of it, and then you have to grapple continuously with the complexity of it. Beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. This brings me to another very important point. Beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right, there's another one of those phrases. Why is he always talking about getting beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right? What does that have to do with what we're doing now? Well, if we don't have a clear understanding of what it is we're aiming for, then we're bound to get pulled down into the terms of whatever we're doing at a given time. And the contradiction is that we do have to do what we're doing at a given time. We do have to fight the power, we do have to unite with people to resist oppression. We can't stand to the side like a bunch of religious dogmatists and say, well, you know, that struggle's not gonna do you any good, we need a revolution, so when you come to your senses, come talk to me and I will give you a lecture. No. We have to mobilize people to struggle against these outrages. This can't be allowed to just go down. What they're doing to people in the world, what they're doing to people right around us, this can't be allowed to go down. People have to fight this, they have to push back, they have to put the ruling class back on its heels. Even in order to make a revolution, this is crucial, as well as for people not to be crushed and demoralized in immediate terms. What Marx said is true, people cannot rise up for greater things if they're crushed into broken wretches. And that's a lot of what we see happening to the masses of people. Many times they feel like broken wretches. They actually internalize the idea that something's wrong with them, because this is constantly pumped at them. I was talking with somebody recently and they were making the point, even the thing about God, for oppressed people, if you're constantly going through a society where you feel degraded, and not just externally degraded, but you've internalized this degradation, you feel that you're less than human because you are constantly made to feel this way, there must be something wrong with you, or there must be something wrong with the people around you, because look what they're always doing, every time it looks like something good is gonna happen, people start fucking over each other. There must be something wrong with us. This is a lot of what people have internalized. It's another crime of the system, that it's made people internalize this. And this comrade made the point, look, even the belief in God, if you feel like a broken wretch, not just beaten down, but you feel like something's wrong with you, then maybe you can still have some worth, because this God loves you anyway, despite what you are. There are a lot of powerful pulls like this on masses of people. And when we struggle with people, it's not because we're contemptuous and look down on them, and it's certainly not because we want to take away their sense of worth, it's because we want to enable them to understand that this doesn't have to be. But if we're gonna get out from underneath this, we have to have a scientific approach to reality as it actually is, and as it's full of contradiction and moving and changing. So this is why these things are so important to get into, because we actually have to be a vanguard for the masses of people. A vanguard doesn't mean you go out and boss the masses of people around, that's not the point at all. It means that you understand the way out of this, and you struggle like hell with people to enable them to see it, so they can fight more consciously and bring forward more and more people to do that. That's the responsibility you take on. That's the responsibility we've taken on, because it's needed, because, on their own, the masses of people are going to be dragged down physically and dragged down mentally, and, to use that term, without giving it any kind of religious meaning, dragged down spiritually, dragged down by the workings of the system and the way even the masses of people internalize a lot of what the system pumps at them, and a lot of what it forces them to do. That's the thing about commodity relations. Earlier, I referred to Lenin's point about commodity relations, that capitalism, which is the highest form of, and the generalization of, commodity relations, forces everyone to calculate with the stinginess of a miser. Now, think about that once more. This is what we experience all the time. People will say, what am I gonna get out of this, is this gonna make any money for me? And it's not just that people are greedy, of course, there are a lot of greedy people in this society, it's constantly encouraged, but for a lot of people, this is a matter of necessity. How am I gonna feed my kids? Am I gonna pay this bill so my electricity doesn't get cut off, or am I gonna buy this food? And what food can I buy with this little money that I got? And, yeah, I watched that program where they told me how to eat healthy, but can I afford to buy those foods that they say are healthy? All these kinds of questions. People are forced to calculate that way, that's what this commodity system of capitalism does. And, To go back to that other important thing, Lenin said that capitalism puts in the hands of individuals what is produced by all of society, in fact, all of the world, and Lenin understood that, too. Capitalism puts in the hands of individuals what's produced by a system of exploitation that encompasses all of the world. That's what I was getting at earlier, in talking about exchanges of labor. You don't make all the things that you use. It's a whole social process, a socialized process, production that's a highly internationalized process now. You can go home and look in your closet or whatever, look at your clothes, and, if you find any made in America, let me know. And this is true for a lot of things that are consumed. This is an internationalized process. But it ends up putting in the hands of individuals things that are produced by all of society, produced now all over the world. Of course, it's not that we don't want individuals to have personal items, that's not the point. The point is that there's a socialized process here, and there are capitalists who accumulate capital out of all this socialized production, who then keep it going by using that as the basis to exploit more and more. This is the system we're living under, and people are not going to spontaneously understand this, because they're completely caught up in it. Materially and in terms of their thinking, they're completely caught up in it. As miserable as it is for so many people, as horrific as it is for so many people, they are not going to come to see the essence of this, and the way out of this, on their own. This is why we talk about getting beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. In the first part of Making Revolution and Emancipating Humanity, I started off talking about this, after watching the 2003 film, Revolution, why it's necessary, why it's possible, what it's all about. This high school student says he really liked it. I agree with everything in there, and I really liked the vision of the future society, but, he went on, if I invent something, I want to get more for it. And there we go, we're off to the races, because, in order for that to be true, you have to have the whole set of relations that you say you don't like. But people are not going to come to understand that this is all bound up with the system of exploitation, and all those things that are talked about in the Four Alls, unless somebody who has been able to get this understanding brings it to them and struggles with them about it. And this question of whether we're thinking about bourgeois right, or thinking beyond it, is not just a question for the far stages of socialism, it has everything to do with people's orientation now. If your orientation is I want to get more, then we're not gonna get anywhere beyond this system. It's not that everybody's going to give up every aspect of that before we make a revolution. If we think that, we'll never have a revolution. There are going to be a lot of people who fight for this revolution who are still going to be caught up in various bourgeois ways of thinking, including the idea that they want to get more. But there has to be a force at the core, a growing force, thousands and ultimately millions who are moving beyond that way of approaching the world, moving beyond calculations made with the stinginess of a miser, calculations of bourgeois right. Because bourgeois right, as I pointed out in Making and Emancipating Part 1, is a way of thinking, or it is a set of relations as well as ideas that correspond ultimately to commodity production and commodity relations. And we have to get beyond commodities, in the relations between people and in people's thinking. Now, in relation to this, I wanted to quote something from a fairly recent book. It's from the prologue of this book, The American Way of Poverty, How the Other Half Still Lives 36 by Sasha Abramsky, who is sort of a good liberal, writing about how there is still a lot of poverty in America. But he feels obliged at the beginning of this book to state the following: after all, no society in human history has ever successfully banished poverty, and no polity with a modicum of respect for individual liberty has entirely negated the presence of inequality. Now let's break this down. First of all, to borrow a phrase from Marx, and maybe at the same time to borrow a phrase from the movie, Cool Hand Luke, what we have here is a poverty of philosophy, a poverty of imagination and of understanding. It's true that nowhere, neither in the Soviet Union nor in China when they were socialist, did they completely abolish poverty. They were starting from situations of very impoverished masses of people, but they made tremendous strides toward abolishing poverty. And, at the end of his life, when Mao was battling on his deathbed, basically with these revisionists who have since come to power and restored capitalism in China, that was a big part of the struggle. The revisionists were arguing, and they now have implemented and are celebrating, that if we go the capitalist route, we can elevate sections of the population out of poverty. And they declare now that they've raised several 100 million people out of poverty. But what they've done in essence is created the most crass and horrible society, the most crude kind of commodity relations, where they have these newborn entrepreneurs, in other words, newborn exploiters, some millionaires, even some billionaires, but the masses of people are still enmeshed in horrible conditions of poverty, hundreds and hundreds of millions of people, and all the old social relations, prostitution, and all kinds of other horrific things have come back with a vengeance. What Mao was arguing was this: we have to stay on the socialist road, we have to lift up the entire people, step by step, out of poverty, rather than going for a get-rich-quick thing of making China a powerful modern country and raising up certain parasitic bourgeois strata, and certain privileged petit bourgeois strata, while the masses of people continue to suffer. Unfortunately, the wrong side in that struggle won out. But, before that, with the socialist system, they had made tremendous gains in eliminating poverty, and you can read about that in the special issue of Revolution, the interview with Raymond Lotta 37 about the history of communism and the lessons for the future of humanity. It is pointed out there, for example, that when the revolution triumphed in China, around 1950, life expectancy on the average was something like 32 years. That's how long people lived on the average. And by the time capitalism was restored, or by 1975, just before it was restored, life expectancy in China had doubled to something around 65. And that was pretty near world standards at that time. Coming from this tremendous background and situation of massive poverty, that was a tremendous change, through which a lot of people had been lifted out of dire poverty. So, on the one hand, this guy Abramsky just wipes out this whole experience, or discounts it. And then you get to the second part, which is put in language that we should break down a little bit: no polity with a modicum of respect for individual liberty. He says, in other words, no society, with even a minimum of respect for individual liberty, has entirely negated the presence of inequality. And the implication of what he's saying is not just that this hasn't been done, but that you shouldn't do that, that if you try to eliminate all inequality, you are bound to violate people's rights, bound to violate civil liberties. In other words, you could only do that by totalitarian means. This is, in essence, what he's saying. And, here again, we see the total lack of what? Of the ability to see beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. To see beyond this to where a society would actually operate on the principle of from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. Here's the thing about communism: it's not like Alain Badiou, and these opportunists who have taken up a lot of his thinking, argue it's not that communism is just the urge to equality. No. Communism involves moving beyond equality. It's moving beyond where equality is a question. Why? Because we want gross inequality? No. Because when you move to communism, and you get beyond commodity production and exchange and the law of value, and you go according to ability and need, as the slogan says, then you've actually gotten to a point where equality doesn't figure in. Marx pointed out, and this is something that was also brought out in the Cultural Revolution in China, that every equality also involves inequality. For example, if you are working on a job next to me, and you're a single mother with 3 kids and I'm just a guy taking care of myself, we get the same wage, but it's not really equal. It's equal, but it's unequal, because you have much greater needs, so the wage you get doesn't give you equality with me in a real sense, because I don't have as many people who are dependent on me. And then there's also the fact that everybody and all their abilities are not equal. This is something that was brought out in the Ardea Skybreak interview very powerfully. What about the idea that everybody should be equal? And she responds, why do people say such stupid things? Then she goes on to say, look, everybody doesn't have the same inclinations, the same strengths, they can't do all the same things with the same quality, and so on. And I don't feel badly, she says, if some people can do some things better than me. If somebody is a high-level artistic performer and they get up on the concert stage, I don't think I should be up there trying to match them in what they're doing. It's like that ad, maybe you've seen it, where they say, okay, today for the symphony performance, instead of having the world-class violinist Itzhak Perlman, we're gonna have Rhea Perlman, the comedian, play the violin. And she comes out and goes a making a horrible screeching sound with the violin. No, everybody is not equal in everything. So if you and I are doing the same work, the work we do, what we put in, may not be equal in terms of the quality of our work. So when we get the same wage, it's equal, but it's unequal, because you're actually contributing more with your work, the quality of your work is higher. When you get beyond commodity relations, you deal with need, with people contributing and then getting back on the basis of need. You've removed the question of equality and inequality from the picture. You're just going according to people's abilities and needs. So, once again, if you can't see beyond this narrow horizon of commodity relations, then you can't see how you could have a society in which you have no poverty and at the same time there is a flourishing of people's intellectual, cultural, and social life, and even the question of rights would have no meaning in the sense in which it does today. In any case, rights are always a contradictory thing. Rights are always a matter of contradiction. The rights of certain people are always in contradiction with the rights of other people, and rights always have limits on them. Think about this. You have probably heard this, although it's almost always misquoted. You hear people say, freedom of speech is not absolute, you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. See, they usually don't state it quite correctly. You can't shout fire in a crowded theater if there is no fire. But, anyway, that is a limitation on free speech. Now, in this society, here's another contradiction. They always talk as if things are in terms of the individual and individual rights, but fundamentally they're in terms of social relations. And that's true of speech, and limitations on speech. Shouting fire in a crowded theater, when there is no fire, does harm socially and, more specifically, it does harm to the interests of the ruling class. It undermines their ability to maintain order and stability and to have people believe that they can run a well-regulated society. Of course, it might also harm individuals who could get trampled in this situation, but that's not the fundamental and essential reason that there is this limitation on free speech. It's the social effect and, more specifically, the way in which this would affect the interests of the ruling class that is the decisive and determining thing. To illustrate this further, let's take the example of murder. Why can't you murder someone? Because it's harmful to the individual you murder? No, that's not the essential reason. Of course that's true, it obviously does harm the individual who is murdered, but that's not the fundamental reason. The fundamental reason is because it's adjudged to be harmful to society, adjudged by the people who rule this society to be harmful to the kind of society they're trying to maintain and enforce. At the same time, there are a number of situations in which the ruling class and its political representatives determine that the killing of people is definitely in their interests, and in these situations they not only allow but encourage and even insist that people should be killed. They defend and legitimize things like the continual murders, particularly of Black and Latino people, by police, and they not only uphold, but celebrate as heroic, the mass slaughter carried out by the imperialist military of the US. Or to take another example, one which doesn't involve physical violence, they don't outlaw insulting people at this point. A lot of people on the internet should feel grateful for that. Yet to insult people is clearly injurious. You can really hurt people by insulting them. But it's not considered, by the ruling class of society and its political representatives, to be socially harmful enough, not harmful enough to the interests of that ruling class, that it should be outlawed. Yes, there are civil laws about libel and slander. But everyday insults go on all the time, and there is no civil or criminal law regulating that. And, if you think about it, you are legally allowed to do all kinds of things to people that are bad for them. If you are a capitalist, you are allowed to exploit them, you're allowed to fire them, or lay them off from their job, and not give a shit if they can't live or feed their kids. That's very bad for them. But it's considered to be societally acceptable, because it conforms to the way the dominant system operates, and it conforms to the interests of a dominant class that is deciding what's in the interest of society. The point is this: if you want to get beyond the situation where such things are decided by a ruling class and its representatives, and where the interests of that ruling class are determined and declared to be the interests of all of society again, you have to get beyond the four alls, you have to get beyond commodity relations, you have to get to communism. It's not that, in such a communist future, people won't have any sense of responsibility to society, or to other people. In fact, that will be a much greater motivating factor for people, but it won't be conditioned and shaped by, or, to put it that way, it won't be filtered through class and social relations that embody exploitation and oppression. All this is very much bound up with another critical insight of Marx's that, as he put it, right can never be higher than the economic structure of society, and the culture conditioned thereby. That is another way of saying that rights are determined and limited by the system that dominates in society, the economic system, the mode of production, and the superstructure of politics and laws, as well as ideas and culture, which arise on the basis of, and reinforce, that mode of production. This has everything to do with what is emphasized in democracy. Can't we do better than that? 38 That communism means getting beyond democracy. Now, this has been a big point of struggle also in the communist movement. Far too many people who call themselves communists want to refashion communism into another form of bourgeois democracy. They aren't seeing beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois society and bourgeois right to a whole different kind of world. It's very interesting. This book, Democracy, Can't We Do Better Than That?, was reprinted recently by a publisher in India, and there had to be a struggle because it was raised, couldn't we call it democracy, can't we make it better? Which would do away with the whole point of the book. But, rather than go into that further, I'll raise these questions as things to be dug into as we go forward here, and in an ongoing way. What does getting beyond democracy and beyond equality have to do with Marx's statement that right can never be higher than the economic structure of society, and the culture conditioned thereby? And what does it have to do with getting beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right? Now, again, you can't go up to people and say, listen, before we fight the attacks on the right to abortion, and before we raise hell about this pornography, the first thing we have to do is discuss the four alls. So we're gonna set up some classes, and for the next 6 months we're gonna discuss this, because it's very complex. No. We have to fight the power and transform the thinking of the people. We do need to be getting into all these things with people, but again, not in a scholastic way. On the other hand, while we shouldn't do that, we do have to understand that, for people to actually become conscious of why they are in the situation they're in, and what is the situation for the masses of people in the world, and what is the way forward out of all this, we have to get into all these things with people. But we have to do it in a living way. And this gets back to the point that we have to do the work ourselves. Because if you want to break this down for people, you have to work to really get it, and keep on working to get it more and more deeply. People have questions, and sometimes their questions are really hard, because people do think about life, and when you present things to them, they do have things to say about it, and questions to raise. And this is very important for their emancipation, to understand the basic dynamics of what's going on, to understand concepts like the narrow horizon of bourgeois right, and why and how we have to get beyond it. Again, as you go out to people, when they say, I can't worry about that, I gotta feed my kids, you can't just respond, listen, we just have to get beyond the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. No, obviously that is not how we should respond. But we do have to get into this with people. Let's get to a world where that question of how you're gonna feed your kids is not a question anymore. Why should we be living in a world where anybody has to think about how they're gonna feed children? We definitely need to get into these things, but we have to do it in a living way. Socialism as an economic system and a political system and a transition to communism. In talking about the radical alternative and the road to communism, it's been pointed out that socialism is three things: it's a radically different socialist economic system, a radically different political system, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and a transition to communism. This is something that comes through very clearly in the Constitution for the new Socialist Republic in North America. And, once again, what do we run into? Contradiction. This is full of contradiction. Each of these three elements, a radically different economic system, a radically different political system, a transition to communism, each is full of contradiction, and there are contradictions between all three of them. This can come down very concretely, and it has in the history of socialist countries that have existed so far. Being a base area for the world revolution, for example, can come very acutely into contradiction with defending the socialist state from attack, both from within, from exploiters and reactionaries within the socialist state who want to bring back the old system, and from outside, by imperialists and other powerful forces. And any time you get to the point where the seizure of power will come on the agenda, all these contradictions will start posing themselves very sharply. We saw this, for example, in Nepal. These contradictions started posing themselves very acutely when they got near to the threshold of going for the seizure of power. I'll come back to this, and get into it a little more deeply, later. And a radically different economic system that's full of contradictions. In socialist society, you're still dealing with commodity relations, to a significant degree and for a long time. You still have to take into account the law of value, even while you can't let it be the thing regulating the economy. Now, some people, like anarchists and some others, don't understand why, if you're going to have a different society, you have to do things like pay a physicist or a doctor more than a factory worker. The reason is that the law of value is still there. What does that mean? There is a certain amount of socially necessary labor that goes into enabling someone to develop the ability to be a doctor or a physicist, which is significantly greater than the amount of labor that goes into being able to work in a factory, or in a warehouse or something like that. This is just a fact. You may restrict that, but if you don't recognize that and you try to pay a physicist or a doctor the same as a factory worker, or somebody working in a hospital as an orderly, let's say, you're going to have real problems with your economy. Let's go back to what I was speaking to earlier. What's happening in these commodity exchanges? Exchanges of labor, ultimately. Well, then if you try to pay a physicist or a doctor the same as a factory worker or an orderly in a hospital, your system is going to get out of whack economically, because you'd be exchanging labor disproportionately, and you actually do have to have a functioning economy. People like anarchists don't think about things like that. They just think that you can do this magically, or essentially by spontaneity. Let's have the workers in each factory run their own factory. That's an idea common to anarchists, and some others. Well, then, how are they going to exchange things between factories? By what means are they going to do that? If you try to eliminate money right away, then you run into Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge, and we don't want that. In other words, you'd have to force a lot of things, and it won't work. People will rebel against it. So, then, to try to enforce this, you'd have to use all kinds of dictatorship against people who shouldn't be dictated over. This will turn into a reactionary dictatorship. I will also have a little more to say about the experience of the so-called, but not really, communists, the Khmer Rouge, in Cambodia a little later. So, even in developing a socialist economy, while you're quickly taking ownership of the major means of production, the factories, and the land, and so on, and ultimately all means of production are being taken out of the hands of individuals and transformed into the social property of the society as a whole, which is in line with how they're actually produced. Socially, it takes a while to accomplish even that. And even while you do that, there are still for a long period all these commodity relations, there's still the use of money, there are still significant remnants of the old division of labor, in particular the mental/manual contradiction we talk about, some people working with ideas, and other people doing the physical work. Those are major contradictions that you can't eliminate right away, and they are bound up with getting beyond commodity production. You have commodity exchanges between different units of the economy. For example, different sectors of the economy are selling machinery to each other, or parts to each other, and then you have commodity relations in the consumption by individuals of different necessities, personal items, and so on. Now this is quite different than in capitalist society. I remember when I was in China in 1971, and one of the people in our delegation was someone from the Young Lords Party. We were in a department store and he wanted to get one of those things that was called a Mao jacket, that a lot of the Chinese people wore. He was talking to the clerk working in the store, and he said to her, "How much does that cost?" And she said 5 yuan, that is the Chinese currency. And then, without thinking, he asked her, "Is that a fair price?" And everybody cracked up. She answered, "It's the same price everywhere." That was the price. You don't have capitalism where different units of capital are competing with each other. That was the price, 5 yuan. Go down the street to another store, 5 yuan. So it's different. You have a planned economy that's using the resources for the social good and the needs of the people, both their immediate material needs, but also their intellectual and cultural needs. But you still have commodity relations, you still have to put down 5 yuan. So there are all these contradictions in the economic system. And there are contradictions in the political system. You have the dictatorship of the proletariat. Now, remember in the Skybreak interview she says, "Dictatorship of the proletariat, get over it, you're living under a bourgeois dictatorship right now." And, by the way, the dictatorship of the proletariat is a very good thing. The dictatorship of the proletariat means, as set forth in the Constitution for the new Socialist Republic, that the institutions of society, the political institutions and so on, have to be vehicles for the communist revolution. Well, that's a very good thing. But there are a lot of contradictions bound up with that, too, because, for one thing, what's an appropriate vehicle, or institution, at one stage to advance the revolution becomes outmoded, becomes a drag on that revolution, at another stage. So then you have to transform that institution. Plus, you don't just have the proletariat, you have all these different classes, and you have contradictions among the people who make up the proletariat. When we get to the parachute point, we'll talk about that you have all these different forces, different social classes and strata in socialist society, and you can't do away with them until you've done away with the material basis for them, not by the Khmer Rouge model of smashing everybody down to an equal level, but by moving beyond the economic and social relations that underlie these class and social differences. Again, I will come back to the situation, and real problems, with the Khmer Rouge a little later. Then there's the contradiction that you need a vanguard party to exercise the dictatorship of the proletariat, but the party itself can be turned around into its opposite, into a vehicle for restoring capitalism and enforcing the exploitation and oppression of the masses of people. The party doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists within the larger society and in the context of the class struggle going on in that society, and the influence of the social relations and the economic relations and the ideas that are out in society as a whole exists within the party as well. In some important ways this takes a concentrated expression within the party. Along with this, you have the influence on the party of the larger world, of the international situation, which will likely be, for some time, dominated by imperialists and other exploiters. So, on the one hand, you need the vanguard, but within that vanguard itself you will have intense struggle over whether that vanguard's going to stay on the road of socialism toward the goal of communism, or whether it's going to be turned around into an instrument that carries out the restoration of capitalism, sometimes in the name of communism. So, again, this is complex. I keep saying complex, and complex should not be a word that frightens us. Complex calls on us to do work, and keep on doing it as we go forward. But, that's not all of it. Out of these three elements, that is, a new, radically different economic system, a radically different political system, and a transition to communism. The transition to communism is, and has to be, the principal, the main, one. And that's full of contradiction, too, because you do have to have a functioning socialist system economically, politically, socially, and so on, even as you're moving forward on the communist road and transforming the existing socialist system through ongoing revolutionary struggle. And again, there's a whole world out there, and when socialist countries come into existence here and there, at least for a long period of time, it's very likely that most of the world is still going to be ruled by imperialists and other exploiters. And they're not going to like what you're trying to do, to put it mildly. They're going to try to intervene in all kinds of ways, through espionage, through sabotage of your economy, as well as through political intrigue, and through outright military attack, if they can do it. So that's full of contradiction. Being a transition to communism is itself full of contradiction, and is acutely in contradiction with these other aspects of what a socialist society is. Again, the point is not, oh, my God, if you'd have told me, back when I first got involved in this, that this was going to involve all these complex problems, I would have gone and done something else. No, that's not the point. Look, none of us, when we first get involved, understand all this complexity, and maybe that's a good thing. But, nevertheless, we do have to come to terms with it. It's what it is. It's not like there's no resolution to these things, but you're not going to be able to lead people through this if you aren't working on really grasping the complexity, the contradictions involved, and then working and struggling to transform this in the direction that it needs to go. That's what this is about. It's not to promote a sense of defeatism, quite the contrary. The more we understand this, the more we have the basis to go to work on it. And there is a material basis, a basis in the real world, to go to work on it. There are a lot of things working against it, but there is also the fundamental fact that, without this revolution, these contradictions can't be resolved in a way that is actually in the interests of the broad masses of humanity. That's what we have fundamentally going for us, but then we have to do the work. Internationalism. This brings me again to the question of internationalism, because a socialist state really does have to be primarily a base area for the world revolution, for the masses of humanity in fighting to move beyond exploitation and oppression. Now, a base area for the world revolution, that's another nice sounding thing, isn't it? But it's also full of contradiction and difficulty, and we've seen this in the history of the communist movement and socialist states that have existed so far. Both in the Soviet Union and in China, they came very sharply up against this. And this is no joke. In the late 1960s and early 70s, when China was socialist, it was facing a Soviet Union where capitalism had been restored. The Soviet Union was imperialist itself, and aggressively so. It had a big arsenal of nuclear weapons, and was threatening China, and actually had drawn up plans for the possible use of some tactical nuclear weapons against China, and to carve up China and subordinate China overall to the Soviet Union. So this is a big deal. How do you deal with that? How, specifically, do you deal with that in relation to the class struggle inside the socialist country to keep advancing and transforming the society on the road of socialism, and how do you deal with it in terms of the world as a whole? Well, they were up against great difficulty, great necessity, but they didn't deal with it all that well. They essentially tried to repeat, mechanically, a policy and an approach which was correct at an earlier stage of the revolution in China, but didn't conform to advancing the revolution at the stage where things were then. To explain this a bit and provide background, in the early stages of the Chinese Revolution, in the 1930s, Japan invaded China and its armies occupied a significant part of China. Japan was clearly intending to subordinate China as a whole and reduce it to basically a colony of Japan, and was well on the road to doing so. By the way, here's something for nationalists: when Japan did this, they did it with a big nationalist slogan, Asia for the Asians. That was their slogan, Asia for Asians. Get these British imperialists and all these other Westerners out of here. Asia should be for the Asians. And, of course, What they meant was that, since the Japanese were the best Asians and the most developed, why, they should rule Asia with what they called their co-prosperity sphere. So, there is something to learn from that, too. I don't want to get too far afield here, but there are things to learn from that, lessons for nationalists in particular, but also more generally. But, in any case, in that period the Chinese Communist Party correctly made the analysis that Japan was the main immediate enemy, and that it was possible, and necessary, to have an alliance with the forces they'd been fighting against up to that point, the political and military forces representing the big capitalists and landlords in China, what was called the Kuomintang, the party headed by Chiang Kai-shek. The Communists had been fighting a civil war against the Kuomintang for a number of years, but at that point they said, okay, we're going to put that civil war to the side, we're even going to unite with these forces as much as we can, in order to fight to drive Japan out of China. Now, they did have to fight the Kuomintang at times, during this period of the United Front against Japan, because the Kuomintang never gave up on trying to crush the Communists. They were actually more interested in fighting the Communists than fighting Japan. So that was another complex situation they had to deal with. But, in that situation, Mao was very clear, very explicit. He said, the Kuomintang, the Chiang Kai-shek forces, yes, they're a ruling force in China, but basically they're beholden to the British and American imperialists, and they're going to do what the British and American imperialists tell them to do, so that's why we can have a united front and join with them to fight Japan, because these imperialists will want them to do that. He was very clear on why they were doing what they were doing and how they needed to go about it. And, in that phase, they actually were able to finally defeat Japan, in the context of the overall war, World War II, that was going on, and then they were able to go on and defeat the Kuomintang after that, when that came to the fore, once again, as the main contradiction for the revolution to face. But then, jumping ahead to the period during the 1970s, when China was a socialist state, they tried to apply the same kind of approach, basically putting the Soviet Union in the place of Japan and saying the Soviet Union is the main enemy, the most aggressive imperialist. Yes, there are two superpowers, the United States as well as the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union is the main danger. They were looking at what was the immediate danger to China, which was actually more the Soviet Union than the US at that time. But they tried to generalize that into a strategy for the whole international communist movement and the whole worldwide struggle, and that didn't work, because the Soviet Union was not a greater enemy to the people of the world than the US was. So this was an attempt to mechanically apply something which was correct earlier but did not apply in this later international situation. I can't go into all of this here, but I do think it's important to touch on some of this. This approach led to some very bad things, where the Chinese government was promoting big-time oppressors and lackeys of imperialism in the Third World as leaders of the people. The Shah of Iran, Haile Selassie in Ethiopia, whom the Rastafarians believe was the Messiah, but, with no apologies to Rastafarians, he was actually a lackey of Western imperialism. Marcos in the Philippines, who was a brutal dictator sitting on the throne in the Philippines and a puppet of the US imperialists. They brought oppressive rulers like that to China as part of building this united front against the Soviet Union, and they hailed them as great leaders of the Third World, or of their countries, or whatever. Well, this disoriented the whole international communist movement. I remember being in China in 1974 and not making very many friends there, because we went there and we basically said, what is this, what are you doing? We don't agree with this. You can't present brutal oppressors like this as heroes of the people. Well, you could just feel the temperature in the room go down about 30 degrees. But you have to do what you have to do. Not stupidly, we didn't go there and insult them, we just said, look, we don't think this is right, this is doing harm. As I said, we didn't make ourselves many friends in doing this. But that's not the point. The point is you have to have the larger interest in mind. So this is an illustration, without going on and on, of how complex it can be to handle the contradiction between advancing the world revolution and defending the socialist state, both of which are extremely important. It's no good for the world revolution if you lose a socialist state, as we did with China in the 1970s, on top of losing the Soviet Union, with the restoration of capitalism there in the 1950s. We've been feeling the negative effects of this for decades now, in terms of the relations in the world, in terms of the thinking of the people, in terms of the freedom it's given to the imperialists and reactionaries to just pile on against everything that we're about and everything the masses of people actually need. So this is a very acute contradiction. But you're only going to have a chance, you're only going to have the basis to correctly struggle to find the right resolution of these contradictions if you have the fundamentally correct understanding of the material and ideological questions and contradictions involved. This brings me to Basics 212. In the article, The Polemic, by the OCR of Mexico, Communism or Nationalism, 39, they quote Basics 212 and go into why it's important. And I just want to touch on this a bit here. Basics 212 sets out the fundamental basis and key principles that internationalism should be grounded on. And this, too, is something that is worth continually returning to and grappling with, what it says, and what it means, but also how it might apply or how it does apply to different situations at different points in the development of things. So here's what it says. The achievement of the necessary conditions for communism must take place on a world scale, through a long and tortuous process of revolutionary transformation in which there will be uneven development, the seizure of power in different countries at different times, and a complex dialectical interplay between the revolutionary struggles and the revolutionization of society in these different countries. A dialectical relation in which the world arena is fundamentally and ultimately decisive while the mutually interacting and mutually supporting struggles of the proletarians in different countries constitute the key link in fundamentally changing the world as a whole. Now, there's a tremendous amount that is concentrated in that. What it's saying is basically that there's a world system of capitalism imperialism, and this world system sets the stage overall, including for what happens in particular countries. At the same time, there are obviously different countries, and different countries have their own internal contradictions and struggles, which interact with things going on in other countries, as well as interacting with the situation in the world as a whole. This statement refers to a long and tortuous process, in other words, a process full of twists and turns. It's not like the idealist notions of Trotskyists and other opportunists who think that you have to have revolution in a whole bunch of countries all at once or you can't build a socialist economy and a socialist society, and you especially have to have socialist revolution in industrially developed countries, in other words, the imperialist countries, or you're doomed, they insist. In fact, it may be in a backward country, economically, as it has been so far, where you have an actual breakthrough and make a revolution that takes the road of socialism. But, in any case, you're not going to conquer the whole world all at once. So then, how do you deal with the relations between the breakthroughs you make and the revolutionization of society there, where you've established a socialist state, and the other revolutionary struggles in the world, and how do you do that in the context where you recognize that the overall world situation is what's most determining and setting the objective stage that you're operating on? This is one of the things, a fundamental point of orientation and method that was also stressed in the polemic by Raymond Lotta on how anarchy is the principal form of motion and the driving force of capitalist relations. Are you actually going to operate on the basis of, as Lenin put it, a materialist analysis and a materialist estimate of what is actually going on in the world, and what is actually setting the stage that you're operating on? Or are you just going to proceed from a bunch of wishes, essentially? The masses are oppressed, they're gonna fight back against their oppression, so we're gonna make a revolution. Yes, of course, the revolutionary struggle of the masses is crucial. That's the whole point of saying that the mutually interacting and mutually supporting struggles of the proletarians in different countries constitute the key link in changing the world. You're not gonna make revolution through the capitalist system just collapsing at some point, and then people saying, oh, I guess we need a different society. It is the struggle of the people that's going to make the breakthroughs. That's the key link, it's the thing you grab a hold of to change the world. But, in turn, if you're not proceeding on the basis of what the actual material conditions are that you're operating within, then you can't do it. Once again, it's a matter of, are you going to be scientific, materialist and dialectical, or are you just going to proceed subjectively on the basis of wishes and ideas in your head, or romanticism about the masses? The masses are oppressed, the masses will make revolution, end of the discussion. Well, that's not going to do it. It was pointed out in the polemic, communism or nationalism, by the OCR in Mexico. Look at the recent financial and economic crisis that hit in 2007, 2008, that is not something that happened in one country and then spilled over to another, and then another. That crisis was owing to the dynamics of the capitalist system on a world scale. Yes, there were the particularities of different countries and the interactions between what happened in different countries, but this was a crisis brought about by the internal contradictions and dynamics of the capitalist system on a world scale. In that polemic it was also pointed out that something like World War I, that was not something internal to a particular country that just happened to spill over to other countries. That was the imperialists fighting it out on a world scale. That was what led to that war, and what essentially and principally defined it. All the different countries in the world, just about, became caught up in that war, and this was even more so in World War II, which took place on an even greater scale. So it's the overall development of things on a world scale that's setting the stage. But there are also, at the same time, the particular contradictions and relations within and between different countries. And then there is the conscious initiative of the communists leading the masses of people on the basis of scientifically analyzing and dealing with all this, which provides the key link, the basis to make breakthroughs, to make revolution. So, again, I can only touch on this briefly here, but this is something we should be continually going back to understand the fundamental and essential dynamics involved, which we have to really grapple with, continuously, to understand them more deeply and understand them as they're changing, in order to be able to correctly lead the masses of people to get out from under this horrific system that causes so much unnecessary suffering. In this polemic by the OCR of Mexico, which is in Demarcations number 4, they discuss both the material basis and the ideological basis for internationalism. The material basis being the fact that there's a whole world system and not just a bunch of different systems within different particular countries, all self-contained, that somehow then interact with each other on the foundation of their essential self-containment. So that's the material basis of internationalism. There's the operation of the system of imperialism on a world scale. It operates economically, and that has real effects on people, sometimes even driving people in the millions from one country all the way to other parts of the world, coming from Nepal, or someplace else. They end up working in Bahrain, in 120-degree weather, dying in the heat. And this world system operates not only economically but also politically and diplomatically. It operates militarily. All that, on a world scale, in an overall and fundamental sense, is setting the stage for what we have to do, setting the stage, as the principal aspect, in dialectical relation with the struggles of various kinds that this gives rise to and, above all, the revolutionary struggles of the masses of people, especially as they are led by conscious and organized communist forces. But then the OCR polemic also speaks about the ideological basis for internationalism, the ideological basis meaning the way, or method, of thinking. Mao made the point in one of his important philosophical works, On Contradiction, 40, that it is the internal contradictions within a thing that provide the basis for it to change. He gave the example of an egg and a stone. An egg, at the right temperature, can produce a living being, but a stone cannot. Why? Because of the internal contradictions and dynamics within the one and the other. Because of its internal nature, a stone does not have the basis to produce a living being, and no matter how much you heat it up, it's not going to produce one. Mao used this as an example to illustrate that internal contradictions are the basis for change within a thing. And he made the point, using this same example, that the temperature that might be applied to an egg can be the immediate cause of change. It is an external condition which can be a cause of the change, but it's not the fundamental basis for the change. It's like heating up water. The reason water can turn into steam is because of the internal nature of, and the internal contradiction within, water. The heating is the immediate cause of the change, while the internal nature of water is the basis for the change. So this was an important point made by Mao. But, unfortunately, at times he applied this in a kind of one-sided way, beyond the point where it was correct. Let me put it this way, even while Mao was fundamentally internationalist, there was a tendency in Mao to say that each country has its own internal contradictions and that's the fundamental basis for revolution within that country. He was applying the principle that the internal contradictions are the basis for change, which is a correct and very important principle, and something that was not clearly grasped and acted upon in the communist movement up to that point. It's not that there was no understanding of that, but there was still a lot of unclarity about that. But the problem is that, in the era of capitalist imperialism, internal contradiction applies differently. This is another one of those complexities. There are different levels of the organization of matter. A country, to put it simply, is one level of the organization of matter. Countries and the people in them, and everything else in them, are made up of matter in motion, in many different forms. The world arena, the world as a whole, is another level of the organization of matter. So, in one sense, or on one level, the internal contradictions within a country are the basis for it to change, but in turn that country is part of a larger whole, the larger world, and it's the internal contradictions of that larger world as a whole which are, in the final analysis, more determining, even of what happens within a particular country. To illustrate this, an example that's used in this polemic by the OCR of Mexico is the human body, and the different levels of the organization of matter in the human body. This example was used in an article of mine, Crises in Physics, Crises in Philosophy and Politics, 41, which is found in Demarcations number 1, and it was also used in this OCR polemic. The human body is made up of a lot of different cells, and it's made up of different organs: the liver, the kidney, the heart, and so on and so forth. Each of those particular levels of the organization of matter have their own internal contradictions. Kidneys have their own internal contradictions, livers have their own internal contradictions, the same with the heart, and so on. But, in turn, they're part of a larger body, and what is happening to that larger body, or the person as a whole, is, in an overall sense, more determining of what happens even to those internal organs than just the internal contradictions of those internal organs themselves. Now, here's the complexity of it. Once again, it's not like the internal organs don't affect the body as a whole. If you have contradictions that cause your heart to fail, it's obviously going to affect your whole body. And the same with other organs, like your liver or your kidney. So there is, once again, a contradictory, a dialectical, relation. But overall, the body, the person as a whole interacting with the larger environment, is the entity that is most determining. The contradictions within that body are mainly what determines what happens to the body as a whole, even though, at a particular time, what's happening to a particular organ of the body based on its internal contradictions, in interaction with the rest of the body and with the larger environment, can become the concentration point of what's happening to your body as a whole, just like a particular country in the world can become the concentration point of the contradictions in the world. Now, Stalin made some incorrect statements, and had some problems with his method, but in one of his more correct statements, Stalin said about the Russian Revolution of 1917, the reason they were able to break through to make a socialist revolution in Russia at that time, during World War I, is because the contradictions of the world system became heightened and became very sharply concentrated in Russia at that time. It was those worldwide contradictions, interacting with the particular contradictions within Russia, that led to that becoming a concentration point where a breakthrough was made. And the same basic principle applies now, only even more so, because we have a much more highly developed international system, including economically. One of the things that is also pointed out in that OCR polemic is that a lot of different products that you consume are not made just in one country. Here again is the example of the automobile. Different parts are made in different countries, and then the final assembly is in yet another country. And that's related to the whole information revolution, etc., etc., that has heightened this globalization. It was also pointed out in this OCR polemic that there is a significant aspect of internationalization of services as well, like, if something goes wrong with your computer, you have to call a call center in India to talk about what's wrong with your computer. This is another expression of how internationalized things are. So, our understanding of this relation of different levels of the organization of matter, and how the contradictions within those different levels interact with each other, this is the ideological basis for having a correct approach to internationalism. This is a matter of our application of the scientific method, and specifically how we understand the internal/external contradiction. Do we understand it in living terms, where there are different levels of the organization of matter, or do we understand it in static terms, where you just look at a particular part of reality? What are the internal contradictions there, and you conclude that this is bound to be shaping what's happening within that part of reality? We need to look, yes, at the particularity of the thing in question, a country, for example, but in turn situate that in the larger reality and look at the larger level at which matter is organized, the level of the world system as a whole. So, again, I would definitely recommend this article, this polemic by the OCR of Mexico, communism or nationalism. What it's dealing with is complex. There's that word again, which means it's hard. Okay. But it's also very rich. It's getting into a number of very important questions. And, again, the point is not that everybody has to run out and read everything all at once. I'm emphasizing things that people should be digging into over time, and back and forth with, actually engaging in revolutionary work and revolutionary struggle, fighting the power, and at the same time carrying out the struggle to transform the thinking of the people, while continuing to deepen our own basis to be able to do that, both individually but above all collectively. It's a matter of all of us working together and helping each other in a real sense, including through a lot of struggle, to grasp these things and be able to apply them as we go forward. Abundance, revolution, and the advance to communism, a dialectical materialist understanding. Next, I want to speak briefly to this question, or contradiction, of abundance and revolution in the transition to communism. This is discussed toward the end of part 1 of Birds and Crocodiles. And I made the point in Revolution nothing less, 42, that, if you just look at the world as a whole, there's plenty enough technology to meet all the material and, yes, the cultural needs of people throughout the world. But we live in a very lopsided world, with massive impoverishment of people all over the world, especially in the Third World. We live in a world dominated by a capitalist imperialist system and by exploiting classes. And therefore it's not the case that the material potential to meet the needs of the people can be realized under the present relations that dominate the use of the material conditions of life in today's world. So, you can look at the world and say it's absolutely outrageous that any children are starving in Africa, or anywhere else, or that people are going hungry right down the block, or that people don't have decent health care, or that they're forced to eat food that's not healthy because they can't afford food that would be more healthy, or they don't even have access to the knowledge to be able to determine what would be more healthy. All those kinds of things. It's absolutely outrageous, it's absolutely unnecessary. But it's not so simple as saying, okay, let's just wish all the reactionary forces in the world out of the way, and then we'll take all this stuff and do the right thing with it. In order to make use of this potential, and to further increase the potential, you have to have a revolution to overthrow the existing ruling classes and the existing systems, and their economic relations and social relations, so that you can actually marshal and utilize the resources that are there in a way that increasingly meets the needs of the people and provides for future generations, while dealing with the environment in a way that's not just plundering it and making the potential of human life more and more imperiled. So this, again, shows that there's an acute contradiction between the material abundance that objectively is there, and the need for revolution to be able to get to that abundance, and also to increase it, in a way where it can be utilized for the needs of the people, both material needs and broader cultural, social, and intellectual needs, and so on. You need abundance not just to meet people's needs in a general sense, but you also need sufficient abundance to be able to overcome relations that either are exploitative and oppressive or contain the seeds of exploitation and oppression. For example, take the division of labor in society. In today's world, most people are not working in the intellectual realm, they're not working with ideas. They're doing backbreaking physical labor, if they can find work at all. In order to get beyond that, you not only have to go to work on that contradiction, but you also have to, at the same time, create enough abundance in society, and ultimately in the world as a whole, so that in order to produce and reproduce the material requirements of human life, and to expand the basis for doing this, people only need to work a very few hours of the day doing that. If everybody, or most people in the world, have to spend most of their waking hours doing physical labor, they are not going to be able to have the circumstances or to develop the abilities to be able to engage in all kinds of different realms, like dealing with the politics of society, engaging in culture and intellectual endeavor, and so on, even on a basic level. Among other things, they're just gonna be too damn tired to do it. Plus, they're not going to have the time and the resources. So, even in order to overcome these kinds of oppressive divisions, between people who've had the ability to acquire skills in the intellectual realm and the cultural realm, and people who have to do all the physical labor almost all day long, you not only have to work on transforming that contradiction, but you also have to, at the same time, increase the abundance of society, and the means for creating more abundance, so that people only have to work a few hours a day carrying out physical labor, and they have many more hours in the day to learn how to do many other things. If you don't do that, you can't overcome these oppressive relations. And this I will resist using the word complex again, although I guess I just did, but this is another one of those contradictions, or a number of interconnecting contradictions on different levels, that we have to be grappling with. We have to understand that we do live in a very lopsided world. I'm going to come back to this more fully later. I was reading this book on Africa called The Looting Machine 43, which has its limitations, but it does do a lot of exposure. It speaks to these grotesque conditions where a handful of rulers in many African countries are in league with, the author just refers to this as corporations and so on, but these local rulers in Africa are in league with foreign capital and imperialism. This handful of corrupt, self-serving ruling elites is amassing literally billions of dollars, in countries which have tremendous material wealth, gold, oil, and other valuable raw materials. Africa is one of the richest continents, if not the richest, in the entire world materially, in terms of these kinds of raw materials. But the masses of people are living in these absolutely desperate, miserable conditions. This is a kind of microcosm, a smaller scale picture, of the world as a whole. And you really acutely come up against the fact that only by overthrowing the existing system and going on to overthrow and transform all these relations that are captured in that formulation of the four alls, only in this way can you, in a real sense, get to that potential to meet the needs of the people and utilize it in a way that really does meet the needs of the people, while also dealing correctly with the very urgent situation with the environment. This is something we need to really grapple with, and, at the same time, we need to do exposure around this hard-hitting exposure of this lopsidedness in the world and how it's enforced by this existing system. We need to bring out to people, in a compelling way, look, if you really understand this, if you really see the world as it is, this is another thing that cries out for the radical transformation of the world. But that radical transformation can only happen with a revolution. It's not just a matter of redistribution of the wealth as it now exists, within the system that now exists. You see, sometimes you get these populists. I notice that Bernie Sanders is running for president, and he's running out all this social democratic economism. He says you have the super rich and they have too much money, there's tremendous income inequality, and we need some redistribution. Well, it's not a matter of redistributing what exists, it's a matter of transforming the basic relations in society, and fundamentally in the world as a whole. First of all, within this system there are real limits to how much you could redistribute wealth without undermining the whole system. Because it's not just these greedy people, or these too powerful corporations, and so on. It's important to understand, when you talk about corporations, billionaires, and so on, corporations that control billions and billions of dollars, like Carl Sagan said about stars, billions and billions, but anyway, it's not like they're just sitting on a pile of money. Their money is invested in all kinds of things, and they are in competition with other capitalists who also control billions and billions of dollars. They are all compelled to outdo each other, or they'll be driven under, as I was talking about earlier. If you tax them too heavily, to redistribute some of the wealth, you're actually going to put them at a disadvantage in competition on a worldwide level, and the economic system is going to come unraveled, or go into very deep crisis. So, even in that sense, there's a limit to how much you could redistribute the wealth. But even more fundamentally, it's not a matter of redistributing what exists, it's a matter of transforming the world as a whole. Let's say you took all the existing wealth and you redistributed it more or less equally among everybody in the world. Well, pretty soon you'd have the world right back the way it is now would come right back, because you haven't transformed any of those things that correspond to the four alls. You haven't transformed the economic relations and the economic system, you haven't transformed the social relations, you haven't transformed the class relations, you haven't transformed the thinking of the people. Again, we're dealing with a basic point of materialism, dialectical materialism. If human society is going to function, and human beings are going to survive and reproduce, society has to interact with nature, with the rest of natural reality, in one way or another. We're back to, through which mode of production will all this be done? With this capitalist imperialist mode of production, even if you took all that wealth and redivided it, very quickly you'd have the same situation back, as long as you left all those things that are represented by the four alls intact and operating as they do now. This is what people don't understand spontaneously. A lot of people can gravitate toward, some folks have too much money, let's take some of it away from them and give it to people in need. Sometimes that may come from a good place, be a positive sentiment. But if you don't understand the deeper dynamics here, the actual contradictions you're dealing with, and the fact that systems operate according to certain fundamental principles that are rooted in their actual contradictions, you're not going to understand the way out of this horrible mess that humanity is in as a result of the system we live under. The importance of the parachute point even now, and even more with an actual revolution. Now, I want to come back to the parachute point, which I referred to earlier, and which is discussed in the basis, the goals, and the methods of the Communist Revolution 44. This involves another set of contradictions that we will have to deal with, and you can see it already today in particular struggles. People unite with you, and then maybe the struggle ebbs and they're all flying off in different directions and want to come up with different programs, and so on, or perhaps the struggle intensifies, and different people and forces want to use it for different programs and, in some cases, to pimp off the struggle. Well, that will be magnified greatly, with the actual seizure of power and the emergence of a new society. Lenin discussed different conditions for a revolution, particularly in an imperialist country like this one. He said that not only does the ruling class have to be in a really desperate situation, fighting among its own ranks and effectively unable to rule in the way that it's traditionally ruled, and not only do the masses have to be unwilling to live in the way that they're normally subjected to and normally more or less put up with, but also, in order to have a revolutionary situation, the weak, half-hearted, and vacillating friends of the revolution have to be politically paralyzed. In other words, the kinds of political programs that are like what you hear now: let's get body cameras for the police, or let's get more Democrats in office to protect the right to abortion, or whatever. All these kinds of reformist schemes and half-hearted efforts have to be discredited, among what? Among masses of people, not just among a few. You're dealing with acute contradictions in a revolutionary situation, and as an important element of what goes into a revolutionary situation, these kinds of reformist programs have to become increasingly exposed and recognized by masses of people as bankrupt and not dealing with the problem. And you do see that, or aspects of that, in the situation today. Many times people say to us, well, I don't really agree with you, but nobody else is doing anything, so I guess I have to hold my nose and unite with you. Now, some people are more positive than that, but you even hear it essentially in that form. Well, that kind of thing gets magnified when masses of people recognize that the present system is thoroughly bankrupt and illegitimate and needs to go, or something radical has to happen in society, in any case. And all these other programs have been proven, not just for a handful of people, but for large numbers of people, to be totally unable to deal with what people themselves recognize as the problems that urgently require some kind of solution. For the vanguard of the revolution, which at such a time has grown from thousands to tens of thousands, perhaps to hundreds of thousands, but it's still a small part of society as a whole, the situation enables it to rally millions and tens of millions around its banner, to fight for revolution. But then the dust clears, so to speak. You fight through, and, whatever the protracted character of the struggle might be, you actually come out the other end having defeated the forces of the old order and having established a new society and a new state. And then all the differences people had with what you represent are not just going to go away all at once. And not recognizing that, or not understanding the full dimensions of that, has been something of a problem in the history of the communist movement. Not that people like Mao didn't recognize this kind of complexity. To say that would be ridiculous. Mao spoke all the time about these kinds of complexities. Still, in the history of the communist movement overall, there's been something of a tendency to assume that if people are with you at that time when everything comes to a head and the seizure of power can be, and has to be, carried out, then they are going to stay with you all the way through to communism. But that's not the way it is. First of all, new contradictions emerge once you get into a new society, which means that people who were with you are then pulled in different directions, because of the way new contradictions have emerged, or old contradictions are assuming new forms. Secondly, there's the fact that people who rallied to your banner when there seemed to be no other way out, now don't see things exactly that way. Just because they were with you at the crucial moment, when a revolutionary situation ripened, doesn't mean they're gonna stay with it, in a straight line, once the immediate crisis has been resolved, even if it's been resolved by revolutionary means and the bringing into being of a new society. So, this metaphor of the parachute is helpful to make clear that, at the time of a revolutionary crisis and the actual struggle for power, you see the closing up, so to speak, of the contradictions, like a parachute when it's tightly together. People rally tightly around the solid core of the revolution. But then you get into the new society and, like a parachute, things open back out and all the contradictions assert themselves again, in some old ways and in many new ways as well. Having a scientific grasp of this is an important part of understanding how you lead a revolution through all these contradictions, both now and in a greatly heightened and magnified way when it comes to the seizure of power and then actually building a new society and making it a base area of the world revolution, above all, while dealing with all the very complex, and at times very acute, contradictions that have to be confronted when you are leading a socialist state. The Constitution for the new Socialist Republic in North America's solid core with a lot of elasticity on the basis of the solid core. I've mentioned a number of times the Constitution for the new Socialist Republic in North America, and you can see a lot of these contradictions and these principles being taken into account and applied in that Constitution. But it's definitely my sense that people have not studied this Constitution nearly as carefully as they should, nor returned to it in the way they should, nor have people been using it with other people in the way they should. I'm not saying none of that's happened, but my sense is that this has not happened nearly in the way and on the scale that it should. For that reason and, more fundamentally, because of the importance of what is concentrated in this Constitution, I want to examine here some of the ways in which contradictions are dealt with in this Constitution, getting into this as a way of both illustrating some important questions of method and principle and spurring people to dig into this Constitution and utilize it more fully in building the movement for revolution. Now, it's been said many times, and this is one of those things like team of scientists, and so on, that can become a dead, meaningless phrase, that this Constitution is an application of the new synthesis of communism. But, what does that mean, and what are some of the ways in which that stands out? Well, in the most basic sense, the principle of solid core with a lot of elasticity on the basis of the solid core 45 is something that is part of the foundation of this Constitution. It runs through the entire Constitution, as well as being explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. Let's examine some of the ways in which this principle is applied in this Constitution. First of all, there's the relation between the vanguard party and the state. And here's another set of contradictions. This relation shouldn't be understood in a sort of mechanical sense, as if the party itself is the solid core in an organizational sense. Rather, it's what the party represents in a concentrated way, the recognition of what's at the heart of this Constitution, that the institutions of socialist society have to be instruments for the advancement of the communist revolution. That's what the party is based on, and that's what gives the party its solid core role. It's all the things that I've been talking about here, in terms of the need to go forward to communism on a world scale, and how that applies in all these different dimensions. It's people who are proceeding from that kind of understanding and orientation, and with that strategic approach. That is what the solid core is. It's not identical to the party itself. It should include the party, but the party itself is and will be full of contradictions. There will be some people in the party who won't in fact be operating according to that orientation. Not that we're saying that's okay, but that's a fact that has to be recognized and struggled with. And, at any given time, on the other hand, there will be people who are not formally in the party but who will more or less, or in essential terms, be operating according to those principles. So, the party and the state are not identical. It's not like the Batiwists 46 and others like to portray things. It's not the party-state paradigm in the sense that the party and the state are the same. It's not that. With this Constitution, the state is a direct extension of the party, including institutionally, so to speak. It's more that the party represents a world outlook, a method and approach, a strategic orientation, and a set of policies flowing from that it's fighting for in the society, that it's working to win more and more people to, by working through the contradictions that we've been talking about. So, there is a contradiction between the party and the state. They're not identical. And there is a contradiction between the solid core of this whole line, understanding that in broad terms, and the operation of the state. It's not one uniform, monolithic thing, and it's not one linear, straight line extension where everything the party says is what the state has to do and does. If you read this Constitution, you'll see that it's explicitly stated that this is not the way it should work, not the way it will work in accordance with this Constitution. Then there's also the contradiction between the vanguard party and the broader society. This goes back, again, to the parachute point. You will have a lot of different forces in socialist society that are operating according to a mixed bag, and sometimes according to principles which are different from, and in some cases even opposed to, the main direction represented by the solid core. This is allowed for in this Constitution. At the same time, you have the vanguard, and you have certain core principles that are embodied in the Constitution. This Constitution is not anything anybody wants to make out of it. There is definitely a solid core to this Constitution, in the way things are set forth. First of all, in the way things are set forth in the preamble to the Constitution, and the way it says very explicitly that the institutions of this society have to be vehicles for the furtherance of the communist revolution. That's essential to the solid core. This means you can't say, I'm in accordance with this Constitution, but I want to restore capitalism. Well, let's break that down further. You can say that, because the right to say that is embodied in this Constitution. So if you say that, you are abiding by the Constitution, in the sense that, with this Constitution, You have a right to say that, but that's not what the Constitution says is the aim and the purpose of the society. So that's another contradiction. People have a right to say that, but it's not what the solid core is, as embedded and embodied right in the Constitution. This principle of solid core with a lot of elasticity on the basis of the solid core applies not only to the state apparatus, the police, the military, the executive, etc., but to the government overall. With regard to all government institutions, there is both the solid core, as characterized here, and there is the elasticity on the basis of the solid core. As the RDA Skybreak interview puts it, it is not the case that this is just a big mush, where the elasticity is not based on the solid core and it goes all over the place. At the same time, once again, it is not all solid core, in the sense that whatever the party decrees will be what happens. As an illustration of this, let's look at how elections are envisioned in this Constitution. I don't know how much people have paid attention to this, but a tremendous amount of thought and work went into the exact, the very precise, percentages for voting that are in the beginning of the Constitution where it's talking about the legislature on the national level. What was the guiding thinking and what are the guiding principles here? Why does it say, in relation to the proportions of the election process, 20% instead of 60%, or something else? Why were those specific percentages chosen, in talking about the way the national legislature would be elected? The guiding principle, and this is another example of solid core and elasticity on the basis of the solid core, and another example of the principle that's sometimes stated as being willing to go to the brink of being drawn and quartered, to the brink of being pulled apart in all directions, even under socialism, and even as you're struggling to take things continually on the communist road. The guiding principle is that these percentages for voting are set up so that if the overwhelming majority of people in the society turned against everything that we were trying to do, they could actually vote to reverse it all. If you examine what's there, and I would be willing to bet that not that many people have approached it this way and really looked at it in this way, but if you examine what's actually there, it's set up so that, if a very large majority of the people decided they didn't want this system anymore, they could actually vote it out. But, on the other hand, it would take a lot of people feeling that way. Why is that done? Just so the petite bourgeoisie would be neutralized, and stop complaining all the time? No. Given that it would take such a large majority to overturn this, to vote out this socialist system, it clearly operates on the basis of the solid core of what this is all about. At the same time, it's also presenting necessity and a challenge to the vanguard, which does represent the solid core in an overall sense, although not just in some organizational sense. It's presenting a challenge to the vanguard by having it set up this way, so that the vanguard can't just act like, well, we're in power now, we can do whatever we want, and who cares how we do it and what the masses of people think about it. No, you've actually got to go out and work among the masses and continually win them to this. All this is finely calibrated, in how things are constructed in this Constitution, as an expression and a means of handling that contradiction in that way, so that the solid core is maintained, but you're actually willing to go to the brink of being drawn and quartered, particularly if you take a wrong turn, and large numbers of people in society are dissatisfied with you. And don't think that couldn't happen even with the people who suffered terribly under the old society. It happens now. Again, I go back to things like what's been happening in Baltimore. People rose up heroically, and now what's going on? The authorities are using the fact that the masses are going at each other, in order to buttress the idea that the police have to use their brutal power to keep order and keep down all the craziness that they blame the masses for getting caught up in. This reminds me of things I'm familiar with from back in the day in Chicago, where I used to live in the 1970s. There was a phenomenon involving some of the big real estate interests in the Chicago area, of the kind that Obama became all tied in with a little later, but here I'm thinking back to the period of the 1970s, before Obama came along, and when these big real estate interests wanted to turn a neighborhood that had been mainly white, and they wanted to get people to flee the neighborhood so they could buy up the houses cheaply and then resell them at a big profit. These real estate interests would work with the police. They had a whole unit within the Chicago police that was responsible for dealing with the gangs and that had infiltrated the gangs, and they would put out the word through their contacts: if you go over into this neighborhood and create mayhem and havoc, we won't do anything about it. Well, pretty soon, even the white people who weren't coming from such a bad place would get up and leave, sell their property cheaply, because the neighborhood became intolerable, and then black people were allowed, even encouraged, to buy those homes, but they would be charged a price much higher than what the houses had just sold for. So the real estate interests made a real killing in that way. And there's the thing where the police take people from one gang, or one set, and if they want to get some shit going, they arrest them, or pick them up, and then dump them off in the neighborhood of another gang or another set, and the shit flies. And then, after a while, it's got its own momentum, the police don't even have to do anything. Well, this is the kind of thing the police still do, not just in places like Chicago but more generally, and they do it especially when the masses rise up. So, there's all this complexity that you have to deal with, when you're working to build a movement for revolution. And the same kind of thing happens when you have actually made the breakthrough and established a socialist state, and you're on the road of building socialism and moving toward communism. There are forces who are not going to like what you're doing. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to sabotage your economy. They're going to try to turn the people against each other, as well as turning them against the socialist state. They may not come out openly and say, "Restore capitalism," when that's not popular. But if they can mess things up and create enough chaos, then some people will say, "Well, maybe we do need the old system back, because at least then we had order, at least then things functioned." Again, this kind of thing happens now when people rise up in struggle. And then pretty soon the masses say, "God damn, I guess we do need the police, because somebody's gotta keep order here." We have to deal with that contradiction, by the way. That's our responsibility. If they're stirring up this shit, or just on their own the masses are getting caught up in this shit, transforming that situation in a positive direction is our responsibility. We can't be the police among the people, and we certainly can't act like the police of this oppressive bourgeois state, but that's our responsibility, to transform that situation and, through a tremendous amount of struggle, get the masses of people on the road they need to be on. We're never gonna make a revolution if we don't take responsibility for all of this, including dealing with the needs of the masses in this kind of situation. If we don't, then the masses are gonna be pulled toward accepting the idea that, maybe we do need the police back in here, much as they've messed us over and brutalized us and killed us, because things are just too crazy without this. If we don't deal with this, then, even when they rise up, the masses are gonna get caught up, once again, in the oppressive order of the system that exists. Now, clearly, this is not easy, and I'm not saying it's easy, it's very difficult. But we have to apply ourselves and do the work to figure out how to handle these contradictions, even now, because we can't let the system come back at the masses in this way. They come back in all kinds of ways. They come back with overt brutal repression, but they also come back with ways they get the masses turned against each other and starting to doubt themselves. Maybe we were better off with the police doing this shit, maybe they do have to do this shit they do. Well, transforming that situation is our responsibility. Imagine, if you get to socialist society, you will have the same kind of contradictions, people trying to sabotage and undermine your economy, and turning the masses against each other. You will have forces out there that are antagonistic to what you're doing, remaining imperialists and other reactionaries in the world, and inside the country itself, and they can be very adept at finding ways to turn the people against you by creating hardships for the people. So then people say, "Look, I like you revolutionaries, but goddamn, at least we could do something to get something to eat in the old society. Now you guys, your economy's completely broken down. I'm sorry, but we gotta get you out of there and get somebody in who will at least get us something to eat and a roof over our heads." And, by the way, if there is a socialist revolution, as I pointed out before, we are responsible then for the needs of the people. I don't mean like social workers, but we are responsible, the vanguard is responsible, for leading the society to meet the needs of the people. And there are lots of forces who will work to turn the people against you on the basis that you are not meeting the people's needs. Someone raised a criticism of this constitution for the new socialist republic in North America, and more generally of our party's line. Isn't the problem that the socialist revolutions that have taken place so far have been in countries like China, where the people were desperately poor and they needed something to eat, and all their other material needs needed to be immediately taken care of, and that's why they couldn't apply this principle of having a lot of intellectual ferment and dissent? Well, those are real contradictions. But think about this country, where you've got all these middle strata, and expectations they have of all these things like designer coffee by the cup, and so on, all this stuff that they're used to, as part of their daily life, and as a result of the high degree of parasitism that their conditions rest on. And you don't make a revolution and then all the very advanced productive forces that existed before are just there at your disposal in the same way and to the same extent they were before the revolution. There's gonna be a lot of destruction, some of it an inevitable byproduct, so to speak, of the struggle, and some of it deliberately carried out by the forces of the old order, even as they're finally going down to defeat. So you're gonna have contradictions from that side, too. You're going to have some people who have been desperately poor and have urgent immediate needs, but you're also going to have people from the middle strata who are used to a certain standard of living, and you have to deal with those contradictions too. At the time of the Russian Revolution, because the German working class had a higher standard of living than the Russian working class when they made the revolution in Russia, in speaking to an international organization of communists, Lenin said, "We may have to tell the workers in Germany that, if they have a revolution there, wages will go down for a while." Many people objected, "You can't say that." But Lenin insisted, "We gotta say that, because that's the material reality. In order to meet the all-around needs of society, we may not be able to maintain the standard of living that the German workers are used to, because of German imperialism." These are the kinds of contradictions you have to deal with. For example, in this country there is a section of unionized workers that's used to a relatively high standard of living. Now, they've broken down the unions a great deal in this recent period. It is a very different picture than it was, say, 40 years ago when the unions were more powerful and had much more influence. But, still, these kinds of contradictions involving these middle strata, broadly speaking, will assert themselves in the new, socialist society. So, all of this is being taken into account with this constitution for the new socialist republic, and it is very finely crafted and calibrated to give expression even, literally, in a numerical sense to the contradictions that I have been examining. Or, let's take another example. What does this constitution actually say, and what does it not say, in terms of the new socialist republic having troops, and so on, in other countries? I've heard of people saying, in promoting this constitution says that the new socialist state won't have troops in other countries. No, it does not say that. If you read it carefully, what it says is that the state will not station its forces, nor establish bases, in another country, except in circumstances where this is clearly in accord with the wishes of the masses of people in that country and where such action would actually be a manifestation of the internationalist orientation and other fundamental principles and objectives set forth in this constitution and would contribute to the advance of revolutionary struggle in the world in accordance with these principles and objectives. Again, this is very finely crafted language, not to be clever, but to deal with actual contradictions. Should we make it a principle that a socialist state would never intervene to assist a revolution in another country, even militarily? I don't think so. Now, if you try to substitute for the masses of people there, and impose your will as a military force of a state from the outside, that's a whole other thing, and that won't lead to a good result. Stalin once said, at the end of World War II, that wherever any force stations its troops, there it can impose the social system it wants to impose. Well, there was a certain short-term truth to that, but there were a lot of contradictions and problems bound up with that which came very sharply to the fore in Eastern Europe not long after the end of World War II. We don't have time to go into all that, right now. But, again, these contradictions can be very acute. There is the principle that you don't treat other countries, and the people in other countries, the way the imperialists do. But, at the same time, you're not gonna make it a principle or an absolute that you would never cross a boundary, never cross a border, to assist a revolution. That would be wrong. That would be against internationalism. So, how you handle that is another, yes, very complex and at times quite acute contradiction. People should go back and look at the way this is handled in this constitution, because once again it is very carefully worded. Why? Because, if you'll pardon a sort of simplified formulation, it's actually meant to be a blueprint for the society we're aiming for. It's not just meant to be a bunch of good ideas to appeal to people, let's say this for that group, and that for that group, so everybody will like us. No, that's not the way we do things. It's actually meant to put forward, these are the methods, principles, guidelines, and policies which should be applied and followed. Now, when we get there, maybe some things will be proven to be in need of change. But right now, it's the very best we can do, and it's actually quite good in grappling with contradictions and presenting methods, principles, and guidelines for how these contradictions should be dealt with. People should really look at it as a living thing that's actually presenting, this is what we're going for. We should be popularizing this in a very bold way. People often raise the criticism to us, you always say what you're against, you're very negative, you're against this, you're against that, you always say what you're against but you don't say what you're for. Well, yes, we do, and guess what, it's not the Democratic Party. But here's what we're for right here, right in this Constitution. A lot of grappling with contradictions went into this Constitution. As I said, it wasn't just, let's come up with things that will appeal to this group, and things that will appeal to that group. That's not how we proceeded at all. It was a matter of doing the best possible, it was dealing in the best possible way with the contradictions that could be anticipated, and what are the principles and guidelines that should be followed to deal with these contradictions. And some of it is very detailed and very precise. People should grapple with, and people should utilize, this document in that kind of way, with that kind of understanding. Or let's take another contradiction, why is the possibility of a draft, for the armed forces of the new socialist republic, included in this constitution? Why doesn't it say that you can just rely on people volunteering? Well, it does make the point that people volunteering is the main aspect, the main thing that should be relied on winning people politically and ideologically. In a discussion I had with someone who grew up in China, they said that when China was a socialist country, people in China, the youth in particular, were just tremendously inspired to join the People's Liberation Army, to defend the socialist state and back up the revolution in the world. People wanted to do this, they wanted to be defenders of the revolution. So there is a lot of that sentiment and orientation that can be relied on. On the other hand, there's a relation between necessity and freedom here, that you're going to be dealing with. Why does it say, in this constitution, that you can't teach creationism in the schools, that the science of evolution is going to be taught as a fact? Why not just leave it up to people to decide? Why not see if anybody likes creationism and wants it taught in the schools? No. You have to set certain terms. This point has been repeatedly emphasized, and for good reason. You have to set certain terms. That's the solid core you set, and you actually create necessity for other forces by setting certain terms. And then you struggle things out on that basis. This point has been illustrated by using the example of the movie, from a few years ago, Remember the Titans. In the situation that movie was dealing with, in a city in the South several decades ago, they integrated the schools there, they integrated the football team in what had been essentially an all-white school, and they even replaced the previous white coach with a black football coach. And then they said, now, let's deal with the struggle that has to be waged around this. They didn't go to all the white people and say, do you want to integrate the school and integrate the football team and, on top of it, have a black coach for the football team? Guess what they would have said? There are all kinds of things like that in this constitution. Why does it talk about socializing ownership of the means of production? Why not just leave it to people to vote how they want the economy to run? Because you have to have a solid core, certain fundamental principles, and you have to set terms and create certain necessity. And we aren't yet at the point, and we won't be at the beginning stage that this constitution is talking about, where you can rely solely on people volunteering for the armed forces if the very existence of your republic is in danger. There's a certain necessity you put on people. Now, if you rely on that, then you're on a slippery slope toward becoming like a bourgeois state, and you're exercising power more and more in that way. But, put it this way, there is a certain value and importance, when you have the freedom to do so, to set certain necessity, to set certain terms, and then struggle things out from that standpoint. Now, in this regard, there's something important to learn from the experience of the struggle in Nepal, which turned out to be a negative experience in the end. Roughly 10 years ago now, as the Nepal Party was approaching and wrestling with the prospect of the seizure of power in the country as a whole, as a result of the People's War they'd been waging, and other struggles going on in that society, as this was becoming an increasingly direct and immediate question, an important point was raised to them when they were making all kinds of appeals to the middle classes there on the basis of bourgeois democracy. What was emphasized was this: you, Nepalese comrades, are facing great necessity, but you should not create unnecessary necessity for yourselves. What was being said was, look, you are in a small country, surrounded by two big reactionary countries, India and China, both ruled by powerful bourgeois exploiting classes, and even in the short term you are up against an army, the Nepalese army, that is still more powerful than you are. And there are the US imperialists looming in the picture, too. So, even in terms of going for the seizure of power, as well as trying to restructure the economy and radically transform the society, you have a great deal of difficulty, or necessity, that you have to deal with. And, yes, you do have to win over significant parts of the middle classes in order to complete the revolution, and in order to go forward to a new society. That's the necessity you objectively face. But you should not create unnecessary necessity for yourselves. What was meant by that was, don't appeal to the middle classes on the basis of bourgeois democracy, because then they're gonna demand that you live up to it. Go to them on the basis that you are making a revolution which is not a bourgeois revolution, not aiming for bourgeois democracy, which is instead a new democratic revolution, led by the proletariat as a transition to socialism and as part of the world communist revolution, and there is a place for you, people in the middle classes, in that revolution. And then proceed to struggle with them on that basis. In that way, instead of creating unnecessary necessity for yourself, you are creating necessary necessity for the middle classes, by setting the terms on the right basis. Now, is this just an arbitrary thing, where you can choose to set the terms any way you want? No. They had won the basis to set the terms in this way by what they had done so far with the advance of the revolution. They had a material basis to do this. In the criticism that was raised, it wasn't a matter of, don't do it this way, do it that way. In the abstract, it was not just a contest of competing ideas, in the abstract. It was, you have established the material basis to put this necessity on the middle classes. Another way to put that is, here's your solid core toward the middle classes, set the terms on that basis, and on that basis open up the elasticity. Don't go appealing to them on the basis of their bourgeois democratic prejudices and inclinations, and then try to fight for a solid core which, unfortunately, is more or less what the Nepalese party did, and we've seen the results, which are not good. So this is another point related to why you have a provision for a draft in this constitution for the new socialist republic in North America. Yes, you don't want to, and you shouldn't, rely on that strategically, but there's the correct and necessary approach of, on the basis of having state power, creating certain terms. Just like in Remember the Titans, you create certain terms, that's your solid core, and then you go forward from there. You do that on the basis of the material conditions that you've brought into being through struggle. Everything is a matter of transforming necessity into freedom. It's not a matter, it's never a matter, of absolute freedom. This is not anarchism, which after all is essentially idealism and essentially a variant of bourgeois democracy, particularly one characteristic of the petite bourgeoisie, that wants no constraints, wants no limits on its pursuit of whatever it wants to pursue. In the real world, there are always constraints, there are always limits, there are always obstacles that are posed to what any social force wants to do, and it's a question of how you transform necessity into freedom, overcoming obstacles and fighting through contradictions in accordance with what you're aiming for. And we know that it's not just a question of what you're aiming for in the abstract. It's not that we just come up with some ideas of what we'd like the goal to be. We know there is a material basis for this. If there were not a material basis, then you couldn't transform the necessity into freedom on this road of communist revolution, you would be incapable of doing so. But this is the way we have to understand things. There's never absolute freedom. Even under communism, there's not absolute freedom. Let me tell you something. You're living on a fault line, and an earthquake erupts, you do not have absolute freedom. There's a lot of necessity all of a sudden. Okay, in a communist world, there are no class distinctions, you have gone beyond all the four alls, but you have an earthquake. Well, you've got a lot of necessity. You can think of other things that come from the natural world, or necessity that arises out of the social contradictions. You're always going to have that, including under communism. You never have absolute, unlimited resources at any point. There will always have to be decisions made. Even when you don't have class distinctions, you don't have exploitation, you still have limitations, and decisions that have to be made. What are we gonna do about this, versus what are we gonna do about that? The point has been made that, in socialist society, some people will think, at a given time, that you should build a health clinic, while other people will think you should build a park. They might both be desirable. Which one is correct under the given circumstances, or how do you go about doing one and laying the basis to be able to do the other down the road? All these kinds of contradictions in socialist society, but in communist society as well, you have to deal with these things. There's never any such thing as absolute freedom, without any limits, any constraints. There's always necessity imposing on you, which you have to figure out how to transform in the direction of freedom in order to gain more initiative, and then you will face new necessity that you have to transform. This is an ongoing and never-ending process. One of the things that should really be understood about this constitution for the new socialist republic, in most fundamental terms, is that this constitution is dealing with a very profound and very difficult contradiction, the contradiction that, on the one hand, humanity really does need revolution and communism, but, on the other hand, not all of humanity wants that all of the time, including in socialist society. So this constitution is set up to provide the basic methods and means to deal with that contradiction. You don't just have a popular vote every few years that is set up in such a way that the result is that one day you have socialism, the next day you go back to capitalism, and then you try to create socialism again, which would be impossible, because then you'd get everything bound up with capitalism back, and once again you'd have to go through everything you had to go through to try to get to the point of overthrowing the capitalist system. And, frankly, nobody's going to support that kind of idiocy. So, at times, a lot of the people may want to be going in a different direction, but you've got the institutional means to keep the socialist system going toward the ultimate goal of communism, unless overwhelmingly the people are against you. But, at the same time, this constitution is constructed in such a way that you have to repeatedly win the masses of people to fight to stay on the socialist road. You need to get to communism, but you're not going to get to communism by putting guns in the backs of the people and force marching them to communism. You have to continually win them to that, fighting through all the contradictions that get posed, including the ones that the enemies put in your way, or accentuate, in order to turn the people against you. There are other examples from this constitution that I want to pose later. But what is being discussed here is the recognition of this basic contradiction that this constitution is dealing with, and the methods and principles that are involved in this constitution, which run through this entire constitution but also have to run through everything we do, in leading other people, in leading the party, if that's what our responsibility is, in leading the masses, if that's what our responsibility is, or all of that. Whatever it might be, the same principles and methods have to be applied and grappled with. And a point that was made in the interview with Ardea Skybreak, which I really think is important to emphasize, is that it's no good at all. It tells you something is very wrong, if you have a situation where people have been around and part of something for years and decades, and they haven't been advancing. What the hell's going on? The point's even been made, you couldn't have that in any other institution in society. You'd be fired if you were working for some capitalist and you just kept doing things the same old way and on the same old level. After a while, your ass would be out the door. Well, we don't operate on those principles, but there is a point to be learned, that people should keep on advancing, not so we can make more profit for a handful of people, but quite the opposite, because there are great needs that have to be met in order to build the movement for an actual revolution. Everybody should be advancing, and we should be bringing forward new people all the time. Emancipators of humanity. The last thing I want to say under this part 2, about the new society, is the point that's made in the Ajith polemic, Ajith, a portrait of the residue of the past, in Demarcations number 4, where it speaks to the fact that this formulation, emancipators of humanity, is not just a nice sounding phrase, or just a moral declaration that we should be emancipators of humanity in some abstract moral sense. It's not just that it's better to be an emancipator of humanity than to be out for revenge. Well, yes, it is better. But the point that's made in that polemic against Ajith is that a tremendous amount of complexity, a tremendous amount of analysis and synthesis of contradictions, is concentrated in this seemingly simple formulation, emancipators of humanity. Interestingly, and significantly, in the Ajith polemic this actually comes in the section under the heading Simple Class Feelings and Communist Consciousness. This is posed as a contradiction, which it is, objectively, in the real world. In other words, simple class feelings, hatred of oppression, a desire to get out from oppression, that's not the same thing as communist consciousness. People like Ajith argue that, out of the position of the oppressed in society, and their basic class feelings, the consciousness that you need for revolution, for what he conceives of as communist revolution, will more or less spontaneously emerge, or that, in any case, the oppressed have a special ability and a special predisposition, so to speak, to grasp communist consciousness. And the point's made, in this polemic against Ajith, that there's a qualitative difference, and a leap involved, between simple class feelings and actually becoming a conscious emancipator of humanity, having communist consciousness. People are oppressed, they have basic feelings as a result. And many people are not so narrow-minded. You'll hear people say, this has to stop, not just here, but all over the world. People have sentiments that come out of their conditions where they do identify with other oppressed people. And, as emphasized in this polemic, those basic sentiments are something very important that we have to unite with, but we also have to carry on struggle for people to make a leap beyond just simple class feelings, because that's not the same thing as really understanding the world as it is, and as it is moving and changing, and what is the necessary means for moving beyond the world as it is. There's a vast difference. Everybody who's been through that process of making that leap, or is in the process of making that leap, knows it's a big deal, that it isn't just the same thing as how you feel when you start to recognize how much you're being messed over, or how other people are being messed over, and something's gotta be done about that. That's a very important sentiment, but there's a big leap from that to really, scientifically, understanding the need and the possibility to radically transform the world to emancipate humanity. The fact that there is a lot of complexity concentrated in this formulation emancipators of humanity, that is true in two senses. First of all, it's emancipators of humanity. This was taken partly from Marx's statement, that the proletariat can only emancipate itself by emancipating all of mankind. In other words, you have to transform the whole world. You have to achieve the four alls on a world scale, or else the proletariat, as a class, will remain in its exploited condition, because, as long as you have the system in effect, as long as those are the fundamental relations and the process of capitalist accumulation constitutes the underlying and fundamental dynamics that sets the stage for things, you're going to have an exploited class of people, of necessity. Only by abolishing all that, throughout the world, achieving the four alls in that sense on a worldwide scale, can those people who are the exploited class of proletarians actually emancipate themselves. You can't do the one without the other. So there is that dimension, and obviously that includes the whole dimension of internationalism, as I was speaking to earlier, referring to Basics 2:1247 and related points. But there's also another dimension, which is the whole question of what goes into actually transforming society. In other words, the achievement of the four alls in that sense, not just in terms of internationalism, but in terms of what goes into really uprooting the basis for exploitation and oppression, let's put it that way. When you talk about emancipators of humanity, that's concentrating everything that goes into carrying out this radical transformation, and, yes, this is posed against just taking revenge. That's one of the important ways in which this formulation was brought forward, the way in which it is directly posed against the idea that this revolution is about taking revenge on the current exploiters, or taking revenge on anybody who's a little bit better off than you are, and so on. This revolution is not about that. It is about getting to a whole different world where all these things that go on now no longer have a basis and can't go on any longer. That's what this is about, and when we say that we are calling on people to be emancipators of humanity, we're calling on them to fight through to achieve all that. So, it's the four alls in that sense too. To achieve everything that's concentrated in those four alls is what it means to be an emancipator of humanity. It means to bring into being a whole different world, without all these economic relations of exploitation, without all these class distinctions, without all these social relations of oppression, without all the ideas that arise from and reinforce these relations of exploitation and oppression. All that, as well as the whole international dimension, is concentrated in the formulation, and the call to people, and the struggle with people, to not just be fighting to get rid of a particular form of oppression that might affect you more directly, or the group of people in society that you are most directly a part of and might be spontaneously more concerned about, but to uproot and move beyond all of this. This world is not a world that anybody should have to live in. And there is a basis to move beyond all of this, but it's a tremendous struggle, and that's what we have to win people to see, and to fight for. First of all, the question poses itself, what is an actual revolution? A lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about this, or throw the word revolution around. Occupy, that was a revolution. What happened in Egypt, that was a revolution. But those were not revolutions. You could say that, in a certain sense, in Egypt there was a revolution that was aborted, or stopped short. Some abortions are bad. Aborted revolutions are bad. Anyway, what is an actual revolution? You'll see the statement running continually on revcom.us, where it says, an actual revolution is a lot more than a protest. An actual revolution requires that millions of people get involved, in an organized way, in a determined fight to dismantle the state apparatus and system and replace it with a completely different state apparatus and system, a whole different way of organizing society, with completely different objectives and ways of life for the people. Fighting the power today has to help build and develop and organize the fight for the whole thing, for an actual revolution. Otherwise we'll be protesting the same abuses generations from now. This is profoundly true, and once again there's a lot that's concentrated in that paragraph. So let's get into this whole thing. One overall strategic approach. I want to begin by talking about what is our strategic approach to an actual revolution, an approach which applies particularly to an imperialist country like this, even as it may have some important application more generally. This strategic approach to revolution is one overall strategic approach, with different, distinct but also interrelated, stages. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that we're working toward an actual struggle of millions of people to, as that statement says, dismantle the state power, break the hold of the state power over the masses of people, which is enforced through massive violence, and bring into being a different state power and a different system. That's what this is all aiming toward. And, at any point, in whatever we're doing, whatever part of a division of labor we might be part of, or whatever particular struggle we're engaged in, whatever it might be, we should always be proceeding from that orientation, that everything we're doing has to be building toward that. That's different than saying that we're going for the seizure of power now, which we are not. That's why I emphasized that these stages are distinct. But they're also interrelated, they're part of one overall strategic approach. It's not like we're doing political work now, with one strategy, and then, someday in the great distant future, we'll do something else with a different strategy. There are forms of struggle, there are approaches, and so on, that are appropriate to the particular stage we're in. But it's still one overall strategic approach, one overall strategic orientation. Otherwise, it's not about revolution. Even though these stages are different and distinct, and have their own particularities, they're still part of one overall strategic approach, and if we wall them off, in some absolute sense, then we're no longer working for revolution, we're just puttering around, doing some things now that really are unconnected to what we need to be doing, working for an actual revolution. And this gets us to on the possibility of revolution, 48, which is another document which is way underutilized in my definite sense of things, both in terms of whether people study it seriously, and go back to it repeatedly, and whether in the appropriate ways, and not in inappropriate ways, they popularize what's there, and discuss and struggle over the content of that with people very broadly. If we're not doing that, then, once again, what is it we're doing? With all that we are doing, what do we think we're doing it for? A lot of work went into on the possibility. Why? Because, for some reason, people felt like working hard? No. Because this is a very difficult contradiction, how to actually go for the seizure of power, and we're still far from having a fully developed understanding of how to deal with this. But on the possibility of revolution is a breakthrough that gives us the basic principles and means for going to work on how to do that. It gives us the basic guidelines, the strategic orientation, and the foundation to work to further develop our understanding of how to actually fight through to carry out the seizure of power when the conditions have come into being for that. And if this is not what we're aiming to do, what's spoken to in a concentrated way in on the possibility, then we're not really about what we say we're about. There is an important difference between recognizing that this is not what we're doing now, going for the seizure of power on the one hand, and, on the other hand, recognizing that it is what we're aiming for, and that everything we're doing is laying the groundwork for this, even while it's a separate stage of things from what we're actually doing now. So, in a real sense, we have to be working back from on the possibility of revolution. And you can't work back from something if you're not deeply grounded in it. That's sort of elementary, as they say. You have to be deeply grounded in this, in order to be working back from it. You have to be going back to it and posing the question, not is this what I'm doing now? That would be very mechanical, if that's the way you proceeded, and in fact would be very harmful, but am I working in such a way that is leading toward that, and not just me individually, but is everything we are doing overall contributing to getting to the point where that's what can be taken up? Otherwise, once more, we're not working for revolution. And it's not just rhetoric, and certainly not hype, to say that without this revolution, all the things that go on in the world, and all the ways the masses suffer, will just keep going on, generation after generation. That's very true. And it's very important. Even now, we have to be doing some strategic thinking, and we have to be proceeding in a certain way, flowing from the necessary strategic orientation. For example, if you read what's said about on the possibility of revolution in part 2 of Birds and Crocodiles, you will see that it's talking about the problem of encirclement. It's talking about the very acute contradiction, a very pronounced contradiction of this society, that, on the one hand, you have tens of millions of people among whom, if there were a real possibility of revolution, many would immediately leap to it, even without fully understanding what it is. Another way to put that is, people for whom daily life really is a living hell, they desperately need, and feel the need, even if in a sort of unformed sense, for a way out of this. But, on the other hand, you have broad sections of society for whom that is not the daily reality. You have an increasingly apartheid society in America, along lines of nationality, but even in terms of social classes. You have an increasingly enclaved, privileged section of the population which is deliberately gating itself and sealing itself off from the rest of society, yes, especially from black people and Latinos and other oppressed nationalities, but even from lower sections of the white people in this society. This is a very sharp contradiction. How are you going to make a revolution with that? What's being talked about, in terms of encirclement and suppression, is that if this revolution jumps off, at a certain point, with people feeling they have no other way out, and they are willing to wage a desperate struggle even against big odds, if that can be limited and contained to just those people who most desperately need it, it is almost certainly going to be crushed, with terrible consequences. So, if that's the case, we have to realize that this is an acute contradiction that we have to be working on, not sometime in the future, we have to be working on it right now, and in an ongoing way. I'm going to talk some about this, but we need to keep working on this problem. How do we transform this situation so that, when the time comes, it's not going to be the case that they can easily contain this revolution to those sections of the people that they'd, frankly, just as soon kill off anyway, if you want to get right down on the ground with it? If that were the situation we were faced with, well, we'd have to do the best we could, but it's not the situation we want, and it's not the situation we need in order to have a real chance at winning, and that is the point, after all. So we have to be thinking about this now. We can't be saying, well, when some future time comes, maybe people will have to deal with the problem of how not to have that situation where they just come in and cordon off an area and start bombing the shit out of it. End of the revolution. Just think about that. These people, these imperialists, are absolutely ruthless. There's a point on the possibility about the utility of force, meaning that they can't necessarily use everything they have in their arsenal. But that doesn't mean that they won't throw a lot at people. Anybody who thinks they're not going to try to just absolutely pulverize any attempt at a real revolution is not thinking seriously. We have to both go to work on that problem at a strategic level, even now, and we have to politically work on those contradictions, now and in an ongoing way. We can't have a lot of people in the middle straight talking, derogatorily and in racist terms, about the inner cities as Africa this and that, as if it's a different country, and one they don't like, just to cite one sharp example. We can't have that. I'm going to talk about the roads to transforming that. I'm going to get into that some, but this is an acute contradiction. And if we are not proceeding in a way to have the best possible prospects, not an easy thing, but the best possible chance of winning, then, to go back to that woman in Baltimore, we are giving people a sense of false hope. And that is criminal. That is absolutely criminal. As I have emphasized, there is going to be sacrifice, on all levels, from the basic masses to the leadership of the whole thing. There are going to be tremendous sacrifices. That's inevitable. That is inevitable, okay. But we cannot proceed in such a way that we're not taking this seriously, and that we aren't struggling now, and struggling in an ongoing way, to create the most favorable conditions, as opposed to very unfavorable ones. Hastening while awaiting. Now, this gets to the point about hastening while awaiting, which is another one of those things that everybody can repeat, but what does it mean, and does it really have any importance? We got this formulation from Mao. During the war against Japan, which I discussed earlier, Mao talked about how, in resisting militarily, in that case Japanese occupation and aggression against China, they didn't have the basis to go over to the offensive right away, to drive out the Japanese. They had to fight, for a certain period of time, on the defensive. They had to avoid major encounters that could be decisive in terms of the outcome of the whole thing. In that situation, Mao used the formulation, "We are hastening while awaiting changes in the international situation," in that case. In other words, as World War II broke out, there was a whole larger struggle against Japan, or in which Japan was enmeshed most of all, the inter-imperialist contradiction between Japan, Germany, and Italy, on one side, and the US and Britain, and France, sort of, on the other side. I say France was sort of involved because it was occupied by Germany and divided in half, and so it wasn't able to fight very much for most of the war. Anyway, without getting into all the details of that, this was what Mao was talking about, waging the war of resistance against Japanese occupation, hastening while awaiting changes in the international situation. Now, obviously, we have not only adopted but also adapted this. We're not waging a military struggle now, and we're not awaiting changes in the international situation in the same way they were in China. We're hastening while awaiting the development of things toward a revolutionary situation, which obviously involves the whole international dimension, for the reasons I was discussing earlier about how the world system is ultimately decisive. But what we mean by this relates to the three prepares that we've been popularizing. We're working on preparing the terrain. Preparing the ground is another way to say that, preparing the masses of people, and preparing the vanguard. And the hastening part is that, in the context of all the objective contradictions we're confronting, we're working to accelerate the development of things toward an actual revolutionary situation. That's what's concentrated in that formulation, the three prepares, so that if a revolutionary situation, or when a revolutionary situation, does develop, we're in the best possible position to go for everything at that point. We're hastening while awaiting. We're not just awaiting one fine day when we can start getting serious about talking to people about revolution, or we can stop just throwing the word around like everybody else and start really meaning it. Awaiting like that would be criminal. But, while we're hastening, we are awaiting. Awaiting is part of the formulation, it's part of the contradiction, it's part of the strategy. Why are we awaiting? And what are we awaiting? We're not awaiting Godot. We're not waiting for some deus ex machina, some godlike force from outside the contradictions of the material world, to intervene and create, finally, a basis for revolution. We're not even looking or waiting for the great God, the masses, to come and create for us a revolutionary situation. When the masses get ready, then everything will be fine. They'll all want a revolution, and they'll all come to us and say, "Please lead us to make a revolution." If you think that's gonna happen, you are in for a big disappointment. You could think, it's just not fair. We've been out here since 1996 with the National Day of Protest against police brutality and murder, criminalization of a generation and repression. Now a lot of people are talking about police brutality and murder, but everybody's not coming to us and saying, "Lead us, please," because we've been out here for 20 years. It's just not fair. Well, tough shit. That's not the way it works, okay? And if you think that is what is going to happen with the revolution, finally everybody's gonna come around and say, "Please lead us, because you've been out here talking about revolution forever," forget it. So we're not waiting for something like that. But we are awaiting while we're hastening. Why? Maybe this sounds, as they say, counterintuitive, like it's self-contradictory in a bad sense, but it isn't. Why are we awaiting? Because we are actually serious about making a revolution. It's the same principle Mao emphasized in their situation, in the fight against Japan. There were people in China who said, "We gotta go at the Japanese all out. Right now we can't just carry out actions from a strategically defensive position, we've got to take the offensive." And Mao said, "If we do that, we're just gonna be crushed. If you read Mao's military writings about the resistance against Japan, you'll see this over and over again. We cannot take the strategic offensive against Japan right away, we don't have the basis and the forces to do that at this point. If we do that, we're going to be crushed. So, if you're serious about defeating Japan, you have to fight during a whole stage of strategic defensive in order to get to where you can go over to the offensive. And if you try to just lash out and take the offensive right away, you're going to be crushed, because we still have meager and weak forces compared to this powerful juggernaut, which Japan still is. So, awaiting is part of being serious, if it's combined with hastening. Why don't we just jump off and do a few things that make us feel good now? There's a pull, a temptation, in that direction if you're serious about this. But if we do that, we're not actually serious about making a revolution. If we were to just jump off like that, we would get crushed, with terrible consequences for the revolution, and for the masses of people who in fact desperately need this revolution. Now look, the point is made on the possibility, and I want to stress this point because things should not be misinterpreted and vulgarized in a social pacifistic kind of way, socialist in name but pacifist in content. If you read on the possibility, just like the constitution for the new socialist republic, it is a very carefully and finely crafted statement, not as some kind of intellectual exercise, but because of all the many different contradictions it's dealing with, including the existence of the enemy, and what that enemy will do if you act foolishly or speak foolishly. And at one point on the possibility it emphasizes something that is also in the document, some crucial points of revolutionary orientation in opposition to infantile posturing and distortion of revolution. 49 If you try to implement a strategy like urban guerrilla warfare attempting to wage armed struggle with the aim of bringing down this system when the conditions do not exist for that, this will be a strategy that can only amount to substituting for the masses of people, because it won't bring forward, and it won't be able to bring forward, the masses of people, and you're just going to be isolated and crushed before you could bring forward the masses of people to be part of such an armed struggle. At the same time, on the possibility makes a point of emphasizing that this is different than the masses of people rising up spontaneously against their oppressors, or defending themselves in a given situation. Anyone with a decent orientation should be able to understand why that is justified. I'm paraphrasing what's in the document on the possibility of revolution, where things are stated very precisely, and people can and should study that document carefully. You can't use the fact that we can't go over now to the form of struggle they were using in China in resisting Japan. You can't use that to say that, whenever masses of people rise up, well, that's the wrong strategy. I had a direct experience with this, back in the day. I remember there was a situation in San Francisco, back in the 1960s, where the pigs went into this Black Panther Party office in San Francisco and shot up the office. People from the surrounding neighborhoods, hundreds, even thousands, went out to the streets and rebelled in the face of this, but the Panthers went around and told people to get out of the streets and come to a meeting later. When I talked to Panther leaders and argued with them that this was a bad thing to do, they justified this by saying, this rebellion was a form of spontaneous struggle, and we're not for spontaneity. Well, guess what? Hundreds, even thousands of people were in the streets rebelling, but only 25 people showed up at the meeting. It was meaningless. You don't do that when masses of people are rising up. You get my point? You don't do that. That is different than the important principle that you can't substitute for the masses of people. If you go out as a force that's trying to substitute itself for the masses of people, or if you follow a strategy that means you can be easily contained and killed off before you could ever bring forward masses of people into the struggle you're waging, then you are doing the wrong thing. You have to have the right conditions, the necessary conditions. Look, even for the people who desperately need a revolution, they are not going to support something that's going to bring down heavy shit against them if they're not convinced it's really necessary and something worth sacrificing for. Now, to be clear, this is not a recipe for tailing the masses, it's an emphasis on being scientific. So, awaiting again, maybe this sounds, as the phrase goes, counterintuitive, or ironic, but awaiting is part of being serious, if it is combined with hastening. But we have to understand what it means, and what it doesn't mean, to say that this is not the time to jump off into things. It isn't, but there's a difference between us, as a conscious vanguard force, and what the masses spontaneously do, and you better be able to recognize and handle that contradiction correctly, and not in the way that the BPP did in that situation back in the day, because they killed off the struggle of the masses in that situation. So I want to emphasize that point. Oh, you're just awaiting, some people might say, in misrepresenting our strategic orientation. No, we're not just awaiting. We are hastening while awaiting, but the awaiting aspect is part of a serious, strategic approach. I'm using an analogy here for anybody who's listening. I'm using an analogy, because it is a different road, a different strategy, different forms of struggle, etc. It's analogous to why Mao said, we can't take the offensive right away. We have to strain against the limits of the objective situation and transform it to the greatest degree possible at any point, but if you just try to ignore, or just arbitrarily and willfully step over, the objective conditions, and act as if you have some whole other set of conditions, when you don't, you're on the road to being crushed. And that, too, is a betrayal of the masses of people. So the point is to be hastening while awaiting. I don't have time to go into all this now, but I do want to refer people, as has been done before, to the first 6 paragraphs of Part 2 of Making Revolution and Emancipating Humanity 50, where it talks about this very question of hastening while awaiting and what that means, and correctly understanding the relation between what we're doing and the development of the objective situation, how we work to transform the objective situation as much as we can, as fast as we can, while, at the same time, recognizing that there are larger forces at work. There are the contradictions of the system itself, and there are different class forces, the